the street. We're building tomorrow with every heartbeat. Hear the wind, hear the water, hear the world say go. A brighter future's closer than you know. We're not waiting on someday, we're showing up today. Super green light, come alive, feel the change. Climate solutions lighting up the stage. From the crowd to the clouds, let hope amplify. Super green light, we rise, better planet, better people, side by side. Super green light. Live pitches, bold founders, visions that work. Demo days shine in real value with purpose. Backstage pass, VIP, step into the flow. Network, learn and watch the future grow. On every screen around the world tonight, we turn green dreams into guiding light. Nature's rhythm in the beat we make. One small action becomes an earth-sized wave. Super green light, come alive, feel the change. Climate solutions lighting up the stage. From the crowd to the clouds, let hope amplify. Super green light, we rise, better planet, better people, side by side. Super green
Welcome to SuperGreen Live, the biggest event of the year at the intersection of climate solutions and impact crowdfunding. Upgrade now to VIP for just $25 to get the full experience. VIP tickets include access to and a listing in the VIP directory, a backstage pass during 24 hours of live programming, 3 VIP networking sessions, speaker slides and handouts, and an invitation to the private LinkedIn group. Scan the QR code now.
Raising capital, it's not just marketing, it's securities law. Most deals, they don't fail because of the returns that are offered.
They fail because of compliance mistakes.
And that's what we do.
Every day, we help entrepreneurs raise money the right way.
Before problems ever start. If you're raising capital,
Talk to crowdfunding lawyers first.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. Book a call today.
Hello, my name is Brian Figueroa. I'm the CEO of Green Tech. We're a renewable energy development company that specializes on cutting-edge technologies like graphene batteries. Get back with me at brian@greentech.io, TEK.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gene Massey with Media Shares, an equity crowdfunding marketing agency, and we're happy to be participating in SuperGreen Live.
Green to Gold and the Super Crowd wish to thank our supporting sponsors, Azure Printed Homes and Little Toes, for their financial support. We similarly extend gratitude to our media sponsors, Regenerative Media TV and Community 3.0X. SuperGreen Live is hosted by the 501c3 nonprofit Green to Gold in partnership with the Super Crowd, Inc., a public benefit corporation. You can make a tax-deductible donation to support our climate-focused collaboration at 4sc.fund/donate or by scanning the QR code. Help us accelerate climate solutions now. Welcome to the Super Green Live. I'm your host, Devin Thorpe, our co-host, and our other co-host, Alan Tratner, will be right here with us in a few minutes. But wow, we have had so much fun. We've seen so much inspiring content over the past 2 days. We had the super fun live pitch last night, and at the live pitch, we had an unprecedented tie for the Super Crowd Award. We had, the judges really had to wrestle themselves to the ground to pick a winner for their choice. It was really a dramatic, fun evening. Great companies pitching there. Of course, we had 10 companies at Demo Day on Thursday. What inspiring companies there. And we've had some incredibly thought-provoking panel discussions. We've had inspiring keynotes. It's just been a dream. Today, we're going to continue so much more fun. We had Izzy Francis perform on Thursday. We've got a couple more performers coming today. It really will be a spectacular day, and I'm so excited that we'll have all this fun. Let me, holy cow. Let me just introduce a theme for the day, if I may. We have an incredible outline today, but I want to encourage you to join the movement. And I want to be clear. When I talk about joining the movement, it isn't something you watch or observe or see. It's something you do. And let's talk about how you do this movement. It isn't about a purity test or ideology, right? There are so many different ways to approach being green, right? We'll have a speaker today whose focus is on nature, the preservation and conservation of nature. Humans tend to just creep ever further into nature, reducing dramatically the area of nature. He'll be talking about that. He's much less concerned than some of the others with the climate per se, right? And so it's interesting. So again, no purity test, no absolute ideology. We all need to come at this in doing what we want to, what we can do. And we certainly don't want people feeling guilty for what they're not doing. We want you to feel proud of and engaged in what you do. We do have some things that we can do that can help you do better at the Super Crowd and at Green to Gold. So Green to Gold is a nonprofit incubator that helps startups, both nonprofits and for-profit enterprises, get going and scale if they have a sustainability climate solution kind of activity. And Alan can tell you more about that. But if you're an entrepreneur wanting to make a difference in the world, I encourage you to explore that with Alan to see if that might be something that you want to do. If you're interested in learning more about how you can continue to be an investor entrepreneur, I encourage you to subscribe to the Super Crowd, to our newsletter. It's called Superpowers for Good. It's published every day. For those who don't like that much email, you can subscribe to the Saturday only weekly digest that my colleague Chandon gratefully prepares for us with all our great content for the week. We also have monthly webinars, all kinds of content that we're creating to help you feel like you can be an impact investor with a sustainability focus. So we have resources in these organizations to help you become active, to become a doer in this space. I want to point out that yesterday we talked extensively about impact crowdfunding, that is regulated investment crowdfunding with an impact. And I really tried to drive home the point that it's something we can all do and we can all do now. I challenged everyone to take their first $10 and invest it at Climatize yesterday. I hope some of you did that. I hope everyone did it. The opportunities to invest are real. We can profit from participation in climate solutions. That is an exciting reality. There's a little bit of cognitive dissonance that happens when we talk about doing good and doing well personally. Our brains traditionally think of one or the other. And when we talk about doing both at once, our brains literally, this is not a figment of your imagination. It's real. Your brain says, "Wait a minute, that doesn't work. That's not how it works." Yes, it is how it works, even if your brain doesn't like it. So hang in there and keep trying. I encourage you to try some crowdfunding. It is a key way that you can do and make a difference. But of course, there are all kinds of things that you can do. Yesterday, Nicole Whalen, one of our speakers, referred to something I love. It was her economic ballot, right? That everything she does with her wallet is a way of voting. So, of course, I like to think about investing, but you certainly everywhere we shop should be climate informed, right? We should at least be thinking about that whenever we make a purchase. Where we bank, right? There are some banks that are really climate friendly and are proud of that. Others are not. Be climate aware. I encourage you to think about who you vote for when you vote for in an election. Around the world, we all need more climate thoughtful leaders at the local level, at national level. We all need to be thinking about how the climate influences what we're doing and how we want policy to work. We can advocate for different policies as well with the leaders we've got. And one of the speakers today that we'll have, it's Sam Daly Harris, will talk about this important message that we have of using our influence to make policy changes. And let me just tell you, he has been successful in saving millions of lives around the world by using his the activist toolkit that he will share with us today. Millions of people are alive because they implemented his plans. He'll walk you through that, I'm sure, but just be aware that all of these things work. Whether we're talking about investing, shopping, banking, who we vote for, and our activism for policy changes, there are opportunities for us to make a difference in so many ways. I want to encourage you to think about how you can engage and begin taking active steps. I hope you will leave SuperGreen Live as an impact investor. It's just such a wonderful opportunity to add that piece to what I suspect you're already doing. But wherever you are, I encourage you to explore opportunities to behave, to do more in the vein of being part of the super green movement, to do more to protect the environment. Think about how much you drive. Think about uh, what you drive, when you use public transportation, when you fly, all the things that are using energy. Think about whether or not solar could be a part of your home. I'm excited to have the solar guy coming to my house to install the solar on Monday. I'm just giddy with excitement about that. Uh, I want you to explore all the options, right? Think about all the different things you can do and don't feel guilty for what you can't do. Be proud of what you choose to do, but move in this direction. Take action doing something. And maybe you feel, maybe it's the activism that and really emboldens you. You get excited about that. Pick up that ball that Sam Daly Harris that we'll talk about today and use that tool. But whatever you want to do, I encourage you to do something. Choose choose something, take that action and make that into a habit. Become consistent in the way you do it. I'm proud to be an active investor, right? So I'm making at least a monthly investment for impact, most often for climate. And I've been doing this for years. So now I have a big portfolio of nearly 100 different investments, most of them climate friendly, all for impact. I'm very proud of this. And I hope that you'll be able to do that as well. I am now excited. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, our co-host, Professor Alan Tratner. He is the founder of Green to Gold, our co-hosting organization. It's a 501c3 nonprofit that he formed decades ago. Alan helped organize the original Earth Day back in 1970 and has devoted his entire life and career to climate solutions. I just couldn't be more proud and honored to partner with Alan on this event, and I'm excited now to turn the time over to him. Alan, welcome. Take it away.
Thank you, Devin. Thank you so much. Uh, Greetings, fellow Earthlings. I am on a natural high on this grand finale, third day of Super Green Live. The amazing technicians and technology and methodology and invention and innovation that we've been showcasing, the funding resources and how to do it right and how to achieve ROI, which is not just money ROI, it's return on your investment that protects the biosphere of Spaceship Earth. What we're all the life support system of this wonderful planet that gives us all and millions of other species. And we're out of balance and we're out of sync with the life support system. And part of what this is all about and why we did Super Green Live is essentially to bring that harmony and balance back to the planet and defeat climate change and mitigate it and make a difference in stopping polluting our planet. But most important, the opportunity to create a utopia. What I've been calling ever since Earth Day and why I got involved in creating our Green to Gold incubator was I wanted to foster a transition for everyone to total sustainability, regenerative everything, and a kind of inclusive global green economy that will lift everybody up and give them hope and eliminate poverty, eliminate the destruction of the biosphere, get us back into balance. And this has all been about solutions, this entire event, in every way imagined. In fact, what was striking to me, separate from the entrepreneurs and the inventors and the people that are creating the technologies that we have now and on the near horizon that will rescue what we're doing, they're all opportunities for us to make. And Devin just pointed out that one of the most powerful things you can do as a consumer, separate from being an investor or inventor, an entrepreneur, whatever, or in your workplace, is the choices that you make as a consumer every day. Support companies and projects with your purchasing power for your daily groceries and fuel and energy and everything else that you do, recreation, go on eco, resort type trips and try to do those kinds of things. The power of that, as well as the ballot box, and your local voting and national and statewide, whatever it may be, the chance to get people that are really truly advocating for the planet and for green economy. It is the most important thing you can do, and it's so exciting. What really struck me about the last 2 days was that we also showcased community-based institutions that were nonprofit. Part of what I do in Green to Gold from day one with Earth Day is that we were a nonprofit and we went that way, and we've been incubating. We're probably the only one on the planet. Some 333 nonprofits that are socially and environmentally responsible. Wonderful synergy, symbiotic relationship between the mothership, Green to Gold, and our for-profits and our nonprofits. Always trying to foster that. But these community-based efforts that we've been showcasing have been amazing in what they're achieving, and that is also with the help of state and local governmental agencies that are advocating for that change. Separate from the craziness of the US federal government right now that everybody has recognized, the rest of the world is moving forward on the challenges and the opportunities of climate change. To solve that will also give us good green jobs and whole new industries that benefit everybody. And our food security, our energy security, nature-based energy and all the incredible technologies that are already there, and energy storage and purifying water and stopping pollution in the first place and recycling everything in a circular economy, a bio-based economy. All that is right in front of us, and this is starting to happen and has been happening while we've watched the increase of climate-driven disasters that everybody is feeling. There's no denying the storms that are happening in the United States right now that are going to be record, blizzards and snowfall and all the droughts and tornadoes and hurricanes and floods and everything else that are going on this planet at unprecedented levels are driven by climate change. And it has an effect. Buildings, thousands of buildings being destroyed, lives being disrupted and lost, and injuries, our pets being affected by those kinds of disasters. All of that can be rescued. We just got to pull together, nationally, internationally together, which is happening, and also real locally in your own communities. And what we were focusing on, well, all those solutions, all mixed in a matrix that makes a difference. And how do you fund that? That's why this was about capital. Capital makes up for what might be not available at this time in a federal USA level. But then there's the philanthropic foundations for the nonprofits that are stepping up and doing that, and corporations that are doing sponsorship that even helped us put on this event. We are certainly appreciative of that situation, people making a difference so that we can all help everybody make a difference and live in a utopic world that is in total harmony and balance. And that's why I'm so up on that natural high of what we're doing with Super Green Live and what Devin and his incredible team have done to produce this, all the months of planning and then pulling this off, and the entertainers that touch our heart and touch our mind and tell us with the words and their music about what can be achieved, and making us feel great about what we're doing as activists. In everyday life, just living and caring about these things makes a difference. In the education of the children in the schools, they're the whole segment that has been rising to this and telling their parents, look what's happening. We're polluting, we're changing the climate, we have disasters and everything else. Let's do something about it. The kids are amazing, and they understand it, they get it. They're the future generation that's inheriting this, and we can make that difference for now and in the midterm and the long term about Spaceship Earth. And, we're all passengers and the crew of Spaceship Earth, and we have to keep the life support systems going. And we have the technology, we have the inventiveness, the innovation, the creativity, the genius, the planning, the business acumen that we're learning about in Super Green Live that makes all this difference. So I can't tell you how exciting it is. This is the third day. There's so much to enjoy today. There's an amazing sustainable fashion show and about all the leaders and designers and people about that entire industry and how it affects the environment and how it can change and is being changed by these leaders and other kinds of solutions and capital. Just an amazing another day, and plus our wonderful entertainers that are coming, giving their time and their support to Super Green Live. So, Devin, I'm so proud to work with you on this whole project and hopefully a lot more in the future to make this impact happen. And all of you, I encourage you, digest this. If you missed Thursday and Friday at all for any reason at work or school or whatever it is, or the blizzards or whatever's going on, it's all there. It's going to be there. The whole days are there for you to watch and listen and enjoy and act on. It's always, enjoy, learn, discover, and act. That really is part of what happens and why we do these kinds of events. This is an unprecedented event to bring capital together specifically about climate change solutions. So I can't thank everyone enough. As we say here in Hawaii, I'm in Lahaina where the terrible disaster happened, climate driven incineration of a whole city right into the harbor and the boats and everything else. And all I can say is mahalo to you, which is a deep, rich thank you and goodbye for a moment. I'll be back many times today in different segments and just enjoy, sop this up, enjoy it, and get your friends, your associates, your family members to tune in. Let them be part of this whole movement to change where we're going, the trajectory of this planet to a more balanced and harmonious way for all of us to live. And of course, we have to eliminate the worst pollution of all is warfare between our own species and against all the other species and the environment. That's one of the mega things that doesn't get often talked about, but we can solve that, politically and just not accepting the continuous battling between humans and the planet. We need to stop that. That's one of the biggest pollution issues of all together. It also affects climate change, of course, all the terrible toxic gases. But we're here for all those solutions. There are people that clean that up and prevent all that from happening. So again, thank you so much. Mahalo to you all. I want you to enjoy, and you'll get an introduction right now, our live music presentation right now.
Thanks, Alan. What a great message. What a great message. And this is going to be such a fun day. I look forward to that fashion show that you and Patricia will be hosting. And yeah, we've got all kinds of fashion designers presenting there and some fashion related content throughout the day. This is really going to be a fun day. I'm excited for it. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the work you're doing. We'll see you on stage a lot today, so thank you. I'm really excited now to introduce our next performer. Omashar is an amazing musician who grounds his music and work in a desire to bring peace to the planet, and really has a love of nature and wants to be in harmony with that. And so his music, I think, will resonate with all of us as people who are interested in climate solutions and wanting to make a difference in the world. Omashar, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine. We can't see you.
That's interesting. It should be there. The video's working.
I'm so sorry. It would be so fun to see you.
No, we will.
Let me just suggest that you refresh your browser to reset your connection. We'll pop you right back in, get you on stage. I'm sorry for the technical problems, folks, but Omashar is really a talented musician, and I'm really super excited for this presentation. Omashar, you're good.
I am good, but for some reason I've disappeared into the small. I'll almost be with you, beloved friends. What's happened to my? There we go.
Have you found yourself now? We can see you. You look good.
You can. For some reason, my whole thing has moved. So let's try that. Oh, I know why. We've gone into how bizarre. Excuse me, guys.
It's all right.
Why has that happened?
But while Omashar is working on that, let me tell you that you can find Omashar's work on YouTube and Spotify. Search for Omashar Music on YouTube. It'll pop right up. He's got a popular channel there, also available on Spotify and other music places. So I encourage you to check it out. Omashar is a super talented guy, and I really look forward to hearing from him. It's going to be great. So don't. There we go, Omashar.
All right, I've changed my. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
I changed my camera for some reason. My multi-million-dollar camera is messed up, and so it just said no, I don't want to be here. So I'm back on my Mac, Facebook.
Totally fine.
Anyway, so here we go. I'm so grateful to be with you. Grateful to be wearing two hats at the SuperGreen Live because I was also on the demo day with a company called Sunny Thermal, solarheatedrocks.com. But my main passion is music, and I have 4 songs I'm going to share with you. And this first one is called Freedom Comes with Letting Go. And I was really grateful to be a part of a delegation. We went to Hiroshima on International Peace Day in 2024 with a group called Unity Earth. And what happened was we played a peace concert in Hiroshima, and this song was the song that I sang. So hopefully it's all coming through absolutely beautifully right now. Yes, I think it is. Ooh, darn it. Why is it all going weird? There we go. All right. The open roads of this brand new start, the peace that flows through this loving heart. When freedom comes with letting go, this life renewed, new seeds to sow. Take my hand, I'm with you now. Relax yourself, your furrowed brow. The past is gone, so say hello. No looking back, onward we go. This is the life awaiting us, with family supporting us. The sword of truth has cleared the way for us to rise our brand new day. mountain peaks for us to climb, new roads to walk, no reason why. It's time to know that we are one with all of life, a golden sun. This is the life awaiting us, with family supporting us. The sword of truth has cleared the way for us to rise a brand new day. Cause freedom comes with letting go. This life renewed, new seeds to sow. Whoa. Well, well, how wonderful. I have two dance songs. This next song is a little dance song, so it's actually called Out of the Blue, and it talks about our ancestors. Did they just disappear in the blue, or are they guiding us today to a better future? And one thing I didn't mention was I love that Alan said, called us Spaceship Earth, because there's not many formats or forums that you can actually use that vernacular. So here we are on Spaceship Earth, and we know that she is precious, and we are here to help her through every avenue possible, come back into total health, of course, beginning with ourselves. And so this song is called Out of the Blue. And put your headphones on and get up and dance. Whatever happened to the ones that came before? Did they just vanish into the blue? Maybe they're living the dream we know to be true, and reaching their hands back out of the blue. Heart is so ready to embrace all that's new. I feel the love calling for me to break on through. With peace on my mind, I know that I'm coming to a new way of life that feels so true. Okay, Devon, here we go. Dance, brother. Ba-da-dum-dum-bum-dum-bum-dum. Ba-da-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum. There's nothing here to hold me back from you. The clouds of my life have blown away. My light is being lifts me every day. I find myself feeling not so blue. My heart is so ready to embrace all that's new. I feel the love calling for me to break on through. With peace on my mind, I know that I'm coming to a new way of life that feels so true. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Well, that's fun. I like that one. It always gets me charged up, and that's kind of a retro feel. That is like, I don't know, disco, 90s. I don't know. It just comes to me. All this music just comes to me. I lay no claim to ownership. I'm just an open channel, as we all are, for the brilliance of the mind of the creator coming into all of our efforts. And SuperGreen Live is showcasing how we are turning the world around. And this song is called Still We Wonder Why. And it's basically about how you wake up in the morning and you're a child and you're aware of all the beauty everywhere, and still we wonder why. So we have this and one more very up-tempo dance song. So thank you for listening. And I'm going to put myself back in a cave and see what happens. All right. Light brighter than the sun. Here where life is but all the past falls like rain into the sun of future dreams. Love, the footprint in the sand. Eyes shining like the stars, and the way is suddenly so clear. And we know what has to be done, and still we wonder why flowers keep on blooming. The stardust in our eyes lifts us all to a higher plane, a deeper truth, our rightful place, and still we wonder why. Life, a promise to fulfill. Now, a vision is revealed, and the blessing of who we really are
across our world, and still we wonder why flowers keep on blooming. The stardust in our eyes lifts us all to a higher plane, a deeper truth, our rightful place, and still we wonder why. Light brighter than the sun, here where life is one. Love, the footprint in the sand, our eyes shining like the star. Still, we wonder why.
All right, Super Green Live. This is my last song, and thank you so much for tuning in. This one is called Love the Life You Live. It's really up-tempo, headphones on, speakers up to 11. Watch it on Omashar Music at youtube.com. I've just put a new video up there about a week ago. So thank you for listening. And all right, let's see what happens here. It's that one, that one. Okay. Are you ready?
Creation, life is what you make it. Sometimes you have to fake it to walk upon a new path, to set yourself free. Freedom is our birthright. Together we will take and open the horizons of this new reality. Love the life you live, live the life you love. Wake up, it's time for us to make up and walk the same direction, the one in which we're rising as one world family. The earth itself is changing, our lives are rearranging to ones of joy and laughter, peace and harmony. Love the life you live, live the life you love. Bring yourself to life, bring yourself to love. Love the life you live, live the life you love. Love yourself to life, give yourself to love. And now, the choice is made, we hear the call to freedom. Our lives will reveal there are no shadows, no fall. Here we go. This nation, the one in which we're living, the one in which we're loving, the one in which we're giving our life force to all. sisters and our brothers are lifting one another, respecting all of nature, and seeing the you and me, seeing the you and me, seeing the you and me, seeing the you and me. Love the life you live the life you love, bring yourself to life, bring yourself to love. Love the life you live the life you love yourself to life, give yourself to love. Creation, freedom, wake up, this nation. One more time.
There we have it. Love the life you live. Thank you, SuperGreen Live. Thank you, Devin. Thank you, Alan, and everybody on the SuperGreen Live team, because takes a village to put this on. I know the Magi is Devin. However, it takes a village. Thank you.
Yeah, it does take a village. It takes a big team. And Omashar, we sure appreciate you. What beautiful music. Fun, upbeat, uplifting, perfect for Super Green Live. Thank you so much.
It's amazing how we deal with all the technical glitches and remain centered, present, and calm at the same time. And thank you for that reflection. So I'll enjoy the rest of the show. I know Prince is coming up next. So blessings to everybody. Thank you for letting me present. Thank you, Devin.
Thank you very, very much. I am excited now to introduce our next speaker, which is Prince Ace. Prince is the CEO and founder of Cineblock Films, a crowdfunding portal for filmmakers. And one of the films that is raising capital on the platform right now is very climate centric. I'm excited to have him on the show. And so, Prince, welcome. We're thrilled to have you.
Thanks again. Always love being a part of your stuff, Devin. You're a really great guy.
Well, it's not about me, but thank you very much. I appreciate those kind thoughts. But we are just thrilled that you would take time out of your busy schedule on a Saturday to do this. Congratulations on launching the portal. Lots of great offerings already up and raising capital. It's great to see. Do you have slides you'd like to share today?
No, I don't have any slides. The slides probably wouldn't really have done any justice. I'm just going to kind of talk about, a few different things, talk about intro myself, and then talk about what I feel is important for taking back your power as an individual. And that was a play on words there. It was definitely for the SuperGreen Live. So, it involves that and really just empowering individuals to know that they can affect things.
Fantastic. Take it away, my friend.
All right, everybody. So welcome, and I hope you've been enjoying the SuperGreen Live, all of the different speeches and performances and much more to come, and looking forward to engaging with those guys as well as we talk about good things that we can all do for the future to help humanity and help ourselves. And that's part of our message too here. So my name is Prince Ace. I'm with Cineblock Films. We recently launched a crowdfunding portal that specifically is for entertainment media, right? So we want people to basically be able to be empowered to curate what they see on their television by using their dollars. And that's part of the conversation I'm going to have here is about how you can go from an outsider to an insider on topics and things that you're passionate about that you might not have known that you could become an insider on. And then two, about Cineblock Films, what we're doing, what we're building, and where we're going. And then three, really about what culture is and how to build culture and how we can build culture through our platform as well. So with that being said, I'm the founder of Cineblock. It's kind of like the Robin Hood for movies, films, entertainment, and the like. It's an entertainment platform, a media platform, a marketplace that you can go and find ownership and find real value in this entertainment media space, which is kind of new. Not a lot of people have ever had the opportunity to invest in a film or to invest in a video game or to invest in a concert or a show or some new technology in the entertainment space. So this is what we are about. My background stems from largely finance, software development, some, and then I did a lot of entertainment media stuff when it came to like making commercials, producing commercials. I produced a movie, produced all kinds of music videos, and I've just been involved in the creative space for a long time. It was kind of my secret identity, my secret hobby that I would do outside of like the corporate world. I would go out and engage in these things, and that's kind of the story how I went from an outsider to an insider in this space. And the first thing that you have to do, and which I had to do myself, is get over the fear and anxiety of being an outsider, right? And wanting to be an insider. So that was the first start. And I'm saying this because this is part of the broader vision of taking back your power, right? You got to get rid of that fear and anxiety of the things that affect you and things that you care about, and be willing to step in, right? And then you have to find community. Finding a community that is going to encourage you, that is going to support you in your quest, and that is already involved in the spaces that you want to belong or you want to affect, right? So those types of communities are important for, again, taking back your power. You're working with the group, with a community, with people with like minds that are interested in the same things that you're interested in, and will always endeavor to keep you moving in the right direction. And then you can't be afraid to engage. That's the other part, right? Like it's one thing to enter a community and then sit in the background and not do anything, right? That's a difficult way to become an insider in anything, right? You got to engage with that community. You got to talk. You've got to express your opinions. You have to be willing to put yourself out there, right? And then engage with that community. And that's how you learn, right? You get feedback and then you get experience, right? And you can do this on a fringe level. You don't have to be a professional to do this. You can do this as someone who is casual, as someone who just enjoys something. So don't be afraid that you're not, super knowledgeable about a specific topic or a specific thing, but you still want to be a part of it. Don't be afraid to engage. So those are my three key places that I want you to focus on when it comes to becoming an insider, going from an outsider to an insider, and taking back your power. So we want you to take back your power. So the reason I chose this title, obviously, is this is a Super Green Live, platform, and I want people to kind of get the feel of like, hey, let's find ways to affect our lives and for the betterment of humanity. And obviously climate change and all of these things have been a big topic of conversation for a long time. So that was the reason why I chose this title. I want people to take their power back in the literal sense, right? And that includes alternate forms of energy. Like I'm a big believer in alternative energy and people that can, kind of find their way to live off the grid. Like that's really cool stuff. So being able to, kind of jump into those type of spaces is really fun for me. I've done it myself, and I have my own plans and thoughts of how I can do that by using solar and by all these things. I watched Inconvenient Truth, and I've watched a lot of other things on documentaries on these types of topics. So I might not take all of it, but I do take it with a grain of salt. I want to help, and I want to help in my own little way. So those are kind of some of the things I also want to talk about, in that culture is a big part of impact, right? When we think about things like An Inconvenient Truth, another favorite documentary of mine is Blackfish, right? Culture really affects people at large, and it really dictates how people think and kind of open up conversations about stuff. So remember that you always want to be looking for ways to enhance culture that other people can take advantage of and learn from, including for your progeny. So that's that's what I would say is kind of a big marquee part of our platform. So Cineblock Films is a Reg CF marketplace for entertainment media investing. And creators, filmmakers, producers, game developers, can present their media projects, right, directly to the public. And for the first time, well, actually, it's not the first time, but for us, in terms of an entertainment media's platform and space, people can directly invest in these projects and influence what gets seen on TV, and what gets seen on your screens. And that is kind of a unique proposition, right? So the idea would be like these very powerful, ideas and thoughts that these artists or journalists come up with. They get to now get capital and get actual support, financial support, not just a donation of sorts, but an actual real contribution that they're investing in it. And that's a very different action. When somebody invests in you, that means that they are believing in you enough to want to be a part of it, as well as want to see you succeed, so that way they succeed. There's a different incentive mechanism versus just giving a donation for $100 and saying, I wish you well, right? So we're looking to change the mindset of people and the way that they interact with culture and media at large. And the real thing is, like, there's only a couple of ways that people really can do that with their power. And these are two items that I think are very important, right? One is voting, right? You got to be able to vote, because voting allows you, from a political standpoint, to exercise your power, right? And then the second way, I always say, is because it's just what this country, is about, is like, hey, we believe in the power of a dollar. Shout out to 50 Cent. We believe in the power of a dollar, right? Like, if you put your money to something, that means that's a different type of vote. That's a financial vote. That means you're believing in something in a real way, that you're willing to put your hard earned cash, your blood, sweat, and tears into seeing that thing succeed. And that's a very powerful statement, right? So these Reg CF platforms allow for those types of things, for you to actually, as a crowd, as part of the crowd, to invest in what you want to see come alive. And for us, now you're investing in, like we say, in what you watch and what you see. Like, your power to affect what gets shown on the screen is now right in your dollar, in your hands, and you get the benefit of ownership, right? So again, this is really what Cineblock Films is about giving you power, giving our creators autonomy and agency. They're allowed, now they get to, look for alternative means of financing that allow them to move their project forward. They don't have to rely on, mortgaging their homes and going to unscrupulous individuals that would take advantage of them. They can look to the crowd, to people that believe in what they're doing, that are looking to potentially go from an outsider to an insider in this space, and allow those people to have a benefit and have the upside and potential profits of their creative and artistic endeavor, right? So that's a big part of what we believe in. Um, this also gives people access, right? Access that they didn't necessarily have in the past, right? You didn't necessarily have access to being able to invest in films and video games. Like, that's a kind of a new concept, right? So we want that to be a theme that goes throughout this, is that now everyday people, everyday fans, and audiences, people that are just movie lovers, and people that are, kind of a little bit adventurous as well, get the opportunity to directly invest in the stuff that they already would have probably gone and watched anyway, right? So now I'm going to kind of talk about the building of culture. I've got, earned my stripes in this space, and I made a movie, and it was it was a difficult endeavor. I'll just to say the least. And finding money was very tough. But the subject matter was interesting to me, and I had never made a movie before. One of my good friends, shout out to Monty, he reached out to me and he asked me. He said, "Hey, I'm making this movie. I'd like to, I need to get it done. I know you're, kind of doing stuff in the media space, and if you could help me to get it finished, I would appreciate it." So I came in as an executive producer, and we got the film in the can. And for me, that was a very eye-opening experience, because I had never seen like kind of the underbelly of what it took to make movies, and I had never really been a part of the process from start to finish. I had been involved in making a lot of other productions, commercials, and things like that, but this was my first, venture into the movie space. So, again, I went from an outsider to an insider. I wasn't afraid to start something, to jump in, to be a part of a community, and then engage with that community at a high level. So, that's part of it. But again, back to building culture. So, this part for me was, let me have my like kind of light bulb moment in the idea that I want other people to have this experience of being a part of something that they, believe in, or that they find interesting, and and allow them to put their dollars where where their mouth is, right? So that's how I kind of came up with the idea for Cineblock Films. And from there, I reached out to my good friends, and they were college friends of mine. And you know, shot them the idea, and I was like, "Hey, like, what do you think?" And before that, I thought they might laugh at me. I thought they might call me crazy, but no, they said, "Hey, this is a great idea. Let's work with this. Let's help you put this together." And from there, we formed a team, and we brought on some other really great people to help us get to this point. And now, anybody, like, we right now, our first film offering is up for grabs. It's Awake. It's an AI film. It's about this game developer. But I'm gonna let you watch the trailer. Go to cineblockfilms.com and watch the trailer. But you can invest directly in this film. You can own a piece of it. You get part of the upside. And now that film offering is available. We also have a bunch of other projects that are coming up, including one called Wanderlust Los Angeles, by Tiana Pong. She's a model, actress, producer, and she has this really great project about that touches on the wildfires that happened in LA, and how that affected even her close friends and people that were in the space. And it gives people a chance to kind of get a real inside look at those events that happen. And now, again, in this same spirit of Super Green Live, you get to go from an outsider to insider. You get to be a part of that process and allow this feature documentary to get made, right? So, we have other really great projects that are on there that will allow you to engage and contribute and be a part of something. And this is really about shaping and molding the future, right? And I say that because everything that your kids are going to see in the future, everything that are generations down the line, it's going to start here. It's going to start now with how you are able to show what we're dealing with and how we deal with these problems that we are facing today, right? So, and TV, film, that's just a great medium for molding and shaping culture. I don't know if people know this, but you know, everything that well, maybe they do know this, like everything that we ever think to do, we end up doing, and if we look at our, kind of the ideation that comes from film and television, I mean, whether you look at Star Trek or Star Wars, the old stuff, these things were, science fiction until they weren't, right? That's because we affect things. We put our energy into things and we empower things, and we are individuals with a lot more capabilities than some of us think that we have. That we have, like, we can do things, and I want this platform to be something that allows people to feel their creative juices and to engage in that way and to fuel their passions, right? So. Yeah, let's see here. So the last couple of things I wanted to discuss were just to talk about, ideas that spark conversations, right? Um, and what we do at Cineblock is, we want that type of thing, the ideas that spark conversations to come back, right? We used to call them water cooler talk, right? Like things that you talk about on the water cooler that you found interesting. Now it's probably in digital spaces, but we want people to engage in that way and to have really fun and interesting things that they get to talk about and to participate in and to affect the future and to build the culture. So take back your power, invest in what you watch, visit cineblockfilms.com, and hopefully we'll have a great project for you and you'll have a great time being a part of it. So, all right, there we go, Devin.
Hey, thanks, Prince. You talked a little bit about Inconvenient Truth in Al Gore's movie, and I think it really did catalyze tremendous action. It wasn't just an exercise in art. Not that there's anything wrong with art, but I think it's powerful to think about the impact of storytelling for moving action on climate. And so I'm grateful that you're here. I'm grateful that you're part of this super green community and the super green movement. And I encourage people who are interested as creatives, and I know we have some watching today, to check out the opportunity to invest in and perhaps raise capital from Cineblock for your upcoming project. So again, Prince, great message. Thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate you and wish you all the success.
I appreciate it, Devin. You have a great one, and good luck to everybody on Super Green Live.
All righty. Now, our next speaker is David Myers, and David he's a big deal, and he is focused on preserving nature. And, this is something that really resonates with me as an equal partner with climate solutions. If we have a beautiful climate, but no nature, I'm not sure how we accomplish that in the first place. But if we could, I'm not sure that's a world we want our children and grandchildren living in. We need that nature. And so he's a savvy guy figuring out how to use finance at scale to preserve nature. This is really a fascinating topic. Stick around. You don't want to miss a minute of this conversation. or this of his presentation. David, thank you so much for being with us.
Devin, it's a pleasure. Really exciting event you've got organized here. So,
well, thank you, thank you, thank you. We're thrilled to have you, and I'll turn the time over to you. You take it away, okay?
okay, excellent. Well, again, thanks for having me. And just as a quick bit of background, I'm David Myers. I'm the executive director of the Conservation Finance Alliance, and I'm going to take you through some slides here. I'm going to walk you through what Finance for Nature is about, and give you some examples towards the end. But let's start with a quick question on are we why do we need to finance nature? Why is it such an issue here? Well, nature provides us enormous value: water services, water regulation, food, pollination for crops, coastal protection. This is a huge ecosystem service that often goes unpaid for. Obviously, climate regulation, Devin was referring to, but a whole range of other incredible value that sometimes we're able to capture a little bit, for example, like the recreation services of nature and things like that. When people look at the importance of nature in the biosphere, it kind of underpins all of the sustainable development goals. And really, without food, water, and protection from disasters, where would we be for poverty reduction and health and well-being, right? So even the economy sits on top of society here. So we need nature. Nature is essential. Why is it so hard to pay for it? And we are not paying for it, and we are not financing it well, and we're not maintaining it well. So part of the problem is that natures are not part of an efficient market system. Generally, these are shared resources. They're often defined as public goods. They're external to a company or a country's accounting system, so they're considered externalities. You don't have to account for the damage or the use of them. They're very complex. Ecosystems are extremely complex, and often the cycles that we try to pay attention to and have to manage are very long term. So we use conservation finance tools to address some of these challenges. One of the approaches is trying to convert some of that economic value to finance streams so that we can capture some of that revenue and use that to help finance nature. Think about financing nature for the long term, because if you save nature this year, that's not good enough. You really need to save it for the future. And then uh, over the long term, we need to align the interests of the different actors involved. Now, I like to put this graph up. It's a little uh, big picture here, but I mean, and it pertains to not just nature, but generally we have an ongoing challenge to move from private interests and individual benefit to group benefit. So the left axis, how do we go from down here where everyone's looking after themselves to up to the top of that, where we're all looking after each other and benefiting not just the current generation, but future generations as well. And that's this short-term versus long-term thinking. So we're kind of generally built to live in the moment. That's a human trait. But we really need to work together to figure out how to create systems that benefit the most people over the long term. And that's our kind of long-term goal with this with finance. So where do we currently sit with finance for nature? This is a sort of a map of different types of finance flows for nature. And everything in blue basically comes from the public sector, from governments, and governments are uniquely positioned to put in place general taxes, and those taxes capture some of that value that nature provides in a way that private markets have a harder time doing it. Some of the private sources of funding are in green and yellow here, so you can see impact investing, sustainable supply chains, biodiversity offset. These are all tools that can finance nature. So maybe what we have right now, it's been estimated to be about $200 billion a year that we're spending on nature, which comes into about 0.2% of global GDP. So, 0.2%. What we need has been estimated to be 400 billion, 700, 900 billion a year. So much, much more than what we have. And if you look at subsidies, these are government subsidies, government spending that is harmful to nature or general. So it includes fossil fuel subsidies that are, causing excess use of uh, fuel and polluting the atmosphere for climate. You have agricultural subsidies that are harmful to nature, forestry, fisheries. So compared to what we're spending on nature, we're spending huge amount more, and that's just from the public sector, right? And then if you look at the global spending on a whole, even if we had the ideal amount, or around $800 billion a year, that's that thin little sliver of green amidst a global spending of the rest of what we spend. And it's been estimated by the World Economic Forum that about half of global GDP is dependent on nature. So here we have a world dependent on nature, and we're not spending adequately. And what we've got over the course of the last few hundred years is a decline in biodiversity intactness, a decline in abundance of species. So we're not doing a good job here, even though nature provides such value. Okay, moving on to some positive opportunities here. How do we, that was the sort of gloom and doom to a certain extent. We need nature, we're not funding it well. How can we do a better job? And that's what we do with conservation finance. We define it as mechanisms and strategies that generate, manage, and deploy financial resources and align incentives to achieve conservation, sustainable nature conservation outcomes. And so that's, generating, managing, deploying, and then aligning incentives, which is really the only way to get long-term impact. We did produce just and released last year practice guidance for protected and conserved area finance. Obviously, parks and reserves are one of the ways that we do manage and protect nature. We have big ambitions over the world to cover 30% of oceans, land, and water resources in some kind of conserved areas. But we really need to figure out how to fund all that. You can scan that QR code to download that document. It's a really comprehensive report. These sort of key principles come from that, to try to think about, for whatever finance approach you're using, think about diverse values of nature. It's not just monetary values of nature that you need to think about. Take a rights-based approach. Who has the rights to the site? Think about good governance. Strong institutions are essential for most of these finance mechanisms. Use a systems-based approach. Systems thinking is essential. Collaboration and comprehensive communication is really essential to make sure that all the different perspectives are integrated and the trade-offs are balanced. Take a portfolio approach when you're looking at finance. It's not just one mechanism that's going to solve your local problems. You need to combine different approaches and then think about effectiveness as you go through across the whole board. So when I talk about these, I usually cover, all these different kinds. We call them classes of different conservation finance mechanisms, but I'm just going to do a kind of tour. But just so you know the diversity of ideas that are out there. Public financial management, public sector is key for financing nature. It is their role and responsibility. There's grants and other transfers. People are quite familiar with that. Economic instruments, I'll talk a little bit about that. There's others here, financial efficiency. Everyone's excited about return-based investments. If we can make money and save nature at the same time, of course, that is the way to really scale up, and different kinds of business and market solutions, as well as risk management. I'll touch on a few of these as we go forward here. One way that brings it all together is tourism finance. And, this is tourism and recreation are one of the key benefits of nature. Tourism industry is a huge part of the global economy. So if we could capture a bit more from the tourism industry, and we do, we entrance fees, things like that, directing that to nature is really a great way to do it. There's benefits of tourism, nature tourism, ecotourism, and that it builds awareness and interest, and it needs to be integrated into a whole management approach at every site. Great organization here, Blue Alliance. They work in the marine space and on marine protected areas. They take on co-management of a lot of these sites, and they bring in ecotourism They bring in sustainable business to help generate revenue that they use for conservation. They've expanded recently in a few years. They work in Philippines, Indonesia, Belize, a range of other countries, and they're doing really great work. I mentioned economic instruments. One of the categories here, I'm just going to kind of give a quick introduction to these. So environmentally related taxes, green taxes, these are things that can reduce pollution, reduce harm to nature, and generate revenue for a government to be then allocated towards nature. Fees and charges, ways to capture some of the user fees, user pays principles for using aspects of nature, whether it's a non-timber forest product or whether it's tourism. And there's others like tradable resource use permits. Fisheries quotas are an example. They are really interesting market-based opportunity. And then fines and penalties. Penalizing people for harming nature is key for discouraging bad behavior, but it also does generate revenue as well. All these mechanisms, of course, require enforcement. Compensation and offsets, this includes biodiversity offsets and or mitigation banking, things like that, which is a significant mechanism in several countries, but it doesn't work in a lot of countries where the mitigation hierarchy itself is not followed or environmental assessments are not adequately reviewed. And then there's environmentally motivated subsidies, which could be positive subsidies for governments encouraging certain behaviors from the private sector. A couple other types of approaches here. Conservation trust funds. These are been around for about 30 years. They're basically national or regional philanthropies. They generally give out grants, but they're exploring more innovative approaches. And general philanthropy is really a key support system for a lot of innovation around conservation and really important to integrate. So there's sort of standard approaches here. We've been supporting the Coral Triangle Conservation Fund, which is a new regional conservation trust fund in the Coral Triangle, the center of coral biodiversity in the world and a key refuge area. There's another approach that uses conservation trust funds as a core element, and it's called project finance for permanence. It stems from project finance approaches, and this one is really interesting in that some of the partners that are leading this program called Enduring Earth are listed below. It's really interesting. It brings together a range of donors and partners, works with the country to establish clear criteria that the country agrees to. In many cases right now, it's that 30% coverage of protected areas, and the government makes commitment to expand their contribution over time. And there's a single close. All the money is put into a sinking fund, into a conservation trust fund. It's spent down over 15, 20 years or so to reinforce the protected area system. Over that time, the government puts in place new mechanisms and takes on more and more responsibility for financing nature. So really interesting approach, and they're expanding these mechanisms, which have been around for a few years, to over many countries and sites around the world. Another one that I love, this is a conservation enterprise called ibis rice. And the giant ibis in Asia was extremely threatened and nested near rice fields. And Wildlife Conservation Society worked with the farmers there and came up with a sort of a set of standards and an approach that protected the nests and protected these birds. And they used organic rice approaches and sustainable agriculture, and created a brand called Ibis Rice, and they market this brand. This is in Cambodia, and the number of farmers have been continually growing. The product is out there, and you can find out more online. Really great product, and it's certified wildlife friendly. So there's a certification that you may not have heard before. There's also a lot of innovation going on in this space, and here's a shout out to a group based in Indonesia called Lestari Capital, who are looking at ways to work with companies that have supply chains at risk, whether it's palm oil or others, and want to invest in restoring or conserving natural areas, and as part of their business model and as part of their corporate social responsibility. So they work with companies to do that, and a whole range of opportunities and interesting approaches there. In the investment space and in the let's see, venture capital, there's a new venture capital organization called Superorganism. They just announced they'd closed their first round at around $26 million, I think. And they already have a portfolio of a range of companies that they've invested in. These companies are designed to achieve conservation outcomes and make money. So a lot of nature tech approaches, but some really cool companies here that use fungus, that use invasive species, and try to achieve multiple outcomes. Another private equity company, Swen Capital Partners, a Blue Ocean Partners approach here. They looked at what was threatening the oceans and came up with an investment strategy to reduce those threats through strategic investments. A lot of venture as well, but a lot of equity investment and a really interesting approach there as well. Another similar one, this is Outrigger Impact, and they're focused on small island developing states, or what we like to call large ocean states, and focusing on trying to invest in small to mid-sized enterprise. So smaller investments, but those that are benefiting the blue economy. So there's a range of innovation here. It's still nowhere near what we see in a lot of other areas, but we're hopeful that this will grow. And another example here, this has been funded by the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, which is managed out of the United Nations. And this is a MAR plus Invest project in the Mesoamerican Reef, led by MAR Fund with a range of partners here. And here they do everything from incubation of community-based businesses, all the way up through larger enterprises that are all positive for coral reefs. Now, it's really hard to do that. A lot of the approaches that are positive for nature are actually reducing harm to nature. So improving aquaculture, for example, or figuring out how to use sargassum seaweed that's choking the coral reefs and use it in ways that can produce money. There's a larger type structures as well. Debt for nature swaps have come back into vogue now. There's a coalition that won the Earthshot Prize, or was a finalist for the Earthshot Prize, the Debt for Nature Coalition, a range of large nonprofits collaborating. This has been spearheaded in a way by the Nature Conservancy, who've done a range of debt conversion deals. Just a couple of numbers here, don't get lost in them, but some significant numbers. These are in millions of dollars. Belize, for example, saved almost $200 million in the debt that they had owed. These were interesting because they're private transactions. Historically, debt conversion was a country forgiving the debt that was due them from another country. In this case, it's been with privately traded debt, and really interesting approaches here that are worth looking at. Another area that people are quite excited about is pay for success models. They're often called impact bonds. The sort of one that was spoken about has been the Rhino bond, which is a bit described on the left. But the sort of classic impact bond is not really a bond, but a contract. And the private sector will invest in a solution, put the money up front, and then you have to find an outcome payer, someone that wants to pay for the outcome. This is a philanthropic donation. And if the outcome is achieved, they pay the investor for the money that they put up front with third-party verification. Really interesting approach. Quantified Ventures in the US have been doing this in a range of ecosystems. And there's a small-scale fisheries bond, impact bond run by RARE in Indonesia, which is a really innovative approach for this. The Rhino bond approach was done by the World Bank and other partners, and that's more of a traditional bond where really it's a sustainability-linked bond where the interest payments are linked to a key performance indicators. In this case, it was the number of rhinos. If they grew, the investors would get an extra payback. I'm going to kind of end up with a few more slides here, but I wanted to mention at least blended finance. A lot of these use blended finance, and it's defined by Convergence here, which is one of the leaders in the space. A lot of great information on their website, as the use of catalytic capital from public or philanthropic sources to increase private sector investment in sustainable development, and mobilized over $250 billion to date. Really important because investing in nature is risky, and the returns are not as good as you private sector needs. So it's really hard to get the private sector to make these investments, but you can reduce the risk or you can increase their returns, making it a much more interesting investment return over risk for the private sector. And that's what blended finance does. Really interesting approach. And I'm going to end here on biodiversity credits. This is a emerging type of mechanism called nature credits. It's a very diverse area here, but the basic idea is that similar to carbon credits, but it's for nature. And the challenge here is that we don't want necessarily companies to offset their harm, but we want them to contribute to positive outcomes for nature, supporting the ecosystem services and the aspects of nature upon which they're dependent. And so we've been developing this concept of biodiversity credits, and there's a lot of information on the slide here, but the point is that there's a lot of groups are working on standards and mechanisms where a company can make a contribution or investment in nature here, and there's third-party verification and certification that those outcomes were achieved, and really an interesting area to explore. So on that, I want to thank you all for listening. And again, if you want to find out more about the Conservation Finance Alliance, we're an alliance of professionals working on this. Our mission is to promote awareness, expertise, and innovation in conservation finance. We run an incubator, which we're currently doing a webinar series right now. And the incubator is really focused on conservation finance innovation. And yeah, you can scan the QR code to get to our website, and it's been a pleasure giving you a lot of introductory information to conservation finance.
This has been a fascinating discussion, David. I really appreciate you taking the time to do this. It is just a vitally important message, hand in glove with the work that others have talked about in terms of climate solutions. So I really appreciate you bringing this perspective to the table at SuperGreen Live, because if we call it a green world, but there's no nature, I don't know that we've accomplished much. So thank you. I appreciate very much this profoundly important message.
It was my pleasure. Thanks for having me. Really appreciate it.
All righty. I am now excited to introduce our next speaker. Peng Seng Kao is an extraordinary entrepreneur who built a business and sold it for a big 8-figure amount, and is now an executive at Siemens, a global corporation. And she works in the Siemens for Startups area, where she supports entrepreneurs like herself who are trying to incorporate the tools that Siemens has available for entrepreneurs. And I want to note, Siemens is one of the corporations on the planet based in Germany that is deeply committed to being a leader in a transition to a clean, green economy. And so her voice today is just going to be incredibly important. We're extremely grateful. Peng, thank you so much for being with us.
It's my absolute pleasure, Devin, to be here with everyone.
Thank you. Now, did you have some slides you wanted to share?
I do, so let me get that started. Just let me know if everybody can see it.
When you can see it, they can see it.
Okay, that sounds good. I can see it. I think I'm good.
Okay, fire away.
All right. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are watching from, welcome. My name is Peng Kao. I've spent my career building hard technology in uncertain times. First as a founder, and now working alongside founders building sustainability critical technologies. Today, I want to talk about resilience, not as a slogan, but as a discipline of continuing to build when the world feels uncertain. If you've been paying attention to the speeches coming out of Davos, you can feel it. The world is unstable. It is strained. Fractures in ways many of us haven't experienced in our adult lives. When global leaders talk today, they speak about raptured, about power being used as leverage, about system we relied on quietly failing. And in a moment like this, something predictable happens. Climate, sustainability, long-term investment, these become later conversations. But here's the uncomfortable truth. Our planet does not pause while we wait for certainty, and the consequences of delay don't show up in speeches. They showed up in people's lives. I'm here today because I've lived through what happens when the world becomes unstable and what it costs when progress is abandoned. I've learned this early. First, as a refugee who lived through 2 wars, and later as a founder building a hard tech company from the ground up. As a child, I learned that the fabric of society can disappear without warning, that stability is never guaranteed, and that waiting for governments or someone else to fix things is often the most dangerous choice you can make. I escaped under cover of darkness. I arrived in Canada with no roadmaps and no visible safety net. That just decisions and the responsibility to keep moving. Years later, that responsibility showed up again, this time in business. When you build a disruptive hard tech company, every decisions carry great risk. There's little room to hesitate. Pause too long, and the momentum dies. Cut corners, and trust erodes. Wait for perfect conditions, but competitors don't, and you failed. This talk is about transformation and uncertain times, and about why progress has never waited for perfect conditions, only for people willing to act when it would be easier not to. Responsibility isn't about controlling conditions. It's about refusing to let difficult conditions become a reason to stop. My understanding of sustainability didn't come from policy or theory. It came from building technology that had to work in the physical world. In the early 2000s, my startup worked with a fuel cell company trying to build next generation battery system. The technology worked. The science was sound. The need was real. But the capital wasn't there. Fuel cells were considered too early, too expensive, too risky. That company didn't fail because technology didn't work. It failed because the capital and market support needed to carry the risk never materialized. A few years later, in 2009, I found myself standing in a red field in Brazil. At the time, the world was hungry for alternatives to oil. Large corporations were investing heavily in sustainability R&D. There was a real sense of urgency that we had to act. One of the world's leading agricultural companies had genetically modified sugarcane to optimize ethanol extraction. My company was brought in to solve the bottleneck. We were hired to design and build a high-speed sugarcane seed cutting technology that could operate at industrial scale. The analogy used to describe the task in front of us was this by a VP: design a new aircraft, build 40 of them while you're still designing it, fly them during construction, and oh, by the way, don't crash that plane or kill anyone along the way. To say that the technology was to, to say that it was technically challenging would be an understatement. Two companies had already failed. We were the third brought in. This project has strong backing, huge corporate funding, and significant market demand. With that level of support, execution risk was manageable. For a company our size, that was the kind of project that could move us into an entire different growth category. And the technology worked. It performed. But the project still failed because the market shifted. As ethanol economics changed, the company stopped investing. Momentum broke. The program ended, and we almost went bankrupt. That experience stayed with me. It taught me something founders in sustainability learn painfully fast. Even when the technology is sound, progress is fragile. Innovation only scales when markets, capital, and commitment stayed aligned. The fuel cell company failed when capital never arrived. The sugarcane project failed when the market moved on. Different reasons, same outcome. Technology alone is never enough. Sustainability doesn't fail in laboratories. It fails or succeeds in the ecosystem that decide when an innovation is allowed to start, survive, and scale. Today, I work with founders building hard tech in the sustainability space, including energy systems, fusion technology, climate critical infrastructures. These technologies have long development cycle and high burn rates. Building a minimal viable product requires a substantial upfront investment in equipment, facilities, and enterprise-grade software to design, prototype, and validate performance long before a dollar of revenue is generated. That upfront loaded cost collides with a hard reality. Capital is harder to access precisely because timelines are long, while technical and execution risk starts day one. And even when founders push through that early stage, they face another barrier: finding early adopters. Everyone wants innovation. Very few want to be first. When startups are searching for those early customers, responsibility has to move upstream to investors and enterprise partners with the capacity to share risk, so founders are not carrying it alone. Because when momentum breaks, the cost is not abstract. It shows up in technologies that never make it out of pilot, in infrastructure that arrives years too late to matter, in founders who burnt out not for lack of vision, but because the current system of capital, customers, and incentives asked them to carry capital risk, technical risk, and market risk alone. And when risks concentrate like that, we don't just lose company. We lose options for a cleaner, more sustainable future. I joined Siemens Digital Industry Software to lead the startups program because I've lived the founder's life, including coming close to bankruptcy twice without the capital and enterprise support my startup needed to grow and scale. Too many founders are absorbing costs and risk long before they have customers, revenue, or proof the market will stand behind them. They have to move fast while meeting engineering standards that tolerate no failure. They have to preserve runway while proving they can execute technically and commercially with very little margin for error. And they often start with whatever tools they can access, knowing that retooling later will cost time, money, and momentum they don't have. Our role at Siemens is not to tell founder what to build. Our role is to remove friction so momentum can continue under uncertainty. We do that by giving founders access to the same engineering, simulation, and lifecycle tools used to build and scale industrial system. Early, affordable, and without compromise, and to help them earn visibility and credibility by telling their story to potential customers, partners, and investors. But removing friction at the startup level is only part of the equation. No single program, company, or founder can carry this alone. Responsibility for advancing sustainability critical technologies does not rest solely with founders. It sits with investors who decide whether they will fund long timelines or demand short term certainty from long term problems. It sits with corporate leaders who choose whether partnerships truly share risk or quietly push it downstream. It sits with ecosystems that decides whether sustainability is a slogan for good time or a commitment that holds when conditions turn hard. None of us get to step away from that choice. The planet does not wait for geopolitical calm or market certainty. If we delay until condition feels safer, we waited too long. Our commitment is clear. We act now while conditions are uncertain because that's when progress has always been made. We stand with founders doing the hardest work at the hardest time. The future is not shaped by those who wait for certainty. It is shaped by those who accept responsibility and act while conditions are still uncertain. Founders, investors, business leaders, that is our work now. Thank you for being with me today and for listening. I like to share, if you'd like to continue the conversation, my contact details are listed. I'm always happy to connect. I'm not quite sure what that last slide, so there we go. You can always scan the QR code to book time directly with me on my calendar. I've included a link to the Siemens for Startup program if you'd like to learn more about how we support founders. And for those interested in building deeper knowledge, Siemens is offering a free micro-credential course on sustainability. It actually started yesterday, so you want to register right now. I provided the QR code, so thank you so much.
Fantastic. Peng, thank you so much for being with us. What a great presentation. We've got just a few minutes. Do you have the patience for a couple of questions?
Absolutely. Always delight to share thoughts and comments with the audience.
Well, thank you. You know, your journey, every step is remarkable. I always ask my guests on my TV show about their superpower, and I look at what you've accomplished and done over the years, from I think, if I understand correctly, refugee status, leaving Cambodia, going to Canada. That's a pretty rough start to life. That's a challenge, right?
Yes. Didn't speak a
And-
word of English. We arrived
Yeah.
in Canada with just the clothes on our back. So, yeah.
I look at what you've accomplished, and there's no question you are a remarkable, truly extraordinary human being. What is your superpower?
I think it's refusing to let bad things happen, make you a victim. You know, going back to being resilience. And I grew up in a very conservative family. So I grew up hearing what I can't do because I was a girl. And I think just having the confidence in believing myself and not let other people narrative define who I am. So I think it's those two things. It's just, you know, you got to believe that you can do whatever it is you want to do and go after it despite the noise. And the noise could be, you know, friends and families who think they have your best interests at heart, but only you truly know what you're capable of. And, you know, just go and try it. And if it doesn't work, you pivot and you keep trying until, you know, you achieve your dream. And I think that's it. It's nothing, there's no big secrets in that front.
It is, you know, that resilience and that confidence in yourself. Those are essential elements, I think, for all entrepreneurs who want to do something genuinely new. Well, even if you're just trying to open a small business, those skills are relevant, right? Because nothing in life is genuinely easy. Well, watching Netflix, okay, that's easy. But there's so many, things with meaning, things with significance are hard. Um, as you think about the journey you've made, what was the biggest hurdle you faced, and how did you overcome that particular hurdle?
I think a lot of the time the hurdle is usually internal, right? Is when, I was, like I said before, was told that I wasn't even allowed to leave home to go to university because I was a girl, an unmarried girl, in the traditional Chinese culture, don't leave home. Um, and having to secretly apply for university for scholarship to try to get out. That I would say was significant because leaving home, leaving the safety net to travel 3,000 kilometer away from that and being on my own was truly kind of the first time where the world was open to me. I wasn't forced into someone else defining what I was able and or can and should do. And it was just like, well, I'm just going to try and do it. And I think it's not even like conscious decision to try per se, right? But just keep doing stuff. I think that would probably be the hardest because once you break that barrier, then every other problems or every other challenge come along the way, you gain the confidence to say, well, if I could do that, because the hardest part is fighting your own family and the societal expectations of what you should be. If you can fight those, 1,000 years of expectation of what good Chinese girl look like, then you can just fight pretty much anything that comes along the way, right? I mean, there are real physical issues, and I think it's delusional to believe that life is one smooth, long path. It isn't. It doesn't work that way. And so when you can fight these problems, and a lot of time it's that internal battles and then there's the external conflicts that you have to address along the way. If you can overcome that, everything else is secondary after that. It's like, well, if I did that, then everything else, it's easy, right? So I'll give you an example. In 2005, no, 2012, I was going through a divorce, two young kids. My company was at the verge of bankruptcy. And I was talking to my sister. You can imagine how difficult life is. Divorces are difficult. You have a company that's almost bankrupt. You have employees waiting for you to solve problems. You have children waiting for you to fix their pain. And I remember talking to my sister once, and she said, you've gone through two wars. You live in a refugee camp. What can't you do at this point? And that goes back to what I was saying earlier. If you can find your line in the sand to say, I've done all these things, what else can't I do? It reframe your thinking and then allows you to address any problems that comes along the way. And from a founder's perspective, the reality is you're constantly battling challenges every day. And so you have to find that strength internally and the confidence to believe that you can solve the problems that comes along your way.
That really is, I think, a profound insight for all of us to emulate, right? I appreciate you sharing that. I know it's deeply personal, but I think it's illustrative, right? We can learn from that. And so thank you.
My
You've
pleasure.
accomplished a lot. We have just, a minute or
I
two
don't know,
left.
Devin. I don't know. There's still a lot to be done.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, we're not done. You're right.
Nope.
But you've accomplished a lot. As you reflect on your accomplishments, what is the thing you're most proud of having done?
Um, Without sounding corny, and I won a lot of business awards, and I think the first business award that I won, I was inducted into the Kingston Business Hall of Fame, and I brought my two children. My son, I think, was only like 7 years old, and I think at that moment it really hit me that all these awards, all these external validation didn't mean anything at all. It was the relationship, was having the kids in the room. So without sounding corny, what's the greatest accomplishment I've done is that looking at my two children who are young adults and they don't need me. They've lived their own lives or, successful in their own lives for the age that they are in. And I think that's the I would say the biggest accomplishment, because I was not, as a mom who tried to build a company from the ground up and did a lot of the travel that I did, the stuff that they went through, and to see where they are today, that makes me feel like I've done something amazing and awesome. And also building Transformix with the partners that I did and the employees that I had. I still miss those guys. When I think the greatest gift any founders can, or anyone actually, the greatest gift you can give someone is the gift of employment, because employment allows them to live the life they want to live, allows people to have the confidence that you see when they're doing something that they're proud of. And so to me, those are the two biggest pride that I have in the journey that I've traveled so far.
That's quite an accomplishment, and I, as a parent, I can relate a little bit. That there are times when you say, "Wow, I'm not home as much as I'd like. I'm away. I'm working long hours. Is everything going to be okay?" And so I can empathize with your sense that, boy, it's great to see that your kids grow up to be successful adults. That is an accomplishment. But of course, Transformix also a point of pride, and so congratulations on all of that.
Yes, thank you.
Well, Peng, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate you representing Siemens for startups today. It's just been great to have you. You're a delightful human being. You and your team have been great to work with over the months that we've been organizing and planning this event. So thank you very, very much. You've just been great. We wish you every success in the great work that you're doing, especially driving the transition to a green, clean economy.
Thank you, Devin, for having me. Good
All
luck,
right,
everyone.
I hope you'll
Thank
take
you.
a minute and I hope you'll take a minute and pop into that backstage VIP area. I know people are just dying to talk to you there if you have even 5 minutes. So we would sure appreciate it.
I would be delighted to. Thank you.
Peng. Take care now.
Bye-bye.
All righty, folks. We have had just an extraordinary start to the day. This first opening session has just been gonzo in my mind. I mean, we had Omashar perform, Prince, the CEO and founder of Cineblock Film, spoke, and then David Myers talked about conservation finance. What an important message. And now we've just heard from Peng Seng Kao. And man alive, what a great start to the day. We're now going to pay a little homage to our sponsors. And I want to recognize that they make this possible. We don't do this event without the support to make it work. And thousands upon thousands of people are watching this or will watch part or all of it live or recorded. It's playing on E360 TV around the clock for 3 days. Holy Toledo. Lots of people are watching. None of that is possible without our sponsors. As you watch the sponsor messages, I invite you to think about how they might be able to help you. I appreciate you being here. Welcome to SuperGreen Live, the biggest event of the year at the intersection of climate solutions and impact crowdfunding. Upgrade now to VIP for just $25 to get the full experience. VIP tickets include access to and a listing in the VIP directory, a backstage pass during 24 hours of live programming, 3 VIP networking sessions, speaker slides and handouts, and an invitation to the private LinkedIn group. Scan the QR code now.
Raising capital, it's not just marketing, it's securities law. Most deals, they don't fail because of the returns that are offered.
They fail because of compliance mistakes.
And that's what we do
Every day, we help entrepreneurs raise money the right way.
before problems ever start. If you're raising capital,
Talk to crowdfunding lawyers first.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. Book a call today.
Hello, my name is Brian Figueroa. I'm the CEO of Green Tech. We're a renewable energy development company that specializes on cutting-edge technologies like graphene batteries. Get back with me at brian@greentech.io, TEK.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gene Massey with Media Shares, an equity crowdfunding marketing agency, and we're happy to be participating in SuperGreen Live.
Green to Gold and the Super Crowd wish to thank our supporting sponsors, Azure Printed Homes and Little Toes, for their financial support. We similarly extend gratitude to our media sponsors, Regenerative Media TV and Community 3.0X. SuperGreen Live is hosted by the 501c3 nonprofit Green to Gold in partnership with the Super Crowd, Inc., a public benefit corporation. You can make a tax-deductible donation to support our climate-focused collaboration at 4sc.fund/donate or by scanning the QR code. Help us accelerate climate solutions now. Welcome back. What a great day. You know, we've had 2 great days. We're well into day 3 of Super Green Live, and I'm blown away over and over by the great presentations, the great people, the great discussions, the great topics, the great performances. And I am really proud to be able to be a part of this effort. And so I thank you all now for being with us and for being a part of it too. Our next speaker is Sam Daly Harris, and Sam is the founder of Results, an organization that has literally had a direct impact on saving tens of millions of children's lives. I am so proud to have Sam on the program today. He's also the author of Reclaiming Our Democracy, Every Citizen's Guide to Transformational Advocacy. Sam's been on my show a number of times over the years. I've gotten to know him well. He is a great human being, a powerhouse leader who is revered and respected by all who know him. He has served on the board with Nobel Peace Prize winner and interim president of Bangladesh, Muhammad Yunus. He's a big deal. We're honored to have him on the program today. So please welcome Sam Daly Harris. Sam, how are you?
Great. Can you hear me well?
Oh, yeah. We're hearing you just fine. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're thrilled to have you. Did you have slides? Remind me if you wanted to have slides. Okay, great. Well, listen, let me just give you the stage. Take it away.
Thank you. So thank you to Devin and to Alan Tratner and to all the participants for your inspiring work. While this presentation is titled Rescuing Democracy for Planet and People, and it's focused on democracy and transformational advocacy, you should also listen for insights useful to your work as entrepreneurs and innovators. So I'm going to start with an email letter that I sent after the election in November 2024 to hundreds of journalists. And this is what I wrote them. For many Americans, the November 2024 election delivered exhaustion and divisiveness. After the election, Tom Nichols wrote in The Atlantic, Americans must stay engaged and make their voices heard at every turn. Liz Cheney tweeted, citizens across the country now must be the guardrails of democracy. But most Americans still wonder how, and even if, they can make a difference between elections. What are the options? Protests? Very important, but we also need people going inside. 2, signing email form letters, which only 3% of congressional staff say is highly effective, often gestures. 3, taking a nap until the next election, sadly the preferred route for many, but few in your audience, I wrote the journalists, know about number 4, transformational advocacy, which helps you change an issue and changes you in the process. The book, Reclaiming Our Democracy, includes stories of people who met with elected officials on the other side of their issue, like Ellie Sparks, who went from experiencing what she called climate trauma to meeting with her members of Congress and calling the experience sacred and profound. And people like Lisa Jordan, who, after meeting with congressional offices in Washington, D.C., said, "This work is the best medicine for when you're feeling hopeless or have sleepless nights. It's the best way to avoid despair." Both Ellie and Lisa were talking about their experience with transformational advocacy, the focus of this conversation. In the next 18 minutes, I'll share a powerful way to make a difference in our world and heal our democracy. It's not the only solutions needed, but it's one essential missing piece: people awakening to their power. So I'm going to start now with my story of self. The story of self was developed by Marshall Gans, a professor at Harvard, and it basically asks, what happened in your life and what decisions did you make that got you to this commitment? And I'm going to tell my story of self, but think about yours. What happened in your life and what decisions did you make that got you to your commitment? It's basically described as knowing your why and sharing it. And whether you're in business or in advocacy or anywhere else, sharing your why is really important. Here's my story of self. I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in music, and I played percussion instruments in the Miami Philharmonic Orchestra for 12 years and taught high school music. And 45 years ago, I founded the Anti-Poverty Lobby, Results. And a lot of times people ask music, poverty lobby, what's the connection? And when I look back in my life, there's certain experiences that start pointing me in a different direction. The death of a friend around high school graduation in 1964, and the assassination of U.S. Senator Robert Kennedy around college graduation in 1968 got me to asking the questions of purpose. Why am I here? What am I here to do? What's my purpose? 9 years later, it's now 1977, I'm invited to a presentation on ending world hunger put on by the Hunger Project. And I go to this event thinking, well, hunger is inevitable. What do I know? I'm a musician. I mean, I'm thinking it's inevitable because there must be no solutions. Again, what do I know? I'm thinking because if there were solutions, somebody would have done something by now. But I go to this event and right away it's obvious there's no mystery to growing food, clean water, basic health, literacy. I'm not hopeless about the lack of solutions. I'm hopeless about human nature. People will just never get around to doing the things that can be done. But there's one human nature I have some control over, my own, and my questions. Why am I here? What am I here to do? So I get involved in a big way. This is the end of the story. In 1978 and 1979, I spoke to 7,000 high school students, classroom by classroom, on ending world hunger. And before I went into the first classroom, I read some statements from the National Academy of Sciences Food and Nutrition Study calling for the political will to end hunger. So I asked 7,000 high school students, what's the name of your member of Congress? I don't want to know if you wrote them. I don't want to know if you, just the name. Out of 7,000 students asked, 200, fewer than 3%, could answer correctly. 6,800, over 97%, could not tell me the name of their member of Congress. And results, this anti-poverty lobby grew out of this gap between the calls for the political will to end hunger on the one hand and the lack of basic information on who represented us in Washington on the other. So that's my story of self. What happened in my life and what decisions did I make that got me to my commitment? Think about yours. What's your story of self? What happened in your life? And share it with others. This next story is from an interview I did on a national radio program in the United States. It goes to 350 stations. It's called 1A. And this was question number 2 that really speaks to our predicament. Question number 2: the passive nature to our politics now, you can feel beat down by. This is national radio. The host is asking me this. The passive nature to our politics now, you can feel beat down by it. I mean, this is my career, he said, and I feel beat down by it. It's much more of an effort for me. I don't participate the same way others do because I'm a political journalist, but I do have to pay attention. It's a grind. It's a grind, Sam. I mean, I know you know that. What am I feeling? What is the way out of that? That was question number 2. The first thing I said to him was, Apollo astronaut Rusty Schweickart said, "We aren't passengers on Spaceship Earth. We're the crew." Well, are we? And if we're crew, how does crew operate? The second thing I said was futurist and climate activist Alex Steffen said, in fact, these days, cynicism is obedience. Well, yeah, if I'm cynical, I'm obedient to the way things are. I'm not going to do anything about it. Why would I if nothing I do makes a difference? So the main presentation idea is transformational advocacy, not transactional, sign the petition, transaction complete, not transactional advocacy, but transformational advocacy, where you're trained, encouraged, and succeed at doing things as an advocate you never thought you could do, like meet with a member of Congress or Parliament and bring them on board to your issue. And when you do those things, you see yourself differently. You see yourself in a new light. That's the transformation. So, one other thing that I want to make you aware of, if you'd like to connect, if you'd like to join the Civic Courage mailing list, if you'd like to have me connect you with an organization that works to deliver transformational advocacy, if you know of a speaking opportunity for me with your company or your class or your place of worship or your club, you can go to reclaimingourdemocracy.com and click on sign up to learn more. And that's my sign up sheet, reclaimingourdemocracy.com. Click on sign up to learn more, and you can let me know that you'd like to connect in some way. One quick story. It's about a woman named Maxine Thomas who lives in Indianapolis, Indiana, in the United States. And Maxine said to me, I had a heart for service, but I was clueless about advocacy, especially political advocacy. But then she got trained, and then she had a full day of meetings, first ever meetings with her members of Congress. And she said, I was euphoric. I was on this high and felt I was part of something revolutionary. From I was clueless to I was euphoric, that is transformational advocacy. So, how do you find an organization that's committed to delivering transformational advocacy? What do you look for? 3 things. Number 1, recruitment and community building. Recruitment. The organization brings people in, not just to build an e-blast list, but to form them into local chapters so you're not working alone. That's the recruitment. The community building might be a monthly whole of organization webinar with guest speakers, Q&A, inspiration. So recruitment and community building. 2, training. How do you get the meeting with the elected official? How do you plan for the meeting? What do you ask for in the meeting? How do you write a letter to the editor? True, training. 3, breakthroughs. The organization encourages its members to move through their comfort zone because confidence grows and transformation happens when you're encouraged and supported in doing things you thought you couldn't do and then succeed in doing them. In the book, Reclaiming Our Democracy, there's this drawing, a small circle labeled your comfort zone, and next to it is a much larger circle labeled where the magic happens. So you're looking for an organization that will help you get out of your comfort zone and over to where the magic happens. So it changes people, but does it bring change to an issue? As Devin was mentioning, over the last 42 years, Results, the volunteer advocacy organization, has played a lead advocacy role in what's amounted to a nearly 66% decline in global child deaths, saving almost 10 million young lives a year compared to the early 1980s, when Results volunteers started lobbying on child survival in the early 80s. UNICEF, the UN Children's Fund, was reporting that 40,000 children around the world were dying every day from largely preventable things, measles, coupled with malnutrition. And Results volunteers have lobbied every year for 42 years, and the global child death rate has gone from 40,000 a day to 13,100 a day, still too large, but still a 66% decline in global child deaths through this transformational advocacy, meeting with members of Congress, meeting with editorial writers. Here's evidence that Results' efforts played a key advocacy role in this nearly 66% decline in global child deaths. After Results volunteers generated 90 newspaper editorials in 1986 supporting a tripling of the Child Survival Fund, the head of UNICEF, the UN Children's Fund, Jim Grant, said this in a handwritten note to Results, quote, "I thank you in my mind at least weekly, if not more often, for what you and your colleagues are accomplishing. But I thought I should do it at least once this year in writing." That was 1986. 27 years later, in a New York Times interview in 2013, former UNICEF Deputy Executive Director Kul Gautam said, quote, "To a great extent, it was because of the receptivity created by Results that the US funding for child survival increased so dramatically, and that led many other countries to come on board. And 9 years later, in 2022, Peter Sands, the head of the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria, said this on a national Results webinar, quote, "I know how powerful your voices and efforts are. We see that in the way you go up on Capitol Hill and talk to people from both sides of the aisle. They're hearing from across North America that you care about this. This is one of the most powerful ways in which America leads the world." I'll get to the bad news in a moment. Imagine being part of an advocacy organization that's played a lead role in what's amounted to a 66% decline in global child deaths over the last 42 years. Then Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and Marco Rubio entered with their demolition derby to global health programs. But there's a glimmer of hope. In fiscal year 25, last year, the Maternal and Child Health Program in Foreign Assistance, which was one of the drivers in the drop of child deaths, was funded at $915 million. The president's budget for FY26 proposed a 91% cut from $915 to $85 million. But the House and Senate, not the Democrat, the House and Senate appropriators agreed to the full $915 million. So glimmers of hope. Last story and a quote. This is Ellie Sparks. When Ellie Sparks told me this story, she was a volunteer in Citizens Climate Lobby. Now she's a member of the staff. Ellie said to me, "When I joined Citizens Climate Lobby, I was suffering from climate trauma. I would read Bill McKibben's book, Earth, and I would weep at home and I would weep at work. And then I joined Citizens Climate Lobby, and 18 months later, I was co-leading a workshop on building relationships with members of Congress and editorial writers. Our executive director said, "We're betting the farm on relationships. Now go get a relationship with your member of Congress and your editorial writer." And Ellie said, "What in the world does a relationship with a member of Congress look like? And how do you get a relationship with an editorial writer?" She said, some in the organization use the model of a work relationship. She said, "My relationship model is different." So this is Ellie, quoted from the book, and I'll quote her right now, quote, "My relationship model is different. I adore romantic relationships, so I use romance as my model. That first meeting with the editorial writer, it's like a blind date, only you've decided beforehand you're going to marry this fellow. You're going to be sweet and interesting, not too intense. If it doesn't work out with the editor, you're going to marry one of his friends at the newspaper, business editor, environment writer, city editor, someone at this paper will find you interesting and compelling. It's just a matter of being persistent until you find the right connection." Who talks like this? I see the relationship, quote, "I see the relationship with a member of Congress as an arranged marriage. If you live in their district, the member's aide has to meet with you. That's what our congressperson's legislative director told us in January. 7 months later, we've met 5 times with the ledge director. We schedule 45-minute meetings. He keeps us well over an hour. He doesn't want us to leave. Why? Because a good arranged marriage starts out cold and slowly heats up. That's different than a love match, which starts out hot and slowly cools down." And then Ellie shared the essence of transformational advocacy. Quote, "During our conference, I met with 20 congressional offices over 4 days. I met with many folks whose view of the world was very different than mine. Going into their offices was hard. I had to let go of a lot of emotional baggage. I could no longer judge them or hold hostility in my heart toward them. I had to let go of my fear of climate change and my fear that they wouldn't listen to me. I had to center myself in love, releasing fear and centering in love. This is sacred and profound work." End of quote. Who thinks about advocacy as being sacred and profound? Obviously, it can become that if you find the right organization and open yourself up to it. So once more, if you want to connect with me, and I'm going to close with a quote in a moment, you can go to reclaimingourdemocracy.com and click on sign up to learn more. And you can let me know if you'd like to be connected to my mailing list, the Civic Courage mailing list. If you know of a speaking opportunity at your company or your club or your place of worship or class, or if you'd like help in being connected to one of these organizations, and I urge you to click on one that works to deliver transformational advocacy, you would go to reclaimingourdemocracy.com. Here's the closing quote. I'm going to say it twice. It's from Alex Steffen, a climate activist and futurist. "Optimism is a political act. Those who benefit from the status quo are perfectly happy with a large population of people who think nothing's going to get any better. In fact, these days, cynicism is obedience. What's really radical is being willing to look right at the magnitude and difficulty of the problems we face and still insist that we can solve those problems." Once more, optimism is a political act. Those who benefit from the status quo are perfectly happy with a large population of people who think nothing's going to get any better. In fact, these days, cynicism is obedience. What's really radical is being willing to look right at the magnitude and difficulty of the problems we face and still insist that we can solve those problems. And that's Alex Steffen, and futurist and climate activist. And it's a thrill to talk to all of you. Thank you to Devin, to Alan, to everyone who's participated. And you can come back and join me, Devin.
Thank you so much. Sam, great message. You know, you're such an inspiring guy. I think about all the people in the world who are alive right now because of your work. They don't know it, but they're alive because of you. Millions, tens of millions because of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to point out that I put up on the screen the link and the QR code for drawing. And we are conducting a drawing, and one of the big prizes is Sam has graciously offered to provide 5 copies of his book and to appear to do a speech virtually for your group or organization, whether you've got a big audience like ours or 5 people in a living room. Sam will do it for you. So enter the drawing and you'll be eligible to win that amazing prize. And we'll certainly alert you when at the end of the day today about winners. But
Great.
Sam, great message. If you've got a little patience and time, I'd like to ask you a few follow-up questions. Are you good with that?
I am.
Okay. I want to talk with you about how your teachings on transformational advocacy have important lessons for entrepreneurs and innovators in the climate solution space. Let's talk a little bit about a few of those in your book, Reclaiming Our Democracy. One of the concepts is to be unreasonable. Not hard to work with, I think you point out, but to be profoundly, unshakably committed to a big vision. Coincidentally, Peng talked a little bit about that unshakable faith in yourself and your commitment to your project too. I think that's interesting, that parallel between what you two have written and said. You've been sharing an interesting quote recently, and I want to just read this quote. Rutger Bregman spoke to the New York Times about his book, Moral Ambition. Stop wasting your talent and start making a difference. His quote: "It didn't seem like we had big utopian visions anymore. Every milestone of civilization, the end of slavery, democracy, equal rights for men and women, all these things were once utopian fantasies." And I was like, well, what's the next thing? Give me a bigger vision. Talk to us, if you would, about having a big vision and being unshakably committed to that vision.
Yeah, utopian fantasies. I would just add that when I sat in that, it was the Carillon Hotel in Miami Beach, at that presentation on ending world hunger in 1977, and I made a commitment. I actually took my checkbook out and wrote a check. It was 1977, and I was a school teacher and symphony musician for $5. A commitment in 1977 to ending world hunger would qualify as a utopian vision. And I would say that even today, it would qualify in most people's minds as a utopian vision. And the fact that, well, for starters, I took it, and there were hundreds in the room who made that commitment too, and stuck with it. Eventually asked the high school students, who's your member of Congress? And hardly anyone knew. And so I started Results to create the political will to end hunger. And we lobbied, and still do, on child survival and maternal health because I stuck with it. Now, I'm not full-time on that right now, but because I and the organizations I worked with and founded stuck with it, the end of world hunger is not ended, but we are so far ahead of where we were in 1977 that it really made a difference. And so Yeah. Uh, I'm going to talk to you just a moment because I want to make sure I get this in. I've been coaching this year um, the United Church of Christ Climate Hope Affiliates. And they started their first chapter last year in March. And by November, they had 11. So they're small. And what they've been lobbying on, and I want to just lay this out, and it's a mini example of the question you asked, because they only started last year. But starting in August, this is what they were lobbying on. The Environmental Protection Agency. President Trump called for a 55% cut to the Environmental Protection Agency for this year. It's not done yet because they're delayed. And the House Appropriations called for a 23% cut, and the Senate called for a 5% cut. And since August of last year, they've been lobbying on this. And because they're so small, they've largely been writing letters to the editor, urging the members of their community to write and call their members of Congress. Well, just a week and a half ago, the House and Senate passed bills that included a 3.5% cut to the Environmental Protection Agency, 16 times smaller than President Trump's proposed 55% cut. Now, that's a mini persistence in terms of that campaign. But I really want people to know that you can engage with others in your community, with your members of Congress or Parliament, with your newspapers, etc., to pursue what might look like to others as utopian fantasy. And in this case, it looks like they're headed toward a cut that's 16 times smaller than the one proposed by the president. So it matters what we do. Yeah, voting is clearly important, but what we do between elections matters too.
Well, I love that message. That is so powerful. I love the example of what a few people, relatively few, 11 chapters scattered, presumably across the country, have made an impact on billions of dollars of spending
Yes.
for the
No,
environment.
we know, they know, we know they didn't do it alone. But if
Sure.
my letter to the editor, they have had 36 letters to the editor published. They've had 4 op-eds published. So they know if their letter was published, or not theirs, but their chapter member's letter was published, they know that they were in there. They know that if they've written 4 and none of them were published, but 2 of their chapter members have had 3 published, that they contributed to that. And,
Sure.
So while they didn't do it all, mostly we don't know that the president called for a 55% cut to the Environmental Protection Agency. And if we knew, we don't exactly know what to do about it.
Yeah.
And if we kind of knew what to do about it, we might not have support in doing it. And that's what all these pieces where they come together.
It all comes together.
Yeah.
Another of the concepts you talked about in your book, and also you mentioned in your talk today, you talked about the story of yourself, but you talk about knowing your why and sharing it. Why is that so important to the activists you train and to the entrepreneurs and innovators in the climate solution space who are listening today?
Good. So activism can become write this letter, make this phone call, go to this tabling event, do. And the why gets left out. And the why is really, in a sense, what fuels us. The purpose. Why are you doing that? So it really matters to an activist. But if you're an innovator, if you're an entrepreneur, you need to let people know about your why too, not just your product but why have you worked so hard on that? Why will it make a difference? And you need to include that story in all you do. And at some level, I would say, of course, I was an entrepreneur also. I started the anti-poverty lobby results, from nothing really. And, now there are chapters in the United States and Britain and Canada and Australia, et cetera. And so there was a lot of involvement in making something from nothing really expand.
Another concept you talk about is the importance of enrollment. How does that work, and what's the importance to the innovators, entrepreneurs
Yeah.
in the group today?
So I'm going to tell a quick story because, again, it's a long story in terms of we were a small little number of chapters, maybe a dozen, because some of us in LA where we started moved to Berkeley or to Portland, Oregon. So we had a couple of extra chapters. But in 1983, Eastern Airlines, gone, and Delta Airlines used to offer 21 flights for $649 if you did them in 21 days. And at that point, I was a substitute teacher 5 days a week. And I would take a 3-week leave from substitute teaching and go on the road on one of these 21 city trips, starting chapters all over the country. I didn't go to 21 new cities. I'd go to 7 new ones and 7 that I'd gone to the previous months, and then maybe 7 older chapters. I did 5 21 city trips, kind of planting the flag and starting chapters all over the United States in that case, starting the first later 20 chapters in Britain some years later. And so, enrollment, talking to people, getting the word out is really, really important. I'll tell this quick story. It's not the enrollment part as much as getting the word out. I was doing an interview last year on an NPR National Public Radio in the United States podcast. And in my little interview, and it might have been 7 minutes, 8 minutes long, I said, in the early 80s, 40,000 children around the world were dying every day. And I was with the host in the studio, Dominic Montanaro, and 2 producers were listening on the phone from Los Angeles. We finished the interview, and one of the producers said, "You said 40,000 a day. Did you mean 40,000 child deaths a year?" I said, no. So that's just, again, it's partially enrollment and it's getting the word out. I said, no. And so they started recording again and had the host, "Did you mean 40,000 a day?" And then I clarified it. But that was an example of how important it is to get the word out. I'm going to say one other thing. This really isn't that same thing, but in the last 2 years, I've done 124 talks, not interviews, not TV, radio, podcasts like this, but just presentation to a school group or a club or an organization or a place of worship. A, in my commitment to get the word out and enrollment with my sign-up sheet, but B, to keep me from being depressed, because this constantly telling this story pushes me to be alive to vision and keep the vision alive. So I think it's a really important thing for all of us to realize.
Yeah, that's great. I appreciate that. I'm excited to ask you another question about your work and your writing, but a lot of these ideas are interrelated, and they have just profound overlap across this idea of activists, entrepreneurs, innovators, even investors. An important issue for you is the idea of overcoming the fear of making big asks of volunteers. I think that is hyper relevant. How is that related to another of your concepts, providing a powerful structure of support? What can entrepreneurs and innovators learn from that?
Yeah. So Let me tell a story and then I'll kind of also answer the question. Some years ago, I was talking to the head of organizing for a very large organization. Everyone on this webinar, and TV show would know the name of this organization, which I'm not going to say. And the head of organizing said to me, "We can't let our volunteers write letters to the editor or op-eds because they'll get it wrong and misrepresent the organization. Protecting their brand was more important than empowering their members." And one of the groups that I mentioned that I'd coached, Citizens Climate Lobby, the year before COVID, their volunteers had 3,400 letters to the editor, op-eds, and editorials published. One group was saying they'll get it wrong and misrepresent the organization. Citizens Climate Lobby was saying, what do we have to do to help them get it right, and give that to them? And as a result, they generated 3,400 letters, op-eds, and editorials in 1 year. And so this gets back to the whole issue of making big asks of volunteers. How did they generate? I would assert that only 5% or fewer had ever had a letter to the editor, op-ed, editorial published before they joined CCL. So they had to get training and they had to join a structure of support. And the question is the structure of support powerful? Will it feed you power? And part of the problem is you have to make big asks. And most people and most organizations are afraid of making big asks. Maybe it's in your financing and fundraising, or maybe it's of your employees or whatever, are afraid of making big asks of volunteers or anybody else in your life. And so I'll give you one example. So when we're starting a chapter, let's say there are 20 in the room and we want to start a chapter in your city, the big asks are to join this chapter. We're asking you to participate in 2 meetings a month. One is a national webinar with guest speakers, Q&A, etc., inspiration. And the second part is we're going to start with a 4-part new group training every week for 4 weeks or every other week for 8 weeks. That's a big ask. And most are afraid to make that kind of ask. And if you don't make it, people don't join a powerful structure of support. And if they don't join a powerful structure of support, they don't get training they need. And if they don't get training they need, they don't accomplish much. And so, you can't, people won't join a powerful structure of support without having a big ask made of them. And so we have to get over that fear of making big asks. In my world of volunteers, but of course, I think it's relevant to all of our work in one way or another.
Yeah, I see this tremendous parallel with asking investors, and I think it applies equally to your crowd investors and your institutional significant investors, right? Your big angel investors. They want to be asked to help, right? If there's something they can do to add value to the organization, which they have a share in,
yes,
they want to help, right? So you got to ask, right?
And they also want to know your why. They want to know the nuts and bolts and the numbers, but they are in this field because they're trying to fulfill their own why and their own sense of purpose and need for purpose. So yes, the big ask, but also in a sense, the story of self and sharing your why, knowing it and sharing it.
Yeah. In your book, again, Reclaiming Our Democracy, you write, in working with grassroots advocates, one can often hear a staff member say, people are too busy to get involved. People are too busy for gestures. for going through the motions, but there are always those who will find the time to make a real difference. One's idealism and inspiration should not be surrendered or lost in the petty pace of everyday life or to cynical social pressures to be practical and realistic. How do you connect this idea to the work of climate innovators, entrepreneurs, and investors?
Well, okay, so I'm going to hone in on one aspect of it, and it's the aspect of collecting no's. So it's really important. I mean, when I'm coaching a group to start chapters, they have to find a host who can get 5 to 10 people together in a room, and we'll talk to them every week to answer questions and say how the inviting's going and inspire each other. Well, you get good at collecting no's. No, I won't be the host. No, I won't invite people. No, I won't join the chapter. If you're not good at collecting no's, you're not going to make it, because you have to collect no's along the way. And so I have probably written, oh gosh, I'm going to make up, I've written 600 journalists, most often about a specific piece of theirs, where I quote back to them a portion of a piece they wrote, and I say how it connects to reclaiming our democracy. 200 have written me back and asked for a copy of Reclaiming Our Democracy. 400 have essentially said no by mostly not writing me back. So we all have to get good at collecting no's on our way to our innovation, our company, in my case, our advocacy work, etc. So it's just an essential piece of the puzzle. I'm kind of a expert at collecting no's. That's my world. It's like the more no's I can collect, the more yeses there will be buried inside all of that avalanche of no's.
You know, that may be the most profound thing we've heard all week at this event, because entrepreneurs just face a barrage of no's, and it can become
Devastating.
genuinely disturbing. And so to shift the mindset, to be able to say, yeah, that a no is just part of the process of collecting yeses, right? For every 99 no's, there's a yes, and that yes is what catalyzes, right? So
hopefully it's a little better average than that, but yes.
Yeah. With investors, in a way, in crowdfunding, we often see that it takes about 50 or 100 visits to a crowdfunding website to get an investor. And so it really is pretty close to that, but it's an interesting ratio. I don't know how it is exactly with angel investors. It's probably a little better than that ratio when you're talking to them face to face, but interesting idea. Another idea you talk about in the book, in the section titled Overcome Fear and Catalyze Breakthroughs, you write, for a citizen to go from not knowing the names of their members of Congress to having deep, trusted relationships with them requires a series of breakthroughs. It requires moving out of our comfort zone. That is essentially the definition of a breakthrough. Seeing something that seems difficult or impossible, feeling some discomfort in taking it up, and then, with coaching and support, passing through the discomfort to experience the joy and accomplishment on the other side. Talk to us about that and where the magic happens drawing that sort of illustrates.
Yeah, again, it's like I was clueless about advocacy to I was euphoric. And that's the breakthrough. That's the transformation part of transformational advocacy. And it started in her comfort zone, and it's uncomfortable when you're moving out. But the net result was I was euphoric. I was on this high and felt I was part of something revolutionary. That's her whole phrase. I was experiencing what I called climate trauma to sacred and profound. Well, if I'm experiencing climate trauma, the way to get over, in her case, to sacred and profound is to move out of her comfort zone, which might be not doing much of anything, to an uncomfortable point. And for her, it might have been trying to reach out to that editorial writer or going to those 20 congressional meetings. And then she ends up at sacred and profound. So that is the journey of transformation. That is the journey of breakthrough. The moving out of our comfort zone to where the magic happens. And the thing that I'm proposing in transformational advocacy is having a structure of support, not doing it alone, getting training and getting encouragement to make that move rather than doing it all alone, rather than doing it all on your own. And so, in your own companies and in your own work, wherever that is, do you have the structure of support? Are you getting and giving the training? Are you giving the support for people to move out of their comfort zone eventually to where the magic happens? That's the journey. Comfort zone, uncomfortable, breakthrough.
Yeah, I love that. It's such a practical, clear kind of step-by-step guide to success. That's really, the mindset part of it, right? Which is difficult. That's a challenge for all of us to embrace the difficult mental and emotional challenges of doing big things, and entrepreneurship, innovation always feels challenging. If it were easy, it wouldn't require an innovator, right? It would just happen. You urge advocates to practice partnership, not partisanship. And I think that's especially important right now. What are 3 questions you have volunteers ask when they're meeting with a member of Congress who opposes their bill?
Yeah. And I wonder when this would work for an entrepreneur. I wonder when this might work in a meeting with a potential investor, but I'm going to do it with the activist. They're meeting with their member of Congress, and I coach them to ask 3 questions. Question number 1, we know you don't support this bill. What would it take to change your mind? 2, could you say more about that? 3, why do you think that is? It's essentially a deep listening exercise. When people talk about what do you do about polarization, the big word they always bring to it is curiosity. Well, these questions are all about curiosity. We know you don't support this. What would it take to change your mind? Could you say more about that? Why do you think that is? Those are the 3 questions. And I wonder if those kinds of questions, you don't support this company, this investment. What would it take to change your mind? Could you say more about that? Why do you think that is? And I think it could be useful in all realms.
I think adapting those 3 questions and just going through that deep listening exercise is really helpful with investors. That is, I think, a profound insight, right? You've helped move people from one position to another for a generation, well, maybe 2, right? You've been doing this for a minute. And the reality is you've learned a lot about human nature and the psychology. Without having a degree in psychology, you have this profound lived experience about how our brains work. And I can see how if you're talking to an investor, there'd be this desire to talk, right? Investors always think they're smarter than entrepreneurs. It's my experience. And so, I can see how you get them to talk enough you might also be able to find the hooks to be able to say, okay, I can do this differently, or maybe I didn't communicate this effectively.
Mhm.
Let me, yeah, there's huge opportunity. That's a profound insight. Again, folks, Shannon has gratefully put up the link for the drawing. And again, I think it would be wonderful for you, any of you, to have Sam come and speak to your group and share some copies of his book. He's an amazing speaker, as you know now. You've heard him speak. No one wiser in the space, I mean, literally in the world, in terms of building a grassroots movement. No one better, period. End of story. That's it. He's the man. He's the guy. He's the one. So enter to win the drawing, s4g.biz/drawing, scan the QR code, enter, and we'd love to have you. Sam, thank you so much
It's
for
a
taking
thrill.
the time to be with us. You've devoted a lot of time to us on a Saturday. We genuinely appreciate that and wish you continued success in your efforts to protect the climate, save children, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes. And now I'm going to hear the Cleveland Orchestra play the Verdi Requiem. And people can go to reclaimingourdemocracy.com and click on learn more if they want to connect.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sam. We really appreciate you.
Thank you.
All righty. We have had, wow, just a gonzo first half of the day. I think we had Sam and we're not done. We've got some great more stuff. I'm getting so distracted. I'm just overwhelmed by the conversation with Sam. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. The theme for the afternoon now really is going to be primarily about sustainable fashion. And our next speaker is really and truly, she's a powerhouse. She has organized a global effort to put women in charge of women's fashion, removing some of the omnipresent folks who look like me that sometimes still dominate a space that is for women. And so she's moving that needle. And she's doing it with a focus and an emphasis on sustainability and climate. So I am just thrilled to be able to introduce Patricia Langen to the stage now. Patricia, are you there? Patricia. Hang on, everybody. There you are. So glad you're here. I was a little bit afraid that you weren't there. Thank you very much. I think these are your slides, right?
They are.
Okay. Take it away, my friend.
Thank you. Am I going to be able to advance the slides myself?
You should be able to.
Okay, great.
Just click them on the little thumbnail at the
Got
bottom.
it. I want to thank you so much for inviting me, Devin. And also, I am so thrilled to follow Sam Daly-Harris. It's like he's sort of a hero to me. I've been in the international development field for many years, so it's amazing. So for my presentation, and it is the full 18 minutes, I ask the rather provocative question, what is sustainable about fashion? So you might be here because you like provocative questions. You might have your own opinions about what's sustainable or not sustainable about fashion. But I hope that by the end of the presentation, you'll have answers to that question, what is sustainable about fashion? And as a consumer or investor, you'll have steps that you can take yourself. And also, I hope that you'll want to learn more. And I hope that you'll stay in touch with us at Women for Women's Wear. So let me start by introducing Women for Women's Wear and why women are important to sustainable fashion. So we are the community of women in the US who want to find and buy ethical and sustainable fashion designed and or made by women more easily. And we also support women-led brands to be more ethical and sustainable. And I welcome you to join us. That's the QR code. You can follow us on Facebook and Instagram. It's free. We curate brands, we map cities, and we run really fun events like the fashion show that Devin and Alan and I have put together that is happening at 2 p.m. Pacific time. Okay, we operate from the thesis that the more fashion brands that we can encourage to operate sustainably, the more impact we can have. So why do these brands not operate sustainably now? Last summer, we interviewed fashion brands to understand why they don't operate sustainably now. And at the end of the presentation, you can get that research. I'm going to give you a QR code for that. Our research focused on women-led brands. So why were we focused on women-led brands? Well, preliminary evidence shows that women-led brands are more sustainable and ethical. They're more eco-conscious. They tend to be more transparent. They're supportive of ethical labor practices and gender equality. They actively invest in workers and their health, and also in the communities around them. They preserve cultural assets like artisanal skills, and they're concerned with human health. For example, the impact of toxic chemicals both on their workers and also on their customers. So our research found that despite the accomplishments that women-led brands have achieved to be more sustainable, they still face big obstacles, and the fashion system is really stacked against them. So I thought that I could just give you a little background on the fashion industry. It is dominated by small and medium-sized enterprises. At least 80% of businesses in the fashion value chain are small, meaning they have less than 500 employees. But they generate a lot of jobs in every country where you find them. And also, most women-led brands are small. So small companies, especially women-led ones, face serious challenges to financial success and longevity. Sorry. All right. As I said, the fashion system is stacked against women-led, sustainable, and ethical fashion brands. So this slide shows the biggest challenges that they face. The blocks that you see in blue are typical that small business challenges that small businesses face. So for example, you see unpredictable business environment. Well, that's the tariffs that many of them are facing now, etc. The green blocks are additional blocks that challenges face who are trying to be sustainable. And the pink ones, you guessed it, the pink ones are additional challenges that women-owned companies face. So right now, you probably know that less than 2% of all venture capital goes to women-led firms. There's a block there that says underrepresentation. Women are vastly underrepresented in leadership roles, even in the fashion industry, where 60 to 80% of all people who work are women. Okay, so this limits their influence and their negotiating ability. Admittedly, we need way more research that builds on my preliminary findings from the summer, and I welcome collaborators in research. So you see where the 7 arrows are. This is where Women for Women's Wear works. We address the problems with, we help educate consumers on sustainability. We facilitate market access. An example is the fashion show that's coming up on SuperGreen Live in just a few hours at 2 p.m. Pacific time. So join us. We help curate that. We also advise startups working on sustainable material sourcing and verification, reducing fragmentation in supply chains, et cetera, in these other areas. So we just talked about the challenges that fashion brands face to be more sustainable. And why really is it important for fashion to operate more sustainably? Well, it's because fashion really is dirty. And I don't mean in the sexy way of being dirty. I mean, it is dirty. Fashion is estimated by multiple experts, including McKinsey, BCG, Boston, all sorts of them, to be probably the 4th dirtiest industry in the world, after fossil fuels, construction, and agriculture. And there are 3 main ways that it's dirty: greenhouse gases, natural resource use, and hurting human health and biodiversity. So just examples, and you may have all heard this: landfills with textiles are choking off development and creating huge environmental impacts in countries like Ghana and Chile and the other countries to which countries like the US exports its textile waste. Textiles, especially synthetic textiles derived from fossil fuels like polyester, decompose, releasing greenhouse gases like methane, leaching toxic chemicals into soil and water, and contributing to microplastic pollution. So, question is, here's another question. Do you contribute to that waste? Most likely. On average, an American throws away 80 pounds of textiles a year, and less than that, 80% of that is recycled. Okay, so let's just talk about greenhouse gases. The upshot is that in terms of greenhouse gases, in 2024, there was 1.2 metric tons of CO2 equivalent emitted, which was 7% higher than the year before. So despite all these companies' commitments to reducing greenhouse gases and the talk and the talk and the talk, the problem's actually getting worse. And the amount of greenhouse gases that fashion industry emits was the equivalent of what France emits in a year, or what international flights and maritime shipping emit in a year. Okay, these greenhouse gases are driven by increasing proportions of fibers from fossil fuel, such as virgin polyester, and then continued overproduction of textiles and apparel. So don't forget that today, at least 60% of all textiles are made from fossil fuels. Okay. All right, another interesting statistics, because as Devin mentioned, I am going to talk about women, is that these environmental impacts probably hurt women most. When you look at the fashion value chain, as I said, 60 to 80% of everyone who works in the industry is a woman. And most of those women work in the parts of the value chain that emit the most greenhouse gases. Okay. They also are underpaid, and they are deeply affected by these environmental impacts, both at work and at home. For example, in Bangladesh, the average temperature has gone up to 108 degrees. Okay? These people do not have air conditioning in the factories, most of them, and they don't have air conditioning at home. So imagine what that living like that is like. All right. What are the two other, I'm going to quickly run through the two other reasons that fashion is so dirty. One is natural resource overuse. Fashion wastes vast resources, not only in terms of the textiles that are derived from fossil fuels like polyester, but also fibers from organic sources like cotton share the blame too. These cotton, for example, and other natural fibers that are grown, they use too much water, they tear down forests, they use too much land, and an example is that one cotton t-shirt requires 2,700 gallons of water to make. And don't even ask me how much water jeans take to make. So this puts strains on farming systems and soil and ecosystems. Third way that it's really dirty is basically pollution and its effect on human health and biodiversity. The chemicals used in fashion, especially in the dyeing and finishing processes, hurt the health of workers, and increasing evidence shows that it hurts us too, wearing the clothes. There's increased allergies, respiratory problems. They've seen risks of cancer, especially from chemicals like PFAS and formaldehyde that are used. And I will tell you that most of what all of you and me are wearing right now is dyed with synthetic dye that comes from fossil fuels, heavy metal, and coal tar. Okay, so let's get back to our question. What is sustainable about fashion, right? I've just sort of showed the glass half empty point of view. It's really dirty and you might feel hopeless, but I encourage us to look at the glass half full point of view. There are many solutions out there that have already been developed. It's a matter of us as consumers and as investors making the right choices. Technology and knowledge exist. The laws exist increasingly. This industry is being regulated. Systems exist. We need the will to scale the solutions that exist. It's about changing behaviors and making the right choices by consumers and investors. So I'm going to bring you back to that research that I did over the summer where I talked to women-led brands. These are 4 representative stories that we heard, and they actually helped me figure out what those blocks are for companies being more sustainable. And again, at this QR code, you can go directly to the research that we did and hear the presentation I did if you're interested. Okay, so let's focus on the glass half full for the rest of the presentation and the decisions that are in front of us. What are the right choices that consumers and investors can make? On the consumer side, it's mainly behavior change and educating yourself. You can do that. You can learn from Women for Women's Wear. You just go to that QR code, and there are all sorts of resources, and you learn about sort of what your values are, how you can align your look with your values, where to go to shop, etc. And at the end of the presentation, I'm going to offer you
Morning light on a greener skyline, hands in the air, new ideas in time. From rooftops to rivers, from labs to the street, we're building tomorrow with every heartbeat. Hear the wind, hear the water, hear the world say go. A brighter future's closer than you know. We're not waiting on someday, we're showing up today. Super green light, come alive, feel the change. Climate solutions lighting up the stage. From the crowd to the clouds, let hope amplify.
Hello, everyone. I am so sorry that we've had a little bit of a glitch here, but we are back up and running. Patricia, I'm going to invite you to recap a little bit of what you were saying. We lost you about halfway through, and then carry on. Okay?
Sure, absolutely. Listen, don't apologize for the internet. I never do, so it's not your fault. I'm thrilled to be here. I am asking the question, what is sustainable about fashion? I introduced Women for Women's Wear, which is the community in the US for women who want to find and buy ethical fashion made by women more easily. And you can join us at the QR codes on most of the slides. I basically talked about the structure of the fashion industry being dominated by small and medium-sized enterprises, and the women-led brands themselves in the industry, they face multiple challenges. Like all small enterprises, they face the blocks that are here in blue. If they're trying to be sustainable, they experience more. And if they're women, they experience even more. I talked about how dirty fashion is. It's the 4th dirtiest industry, and it's mainly dirty because it has huge emissions of greenhouse gases, the equivalent of what France emits in any year or shipping emits in any year. It uses huge amounts of natural resources like land, water, forests, etc. And also the chemicals used in fashion can affect human health and biodiversity for workers as well as consumers. I did a deep dive into the greenhouse gas situation. Most of the greenhouse gases are emitted in the parts of the value chain where women work. And it's in the fiber processing and the textile manufacturing parts of the process. It's probably not what you would have expected. So the environmental impacts on women is really serious. An example I gave was that in Bangladesh, the average temperature is over 108 degrees now every year. And these women don't work where there's in garment factories where there's air conditioning, and they don't live where there's air conditioning. So I basically painted the picture of how the glass is half empty, but I would like to encourage us all to look at how the glass can be half full. And it really depends on, and the reason that it can be half full is that technology solutions have been developed over the last few decades that, if implemented at scale, will make a big difference. The technology exists. The laws exist. Increasingly, this is becoming a more regulated industry. The systems exist, but we just need the will to scale them. And it's about changing behaviors and making the right choices on the part of whether you're a consumer or an investor. And I did talk about research that I had done earlier in the summer where I spoke to women-led brands from 5 different countries. And those women helped me identify the blocks that women-led brands face. And this is significant because many brands are women-led, and they tend to be smaller and more vulnerable. But also these women have really great ideas about how to be more sustainable. And they were clear about what they needed to be more sustainable. So the main point I would like to make in the rest of the presentation is that if we look at the glass half full, what are the right decisions that we can make in the future to turn to clean up fashion? So on the consumer side, it's mainly behavior change and educating yourself. And you can do that at Women for Women's Wear. The QR code is right here, and we curate brands, we map cities, and we run fun events like the fashion show that's happening at 2 p.m. Pacific time. And I hope you all join that. On the investor side, the last decade has had incredible innovations to solve the industry's biggest climate challenges. It's a matter of putting your money where you can help scale those innovations, okay? The systemic challenges are falling on the suppliers themselves. So the more that you can support suppliers, I think the better. Basically, there are 3 types of right choices that I've identified through my research and speaking to experts. Okay, the first right choice that can make fashion sustainable is that deals with this issue. Despite the evidence that women-led brands are powerful drivers for change and are sustainable and ethical, they receive inadequate support. Okay, what can consumers do? They can buy women-led brands that are sustainable. And again, you can go to that QR code and see some women-led brands we recommend. At the end of the presentation, I'll supply shopping tips where you can get more information. Investors, you can address the blocks that you see here. You can help more women access finance, increase venture capital to women, because right now only 2% of venture capital goes to women-led firms generally. You can help with the underrepresentation problem. You could put more women on boards and in leadership positions. Okay. The second right choice that will make fashion sustainable. Deal with this issue. Overproduction is the original sin of the fashion industry. What can consumers do about that? Think before you buy. Don't shop sales and discounts. When you do, you are rewarding the brands for overproducing. Send a signal to the market by buying high quality, durable, and seasonless clothes you'll reuse. Use the power of your purse, okay? Investors, invest where systems change meets behavior change. Support these types of correct business practices, appropriate production capacity to reduce excess inventory and the cost of carrying it, manage working capital so it can be better used, improve forecasting like through agentic AI, use postponement methods, and increase on-demand production, and overall make supply chains more flexible. All right, now the third and final right choice that can make fashion sustainable deals with the issue that fiber production, as we saw in the value chain pie chart there, fiber production and textile manufacturing are the largest contributors of greenhouse gases. Okay, what can consumers do about that? You can read labels. You can shop natural fibers, organic fibers. You can use rating platforms like Good on You, where they assess brands according to people, planet, and animals. You can use multi-brand e-tailers to shop. These e-tailers carry sustainable products, and I've got a list of them in the shopping tips at the end of the presentation. Investors, there is a long list of options that you have to deal with fiber production, textile manufacturing in fashion. Overall, I think one of the most important things is to support new partnership models that incentivize shared risk between innovators, suppliers, and buyers, which can help all tiers manage business uncertainty and the long-term costs of scaling innovation. Okay? All right. Support scaling of innovations. And I'm just going to run through a quick list of some of them. I am going to join the VIP networking after this session if you want to go into more detail with more ideas of what you can support. But quickly, scale these innovations, material innovations, alternatives to microplastics and textiles, zero waste manufacturing, reusable and recyclable textile collection and sorting, textile to textile recycling, for example, from PET plastic bottles and discarded polyester textile waste. Reduce the greenhouse gases from transport and logistics by localizing production. Support the reuse and recycle systems that are being set up through extended producer responsibility schemes that we are finding in California and European Union. Invest in data that underpins the right business decisions and can influence behavior change on the part of consumers, like, for example, digital product passports. Scale consumer incentive schemes for repair, reuse, and recycle. Help grow the market for natural fibers and regenerative ag. All right? So I've just run through 3 right choices that both consumers and investors can make. So may I ask, would you say that the answer to my presentation's question, what is sustainable about fashion, is there's a lot that's sustainable about fashion. Let me just review what we talked about, or I talked about in this presentation. First, I said fashion is really dirty. I summarized the statistics you know about greenhouse gases, and where in the value chain those greenhouse gases are produced at the fiber production and material manufacturing stages. I mentioned that most workers in this value chain are women, and they are very impacted by environmental damage from fashion. So I also talked about the challenges that fashion brands, most of which are small and medium size, face to succeed and also to be sustainable, and how the blocks that these small businesses who are trying to be sustainable face are even more numerous if you're a woman running these businesses. And this is really significant because our best guess is that most fashion brands are led by women. So, right choices by consumers and investors can clean fashion up. So let's take a glass half full approach and look for the right choices that address the 3 main issues. Support women-led sustainable brands, end overproduction, and scale innovation. So I also introduced the community I represent, Women for Women's Wear, and you can actually follow us on Facebook and Instagram at the QR code here on the presentation. I talked about how it helps consumers find ethical and sustainable fashion, and also how it helps brands that want to be more sustainable. So my question to you is, what are your next steps? I am going to leave you with a parting gift from 2 gifts from Women for Women's Wear. One is the shopping tips on how to make buying ethical fashion easier. And the second one is the presentation on my research, Is the Future of Sustainable Fashion Female? So if you go to this QR code, you're going to get access to those free gifts. And I hope to see you in VIP networking, and I hope to see you at the fashion show, which is happening at 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Eastern time today. So thank you so much.
Well, Patricia, great presentation. Great presentation. Perhaps you can help me a little bit now because our next speaker is caught in the blizzard and it appears is
Yes.
unable to join us.
Yes.
But I think you know Julie a little better than I. I have
Sure.
an elevator pitch video that I'll share.
Sure.
But do you want to introduce a little bit of her work quickly, and then
Sure.
I'll play the video?
I would love to. I love Julie.
Thank you.
And I'm so sorry she's stuck in a blizzard. She did warn me about that earlier. So Julie Tran is she is the chief strategy officer for a woman-led startup that's called World Collective. And World Collective is focused on making sourcing more efficient and sustainable. And so they serve both the textile suppliers and the textile buyers, like fashion brands. And they launched a digital marketplace last year, which really helps to perfect the market for sustainable textiles. And they are developing pilots using digital product passports, which are an amazing new technological development where it'll be easier for consumers like us to understand what our clothes are made of, where they come from, how to care for them, and how to dispose of them at the end of life. So World Collective is really trying to build out a strong ecosystem to make it more efficient and sustainable for textile sourcing. And I'm an advisor to World Collective, actually, and I've been helping them really track all the really kind of revolutionary laws and regulations that have been coming online in the European Union and California that we hope can really influence consumer behavior, can incentivize more investment in scaling innovation, and will help us get rid of this textile waste problem that we have.
Fantastic. I really appreciate you walking us through that. Now, I'm going to play the video.
We are an
now,
ecosystem
and
built
then
for
you can
fashion solutions. But what does that really mean? It means one place, but multiple solutions, where you can source certified materials, meet suppliers, trace your products, and explore innovations. Access our textile and yarn library, where you can find certified materials to bring your designs to life. Have access to our digital product passport solution, powered by Kinset, where compliance for your materials is made simple with traceable digital information. Explore our demand aggregation innovation, where brands can unite their strength to place collective orders, making it easier to meet supplier MOQs. Then there's our Resource Hub, your space to learn about fashion production and responsible sourcing. With all this, brands get materials faster and stay compliant, and suppliers gain visibility, plus new buyers. This is Fashion System Restart. Connect, source, and scale digitally with World Collective today.
Fantastic. Patricia, thank you so much. What a great, I appreciate your work. You know, your message is important, but your work is so much more important. Trying to change fashion. Please extend my expression of sympathy to Julie. I so wish Julie could be here. I'm glad we were able to share the video. She did get that to me just for that purpose in case she couldn't be here. But I'm so grateful for her. We're going to now move to our next speaker, Paul Lovejoy. Paul, I'm just thrilled to have you on the stage with me today. Paul was yesterday on the show. He was the judge, one of the three judges for the live pitch. He's a phenomenal human being. He's a registered investment advisor who focuses on helping people use alternative assets, especially crowdfund investments. He's a member of the CFPA, the Crowdfunding Professional Association Board of Directors. He's become a dear friend of mine. I just can't tell you how much I admire and value Paul. He's a deep thinker and just the nicest human being. I'm happy to give Paul some time today. Paul, thank you so much. Take it away.
Well, Devin, thank you for putting this on along with Professor Allen. I mean, what a great opportunity for everyone to share their own knowledge and to have collaboration opportunities. I just love it. Well, let's get started. And hello, Super Green Live. I'm Paul Lovejoy. I'm a licensed investment advisor, and I'm obsessed with a question that should matter to everyone watching. Why can't the best climate solutions access the capital they need to scale? Over the next 20 minutes, I'm going to show you what I discovered after spending 366 consecutive days making one small crowd investment in what is now called my leap year portfolio. 28% of this portfolio I invested in environmental solutions like clean tech, regenerative agriculture, and community energy projects. Spoiler, the crowdfunding platforms work. The returns are real. I achieved a 36% cash flow return in 21 months. But there's missing infrastructure. And until we build it, everything we're doing here, all the brilliant companies pitching, all the platforms connecting investors to projects will stay relatively small. The good news, I'm going to tell you exactly what's missing, and it's very fixable. Okay, so this question changed everything for me. April 2020, COVID lockdowns. The economy had literally shut down. My son, who was just 8 years old at the time, looked up at me and asked, "Dad, what's an economy?" I gave him the standard answer, buyers, sellers, markets, resources. But something felt incomplete. So I did what any curious parent does. I Googled it. I looked at definitions and history, and that's when I discovered something that completely reframed how I see the financial world. Humanity's first economy was called a foraging economy. When I discovered this, I imagined myself as a hunter-gatherer, foraging for mushrooms that don't kill me, using primitive weapons to hunt, and at times just starving. I felt like an animal in nature. And that's when I had a shift in paradigm. An economy isn't just commerce. It's not just markets and transactions. An economy is how human beings, one species among millions, distribute the resources we need to survive. What if our economy is a natural system? I mean, we look to nature for inspiration everywhere. Birds inspire flight, plants inspire medicine, ecosystem inspires design. Why not look at how nature distributes resources when designing our economy? And when we look at nature, it's easy to see that our economy should work like every other natural system, distributing resources through layers and decentralized cooperation. But it doesn't. I think about a forest ecosystem. The soil layer provides the foundation, the nutrient structure, the medium for growth. The water cycle distributes moisture, not from central authority, but through evaporation, condensation, precipitation, decentralized, responsive to conditions. The fungal networks, the mycelium underground, share information and resources between trees. Even competing species cooperate at this layer. And the canopy creates the conditions for everything below: shade, temperature, regulation, protection. Each layer supports the others. Remove one layer and the whole system breaks down. Or think about your own body. Your circulatory system distributes oxygen and nutrients. Your nervous system coordinates action and response. Your digestive system processes energy. Your skeletal system provides structure. You don't think of these as separate systems competing for resources. They're integrated layers that make complex life possible. Layers working together, decentralized cooperation within functional infrastructure. No single point of failure. Our economy should work the same way. And it can. I spent 366 days demonstrating this. One investment every day. A 36% cash flow return in 21 months. Okay, so let me show you some examples of my environmental solutions from my leap year portfolio. I invested in Ovanova, a company building solar microgrids for rural America. When Hurricane Helene devastated North Carolina, Ovanova didn't ask for permission. They drove to Marshall, North Carolina and set up an emergency solar microgrid that powered a community store for 47 straight days while the grid was down. That store became a lifeline. People charged their phones, refrigerated their food, had a place to gather. My investment, $80, 10% annualized return, full repayment in 6 months. But more importantly, I funded infrastructure that literally saved lives during disaster. So I loaned $100 to Jass Family Farms in California. The owner, Tony Serrano, was brought to work in strawberry fields at age 3. He nearly died twice from pesticide poisoning before he was old enough for school. When Tony returned to farming as an adult, he made a choice. No toxic chemicals, ever. Instead, he built what he calls a thriving, healthy ecosystem that produces healthy food, creates healthy farmers, and supports a healthy community. Today, he has 400 acres of USDA organic, certified regenerative organic, and fair trade certified. I contributed $100 to a $1.5 million loan that was funded in just 4 hours. This loan has been fully repaid and I earned a 9% annualized return. This is what regenerative agriculture looks like when communities can fund it directly. Okay. And then there's food waste into fertilizer using anaerobic digestion technology. Think about that circular loop. Restaurants and businesses generate food waste. Ecotone processes it into sustainable and transforms it into nutrients that replenish degraded, nutrient deficient soil. They're literally closing the loop, taking what would go into landfills and turning it into what regenerative farms need to grow healthy food. I invested through Honeycomb Credit $100 towards an $89,000 small business loan at a 12.5% interest rate with 111 other crowd investors. After 20 months, Ecotone Renewables is current with their loan payments. This is regenerative infrastructure that makes economic sense. Waste management companies pay to get rid of food waste. Farms pay for quality soil amendments. And Ecotone creates value at both ends. But then I had to actually track all of it. After 366 days, I had over 500 individual positions across 20 different platforms, 20 different dashboards, 20 different reporting formats, 20 different update schedules, different ways calculating the exact same metrics. So tracking equity was manageable, but the debt investments, the revenue sharing notes, they all have different loan details and different repayment terms. It was becoming impossible. Okay, so Ovanova's loan was deferred interest paid annually. Jass Family Farms had a 10-month term with interest only for 4 months, then fully amortized for 6. And Ecotone's Renewable is a 36-month loan with 6 months interest only, followed by 30 months fully amortized. And that's when I realized something. If I, a licensed investment advisor who does this professionally, couldn't really track my own portfolio, how is a regular investor supposed to compare returns across platforms? How is a financial advisor supposed to build diversified portfolios for clients? How is an institution supposed to deploy billions in impact capital when they can't even get consistent performance data? The platforms work. The projects are real. The returns are there. But the infrastructure to actually use this at scale, it doesn't exist. Okay, so here's the first problem blocking scale. Oops, I think I'm actually behind a slide. Yeah. Oh no, this is the right one. Every crowdfunding platform tracks your investments internally just fine. But when you try to export your data, different spreadsheets, different column headers, different field names, and different data. And critically, none of them give you the data you actually need to calculate an internal rate of return. It's kind of like if every email service used a different format. Gmail writes from, but Outlook writes sender. And Yahoo writes message origin. You could still send emails, but you couldn't build a unified inbox. You couldn't connect your old Yahoo account with your new Gmail account with your work email. You'd have to check 3 different inboxes for all of your email. You can't aggregate your portfolio. You can't compare performance across platforms. You can't prove to anyone what your actual returns are. And financial advisors can't build diversified portfolios for clients because the data doesn't talk to each other. Institutional investors can't deploy capital at scale because they can't demonstrate fiduciary responsibility without standardized reporting. And critically, retirement account custodians won't allow these investments because there's no standard format to track and report performance. 43 trillion in retirement accounts, locked out of climate solutions because of incompatible spreadsheets? Okay, so here's the second problem. Most Americans have their wealth locked in retirement accounts, 401ks, IRAs. Remember, 43 trillion total? And when you look at your investment options, you see stock funds, bond funds, target date funds. One click, easy. But you don't see a Reg CF climate fund. You don't see a community investment fund. You don't see any option to fund the actual businesses building solar installations or resilient local food systems. Not because these investments don't exist, not because they don't perform. We just saw my returns. But because Wall Street custodians only offer what generates fees for them. It's kind of like if your grocery store only sold Coca-Cola products because Coke pays them the highest shelf fees, even though you want to buy local juice from the farmer down the road. The juice exists, but you have the money, but the store won't stock it because there's no profit for the middleman. A Reg CF climate fund could exist, but without the data standard, no one can create it. And without funds available in retirement account menus, people won't access them. 2 infrastructure problems, both fixable. Okay, so here's what I'm building to solve both problems. A universal spreadsheet export standard for crowdfunding debt investments. It's almost laughably simple. Every platform already tracks this data internally. They just export it in different formats. This is just a spreadsheet template. Standardized column structure, consistent field names, uniform calculation methods. But here's what it unlocks. First, investors can finally aggregate their portfolios in one place, track actual performance across platforms, calculate real returns. Second, financial advisors can build diversified Reg CF portfolios for clients without drowning in platform specific data chaos. Third, and this is the big one, institutional investors will be able to demonstrate fiduciary responsibility with consistent performance data, which means I can launch the Lovejoy Reg CF Income Fund or a Reg CF Climate Income Fund. And once those funds exist, retirement account custodians can add them to 401k menus. One checkbox, Reg CF Climate Fund, 10% allocation. That's how we unlock 43 trillion for climate solutions. I've already sent the universal spreadsheet standard to the Crowdfunding Professional Association for official endorsement. The top 4 Reg CF debt platforms are reviewing implementation timelines. Every single executive responded with genuine interest. This is happening. Okay, so let's bring this full circle. Natural systems distribute resources in layers. Soil bacteria enable fungi. Fungi enable plants. Plants enable animals. Each layer depends on the one below, but no single layer tries to do everything. Decentralized cooperation. This is how 3.8 billion years of evolution solved resource distribution. Here's the infrastructure layers based on natural principles. The soil. That's our capital, including the 43 trillion in retirement accounts. The nutrient base, ready to nourish growth. Then there's the water cycle, circulation infrastructure. That's the universal spreadsheet standard. Rainfall, rivers, ocean currents, distributing resources where they're needed. Without this circulation system, the soil stays dry for most of the seeds. The seeds! That's the Reg CF platforms and the climate solutions you saw. Ovanova, Jas Family Farms, Ecotone Renewables, ready to grow. And decentralized cooperation? That's crowdfunding itself. Thousands of investors making independent decisions, collectively choosing which seeds to plant. No central authority, just collective intelligence, like a forest deciding which saplings get the light. This spreadsheet standard is how we connect these layers. It's the missing circulation system. All right, so here's where you come in. If you are a platform operator, the spreadsheet standard implementation is straightforward. A few hours of engineering work. Let's get your platform on board. The more platforms that adopt this, the faster we unlock institutional capital for your deal flow. If you're building climate solutions, this infrastructure will bring billions in new capital to companies like yours. The spreadsheet standard means investors can finally track and compare Reg CF investments the way they track stocks, which means more capital flowing to the best projects. If you're an investor or an advisor, whether you manage your own portfolio or advise clients, standardized data means you can finally build diversified Reg CF allocations with confidence. And once the funds exist, you'll be able to access them through your retirement accounts. If you just think this matters, share this, forward it to someone building climate tech, connect me with platform operators, fund managers, or retirement account custodians who need to hear this. The infrastructure for climate crowdfunding at scale needs to be built now. I can't build this alone. Neither can you. But together, we have the expertise, the capital, and the momentum. I'm Paul Lovejoy. You could reach me at paul.lovejoy@stakeholderenterprise.com or connect with me on LinkedIn. If you want updates on the spreadsheet standard implementation, the Lovejoy Income Fund, or how to get your platform or company involved, let's talk. Thank you.
Fantastic. Paul, thank you so much for being here. What a great presentation. I love this effort to standardize the reporting so we can attract serious money.
That's right.
Yeah. It's an interesting thing. I have spent years wondering why more money doesn't chase this particular investment opportunity. I think you cracked the code. I'm excited to see what this will do.
Yeah, me too. Excited
you
for the
very much.
future.
Yes. Thanks, Paul. We're going
Thank
to
you,
take a
Devin.
quick we're going to take a quick break to thank our sponsors. Thank you very much. Please, I invite you to think about how these sponsors might support you. Welcome to SuperGreen Live, the biggest event of the year at the intersection of climate solutions and impact crowdfunding. Upgrade now to VIP for just $25 to get the full experience. VIP tickets include access to and a listing in the VIP directory, a backstage pass during 24 hours of live programming, 3 VIP networking sessions, speaker slides and handouts, and an invitation to the private LinkedIn group. Scan the QR code now.
Raising capital, it's not just marketing, it's securities law. Most deals, they don't fail because of the returns that are offered.
They fail because of compliance mistakes.
And that's what we do every day.
We help entrepreneurs raise money the right way
Before problems ever start. If you're raising capital,
talk to crowdfunding lawyers first.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. Book a call today.
Hello, my name is Brian Figueroa. I'm the CEO of Green Tech. We're a renewable energy development company that specializes on cutting edge technologies like graphene batteries. Get back with me at brian@greentech.io, TEK.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gene Massey with Media Shares, an equity crowdfunding marketing agency, and we're happy to be participating in SuperGreen Live.
Green to Gold and the Super Crowd wish to thank our supporting sponsors, Azure Printed Homes and Little Toes, for their financial support. We similarly extend gratitude to our media sponsors, Regenerative Media TV and Community 3.0X. SuperGreen Live is hosted by the 501c3 nonprofit Green to Gold in partnership with the Super Crowd, Inc., a public benefit corporation. You can make a tax-deductible donation to support our climate-focused collaboration at 4sc.fund/donate or by scanning the QR code. Help us accelerate climate solutions now. Wow. We've had a great morning, and as we begin kind of the afternoon, the second half of the day, I want to thank everyone for everything you're doing. Boy, we've had just some amazing content, just all day long. Just an incredible roster of people. We've got so much more great stuff for you this afternoon. I couldn't be more proud. Our next panel is going to be led by the founder of Regen Media, which is a partner organization of Green to Gold, our co-host for this event. And so Regen Media is a global effort at multi-channel distribution of amazing content related to a regenerative planet. So Michael, I'll invite you to introduce your panelists, and I'll step away, okay?
Absolutely. And thank you. Superpowers for Good. You are living embodiment of superheroes that are helping to make a difference on the planet. And of course, you with another collaborator, Professor Alan Tratner, and just a few of our solutionary, innovator, luminary superheroes are here on the call today. So thank you so much, Devin, for all that you do. So I'm going to start with just to introduce everyone, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about Earthstock Enterprises, which is my company. But even more than just kind of promoting my own silo, we are fast tracking and accelerating platforms for building strategic alliances with people to help implement and deploy some of these solutions, both here in the United States and around the
I
world.
lost
So
sound there. I don't know. Am I supposed to be on right now?
no, with that, I'm going to introduce everyone, and I'm going to start to on my immediate right on my screen. I actually met him at Super Crowd last year at the Pro Dojo in Los Angeles. I want to welcome to the program. We'll learn more about him, but just a quick hello from AJ Dugar, our investment coordinator specialist.
Thanks, Michael. Hello, everyone. AJ Dugar here. I work with ARC, Alliance for Regenerative Communities, as well as Regen Global. I'm a consultant and advisor. Is this now a time to give the quick intro there, Michael?
No, let's just say hello to everyone, and we'll do our deep dive.
Okay.
And I want to encourage Ari and Greg to show your hands. It's just the top of your head showing. So, all right, come a little closer. All right, you're on the microscope today. Speaking of Alliance for Regenerative Communities, which is one of the initiatives that we started with Earthstock Enterprises and Foundation. Recently, I've known him for years. We decided to put our superpowers together, and in the last few months came up with a completely collaborative, non-hierarchical platform. I want to welcome, I believe he's in Southern California, Ari Loftapure. So welcome.
Hey, thank you, Michael, and thanks for having me here on Super Green Live. Yeah, excited to build out this platform for the Alliance for Regenerative Communities. I can pop through it real quick if we want to do that. And
yeah, let's get to that in a minute. I just want to keep it sexy, keep it moving, get everybody kind of on board and then do a deep dive. So if you're just joining us, again, welcome. I'm going to go now to another one of our collaborators and actually a team leader for the Regenerative Health Alliance. I'd like to welcome from Southern California, Greg Wolf.
All right. Hey, here I am. Great to be here. Very happy. I think you can all hear me all right. And really having a great time building up this organization with Michael. I'm the health coach, help with individuals, corporations, group coaching, and you'll get more details later.
Okay, great. And then I want to go now over to our fifth person on the panel. And we do see you, we do hear you, and you have great lighting. I want to welcome
Hi, I'm having some internet problems here, I think. Hang on one second. Gosh.
No, we hear you fine, Julia. Okay, so let's start digging in, and with the time we have about 45 minutes right now. So really quick, we want to give this is a lot to chew off. We're going to save the statistics and numbers and the line items, but we want to give you kind of the big vision of what's happening right now. I do appreciate the last presenter because he talked a lot about the idea of biomimicry. We know we don't need to create new systems of doing things if we look towards how nature and nature's intelligence operates. It's called social permaculture, and we look at everything from again, nature's intelligence from the mycelial roots, how those feed into the trunk connects to the limbs to the branches, and the branches, if properly nourished and cultivated, will bear fruit. I think we live in a world these things very siloed and myopic, and everyone is kind of doing their specialistic thing, but we're very little connectivity. So what we're going to do today is this is a call to action immediately for connectivity for people to get involved and again bring our collective superpowers together so that we can regenerate faster than things are kind of falling apart. So with that, very quickly, my personal work, I'm Michael DiMartino. I'm the CEO of Earthstock Enterprises, an organization dedicated to regenerative solutions for people and planet. So part of doing that is over the last 8 years of knowing Professor Tratner, and now is putting together a database, a resource directory of literally hundreds of consultants and contractors and products that we're going to be actually launching in the next few days, to be able to, again, reach people and for them to be able to have access to solutions. So besides doing this Alliance for Regenerative Communities, which involves you, again, we're inviting you to come out of your silo. And Ari will be talking about the platform. We have a couple other projects we're going to do, and I'm going to introduce people that are doing that today. I like to be very simple in our approach to not taking on more than we can eat and actually digest and actually create. We're not here to create more noise or add more information to the system, but we're here to actually again, take action with some very practical initiatives. The next project we're doing, besides the consulting company, is my personal pet project is working on regenerative academies. Currently, right now, we're connected with land in Colorado, California, Costa Rica, Ecuador, and Bali that want to do these types of regenerative academies. Not an eco-village, not a commune, but location where people can come and get the training, the skills, the resources that they need to be able to be more green, sustainable, and regenerative. Because right now we can't count on broken leadership. We all have to roll up our sleeves and get involved in this incredible what we call the Regenaissance. The next piece, speaking of Regenaissance, we are working on a film. And we're going to circle back around to her later. But during the Earthstock 5-day summit recently in LA with over 200 presenters, you can check out earthstockfestival.com. We brought a lot of people together in response to the wildfires that happened here. So that's something that is happening right now. And again, all of these things are very investable. We have our executive summaries, our investor decks. I'm not here to give you a pitch. I'm here to inspire you today and be like, what can I do? Even if I'm sitting watching this on E360, or if you're watching this on Supercrowd or on Reading Media TV, or you might be consuming this information, like get up and reach out and communicate with us. And the one that I'm really excited about right now is the Alliance for Regenerative Communities, which is a platform for non-hierarchical strategic alliances. And we're going to have Ari talk about that. He is the co-founder and the CTO, the Chief Technical Officer for that. And then lastly, because we focus on regenerative solutions and sustainability, not for just the ecology, like what's outside of us and nature and water and food security and agriculture and all these things, but human beings are part of the ecosystem. So we're very focused on what we call regenerative health and wellness. And we have kind of a guru of regenerative health and wellness and longevity and biohacking in LA joining us today. But we're about to launch the Regenerative Health Alliance, which is another resource directory of going into places and bringing health and wellness to people. So with that, I'd like to share a little bit more, but I really want to dig in right now. And first and foremost, I want to talk with Ari Loftapur, who is the CTO and the co-founder of Alliance for Regenerative Communities. We have Devin here. We're just going to show a couple pages of the website. We're not taking you down the rabbit hole too far, but I do want to introduce him to share a little bit about Alliance for Regenerative Communities. So welcome, Ari, and thank you, Devin.
Awesome. Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Devin. Yeah, so as I said, we started building this a couple months ago. Really excited about the way it's developing and kind of our trajectory with it. I said this is our solution so that non-hierarchical initiatives can be started, seeded, and become successful. Let's have you want to scroll down a little bit to our 4 boxes. Keep going, keep going, keep going, and right there. So we're building regenerative communities together with our collaborative network with solutions focus. We've got an AI-powered project agent in the back that we've built to help with analyzing the projects, figuring out tasks, divvying up those tasks, or assigning those tasks to different participants in that initiative. And then we'll have some next step features that we'll be developing to put all this into very investable materials. So all these initiatives can be fleshed out financial and be qualified for investments. Now, if we want to go pop up to the initiatives page, we can talk a little bit about those. And let's go ahead and click on the Soil Summit initiative. Scroll down just a little bit. There we go. Actually, more. That should open a little bit. Here's a brief description of what's going on in that initiative. So right now, members can go in here and actually be able to upload documents, upload meeting notes, and it's an assigned task to different members within that group. So that's a big core set of features in there. But as you join as a member, you're able to see all of the features in there. There's an AI task assistant. So each task you can access that assistant and collaborate with it on what those deliverables need to be, and then those deliverables get sent back to the project. So there's those tools. Devin, if we want to go up to the resources page at the top there, close that out. Resources. And these are various different resources that we have available through the platform. You can scroll down a little bit. These are things within our network that we vetted, we've used, and these are the vendors that we would connect you with. So lots of different things in here, even things, massage, app development, website development, that's mine, bookkeeping, if you need a patent attorney, all kinds of resources in there that we can access. And with that soil and water remediation, that's going to become really relevant here as we move forward with the Soil Summit and the Altadena Rising campaign that I'm starting. So, and if you want to click benefits up there, and we'll close out with that. But here are all the benefits of the platform. You can create initiatives, you can put up referral opportunities and monetize those up to 10% baseline, up to 15% referral is available for some of those opportunities. We've got the Regen Media, the magazine. That's where promotions will be displayed. If you are a member, you can get the promotional space on that and to the virtual world. Scroll down a little bit, and we're offering event discounts for any of the events that we produce through the platform. You get access to all the community chat channels, the different networks that Michael has been putting together, and we'll be putting together a knowledge base of several different documents and curriculum for people to learn from and potentially earn some incentives down the line as we build that out. I think that's kind of it that we need to cover. Michael, anything else you want to?
Yeah, just if you could just share very quickly in like 30 seconds the different membership levels, because we do have people who volunteer to be a member and scholarships, etc.
So we've got, where'd you go, Devin? I guess I can just talk about those. But we have 4 members. We have the volunteer tier, which is a free membership. You can access, you can join initiatives. You can apply for the different tasks and the deliverables in there. So you do get access to that AI project assistant tool as a volunteer. But you're not able to start initiatives. You're not able to start events. It's a pretty limited functionality, but you can participate in the events that are already there that are started by members. So next up, we have the scholarship program. That again is a limited access membership where you can start one initiative, start one event, and participate in initiatives. You can join and apply for those initiatives, and you can also be assigned at the get-go for which initiatives you can participate in. And again, that has access to the AI project assistant as well. The next tier is our full membership. That gives you all access to the referral opportunities, opportunities to the magazine, the virtual world, and the Regen Media TV, as well as I said, you can start. We're doing 3 events per month, so that membership can start, and up to 2 initiatives. Those initiatives, if you want to purchase more credits to start more initiatives, that is an option there as well. But we start you out with 2, and then
Amazing.
our next tier is the organizational membership, and that allows you up to 3 sub accounts in that membership. So You can bring your organization; they can all be focused on that initiative and have full member tools within that initiative. So
excellent. Thank you so much, Ari, for your technical genius. And I know that you have a lot of resources that you offer through the platform, and you're doing projects in Africa, the Congo Green, and others. So again, this is a very highly vetted, active network of people who want to collaborate, not compete, that want to form strategic alliances, that want to benefit from a list of all the different events are coming up, things like SuperGreen, the Disaster Expo, other events related to the World Biohacking Summit, which is in Los Angeles, and other things. So we are committed to being connective tissue. While people are talking about collaborating, we all have to get together. Well, we need practical, grounded platforms to do that and onboard. So again, I want to thank Ari for his genius to help bring the next level of this project of the Alliance for Regenerative Communities into fruition. If you're interested, you can go to the word Alliance, the number 4, Regen, REGEN, com, COMM for communities.com. So it's Alliance, the number 4, regencom.com website, and learn more about it. So next, I want to pivot to another one of our solutionaries. And we're going to come back around in just a minute, because we're going to talk to AJ, because a big part of this is like, okay, we can have great ideas. We can be generating revenue through working utilities and platforms and products and brokering out consultants and contractors. But in order to work at the pace that we really have to, we're going to need infusions of investors and funding. So before we go to AJ, I wanted just to connect with Greg Wolf. Greg Wolf is the founder of Wolf Wellness. He does amazing work in Southern California. We met him at Erstock, and he was doing a lot of work there, and also support for some of the survivors and victims of the fires there. But he's boots on the ground in LA and doing amazing work. So welcome, and you could tell us a little bit about your work, Greg, and what is regenerative health or biohacking and this longevity wellness movement about?
Thank you, Michael. All right, here's a few minutes to ground in who I am, what I do, and why I'm here. So, little about me. For over 2 decades, I've personally worked inside many Fortune 500 companies, mid-sized government orgs, as a senior business analyst, trainer, project manager, even worked with the United Nations in Vienna for a few years. I was living the high stress, high output corporate life from the inside. And my career looked successful on paper, but my health was unraveling. I had fatigue, weight gain, gut issues, brain fog, burnout, and doctors couldn't explain it. So that background became my turning point. Over the last decade, I rebuilt my health from the root up. I began integrating functional diagnostics, nutrition, detox, nervous system repair, really evidence-based medicine. Nothing from pharmaceutical testing, and using also time-tested practices from the ancient wisdom of our elders in China and India and Europe. So I tested everything on myself, kept what works. Today, I work through Wolf Wellness. I picked up a certification, integrative health coach. I work both one-on-one with individuals and corporate groups. I help people reclaim their energy, clarity, resilience, and really getting back their long-term vitality in ways that really fit life, not some idealized fantasy, but tangible results. So what makes my work powerful and different? I don't approach wellness as advice. I don't treat symptoms. I work at it as systems optimization. In other words, by measuring what really matters, using small design changes that stick, we build biological resistance that shows as better focus, mood, and performance. Now, as I met Michael, and it led me to collaborate with more experts and have a further reach. I've started finding out about the Alliance for Regenerative Communities, the Regen Responders Initiative. That naturally appealed to me. It's a way to really connect with more people, going out in groups. Regen Responders is about taking regenerative health out of theory and bringing it directly into workplaces, communities, We use mobile, on-site wellness clinics, experiential health activations. That means instead of lectures, we deliver hands-on diagnostics, real-time insights, immediate improvements, a group of many practitioners working together in synergy that you just can't put together very easily anywhere else. And people feel it in their bodies that same day as it gets them on a future path of optimizing and upgrading their lifestyle so that the changes stick. Now, as I wrap up here, I just want you to know from an investment perspective, this space is actually very compelling because regenerative health isn't just a philosophy. We've got RFK Jr. really helping to open out the mind about what is health in America. And I love how he's leading the charge and getting people to change their attention this way. It's becoming huge. Of course, we've got the baby boomers who are really well heeled and finding out that they're not as enjoying their health and wealth as much as they'd like to. So this is a scalable, product-driven ecosystem. Combines high growth demand, consumer-facing offerings, measurable outcomes, and ethical alignment while addressing the root causes of chronic stress, burnout, and disease. So in short, as I wrap up, we're not trying to fix symptoms. We're restoring systems, biological, organizational, and communal, not to mention, of course, the rest of regenerative communities working on the soil and the earth at the same time. So when people feel better and they think better, look, everything improves. The world is a better place. So if it resonates, if someone's looking for ways to explore, I should say, and support and participate in this very unique regenerative model, I'd enjoy comparing notes and providing further details.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Greg Wolf, putting the wolf in wellness. And we appreciate you. And I will say we also have a whole list of different products that we're going to be offering if you're even outside of the LA region. I think what's exciting is all of these models we're creating, I talked with Stephen the other day, can be kind of duplicated into different bioregions here across the US and really around the world. So again, this isn't just people working in their silo, but they're doing stuff that has global impact for people and planet. So with that, I want to pivot now to another one of the initiatives we're working on. Many of you might be familiar with the work of people like Buckminster Fuller, Barbara Marx Hubbard, global visionaries. I call it full spectrum regenerative design because we have to learn to look at all the different aspects of society and of humanity right now. Instead of putting Band-Aids on cancer for us to truly move forward, we have to bring all these things together. So I want to just share about the film, about this regenaissance that we're in. We're composting the old. We're letting the new innovators and luminaries, solutionaries kind of come to the forefront. We're not counting on broken leadership, but we have to bring together all these areas right now: arts and culture, indigenous wisdom and land stewardship, ecology, which also includes resilience, disaster response, infrastructure, things like waste, recycling, building, how we get our power, transportation, food, water, safety, security, also agriculture, regenerative agriculture, permaculture, health and wellness, green technologies, also the idea of a green economy, which we have Professor Tratner and Devin who are very tapped into that. The idea of peace and justice, education, and media and communication. So for me, after doing this work for 40 years, we have to bring all the pieces, what they say in indigenous cultures, we have to bring the sacred hoop back together. So in order to do that, we decided the best way to reach people is by doing a major documentary project. And we now have our producer who's shown up, and she has a great background, and would like to welcome, share a little bit about herself and her vision for this collaborative film project. I'd like to welcome Julia Lentz.
Hi, everyone. I'm here today, and I'm really excited to share this with you all. In my background, I've worked with Tyrell Ventura, who is Jesse Ventura's son, on a documentary, or not a documentary, sorry, a narrative we just wrapped. It's about the hubris of billionaires, and it's more of a narrative side of things as opposed to this documentary. But I think it's important to hit both sides. I believe that media really changes the world and that art shifts culture. And so I'm really honored to be here today because what we're talking about is not just a trend, it's a timeline and it's a movement. And honestly, at this point, it's a survival story with everything that we're seeing happening in the media and with climate change. And right now, the working title is Regenaissance. It's going to track sustainability and regenerative movement through Woodstock through the decades till now, not as a nostalgia piece, but as more of a map of what we've tried, what's worked, what's gotten co-opted, what's finally emerging as the clearest blueprint for resilience. And what makes this moment different is that we're no longer debating whether climate change is real. We're living inside the consequences. So it's really important for us all to come together and work with each other. And Michael has created ARC, which is one of the first of its kind to bring people together on such a large scale. The film is uniquely positioned because it's connected to a global alliance already in motion. We've got Patrick McCollum that we're connected to, who was featured in The Man Who Saves the World. And we are also connected with the team behind Kiss the Ground, which is one of the largest documentaries to come out in recent years. We've also kind of comping it to The Littlest Big Farm, which was a totally just one person donated $1 million to this campaign, and it raised $5 million in ROI. So there's all sorts of opportunities for these films to make money, to raise awareness, to do all the things that media can and will be doing in the future to bring about the best future that we can hope for. So with that said, we've got our Kickstarter going, and if you'd like to fund it or share it, please talk to Michael through the Earthstock Foundation. And that's about it for now.
Great. Julia, so inspired about this film. My goosebumps get goosebumps. Actually,
I'm excited for this too.
in some of and we have luminaries like Devin Thorpe from the SuperGreen Global Crowdfunding, who knows all the biggest crowdfunding platforms. People like Joshua from Global Capital Network and Brad Turner, where Ari and Greg were just out in Las Vegas. So we know all the biggest events of A4M and biohacking, and luminaries like Professor Tratner, the co-founder of Earth Day, and indigenous leaders and people who are working on technology. So we're really excited. We're going to actually start the shooting February 21st for the big soil summit in Altadena in Los Angeles. And we're going to start teaching the community how to test soil and how to clean the soil, because it's a huge immediate problem. So we can envision the future, but we have to kind of walk the talk about sustainability. So again, thank you for being here. We are going to open up the group here in a minute for just talking back and forth. But I'd like to go on now because this whole platform of SuperGreen, and again, I go back to a year ago to Pro Dojo, where I met AJ Dugar and the work that he's doing and the people he knows. Part of it is we have to connect these initiatives and projects and entrepreneurs with funding, and it takes a very specific way to do that through executive summaries and pitch decks. You can't just throw ideas out and think it's going to get funded. But we know the right people. But so part of this alliance is having people who know how to navigate that investment ecosystem. When with that, I'd like to welcome the genius and his skill set to our meeting today in panel, AJ Dugar.
Well, thank you, Michael. Hello, everyone. Like Michael said, I've had a long history and a passion for, regenerative is a relatively recent word, but I've always been associated or influenced by the movements that are happening to do with environment and our climate and the evolution of clean technologies and so on. I spent 20 plus years in corporate America with companies, large, medium, and small, primarily doing business development and partnerships. Now, what I do over the last few years is as an advisor to founders and founding teams, I help them on business growth strategies, primarily through strategic partnerships. And the second aspect of it is investment relations, you may call it, right? Which is where I have an investor network on one side, a couple of investor networks that I belong to that include venture capitalists, angel investors, as well as family offices, single and multi-family. And on the other side, I have the entrepreneurs, the founders, and the founding teams that are looking for help, most primarily for capital, but they're also looking for connections within the industry and how can they get out there and scale up, right? Because scaling seems to be the challenge of the moment right now. So as I look at connecting platforms to projects and investors, I look at there's so many different ways, right? You have public and multilateral funding, green bonds and sustainability linked loans, blended finance, carbon environmental markets, and then of course you got private equity and impact investment, and that's an area that I focus on. Funds targeting high integrity, nature positive projects. And there's plenty of them. Fortunately, we live in a time when there's a lot of those projects that are ongoing. And I'm also the Los Angeles chapter ambassador for a group called Top Tier Impact, which is again a network of individuals, investors, founders, and senior leaders in the world of impact. That's what I do, and I'm looking forward to working with Michael and on his ARC platform, as well as the other initiatives that we're talking about. Thank you.
Great. So I'm going to kind of open it up for just a little bit of a chat right now. And because, again, we are all very collaborative by nature, and I think there's different things we can bring out. I find it very interesting after I learned at the Super Crowd event last year, what's the difference of crowdfunding, reward-based crowdfunding, what's equity crowdfunding, again, what are some of the materials that we really have to attract the type of resource and investment that's needed. He might be off in the wings. I'm going to see if Professor Trattner would like to join us for a minute, because he is very much not just a part of ARC with his green incubator. Green to Gold has incubated over 400, probably 500 nonprofits doing major impact work around the world. But he's also really the co-founder of Regen Media TV on YouTube and Vimeo, the Regen Global Quarterly Magazine, and also we now have the regenerative virtual world with multiple stages, ongoing film festivals, and we're starting to put up curriculum. So I'm a little biased. I don't want to toot our horn, but all of this is happening, like all of these different elements to an interconnected, holistic ecosystem is functioning because we've all decided to work in a non-hierarchical way as a strategic alliance. So there he is. We have Mr. Earth Day in Hawaii here with us. I'd like to welcome Professor Alan Trattner.
Rigid hierarchies, your alliance fosters. Hey, aloha, everyone. I'm pleased. I'm listening so intently to this wonderful session. Didn't know I was going to come on. I was getting prepared for our sustainable fashion coming up after you. What would you like me to say, Michael?
If you could just share, since we are part of a connected ecosystem, just mention briefly your work and about, we're launching the app, the Regen Global, and it's connecting with the Alliance for Regenerative Communities, and we're combining so many things together. But just a little snapshot of your skill sets for people who might see this segment.
Will do. So it goes this way. First of all, as has already been pointed out, I'm the co-host, co-producer of the SuperGreen Live. We're just excited about this third day and how it's winding up, and it's the grand finale, and having you folks being on, it represents an amazing opportunity for us. So everybody, I think, now knows that when I helped found Earth Day, we also created and launched Green to Gold in the Environmental Education Group, and that was the first pioneering global incubator that was impact, and it was about the transition to sustainability and building the global inclusive green economy. Now, in all these 56 years now, with 100,000 ventures and entrepreneurs and innovators and inventors and funders and everything, and scientists and engineers, we also have been unique that we are nonprofit and tax exempt ourselves, and we've fostered hundreds of nonprofits that are socially and environmentally responsible. But one of the great things that happened, I met Michael. He had an enterprise that was going to be Earthstock festivals, and it was a whole idea to kind of regenerate the idea of entertainment like Earthstock originally was, Woodstock, the first version of that everyone knows kind of changed a lot of lives. And so I thought we could help him. He became a member. And then we talked about his nonprofit and creating it. And that's what we do. We foster that. And out of that, we've had an alliance build called Regen Global. And Regen Global is about three different focuses. One is resilience and prevention of climate driven disasters. The second one that kind of arose, unfortunately, but nicely out of the Lahaina disaster, that where I am in Maui, is Build Back Green. And it was about how do you build back sustainably and renewably and regenerate the soil and be food secure and energy secure and clean the water and produce good green jobs. And that was Build Back Green, and it's already taken a life of its own. And the third thing is the whole focus of what I was all about in the creation of Earth Day. That was this invent the future. We invented our way into the mess of all the pollution. We can invent our way out. We're proving that every day, and especially here at Super Green Live, the innovation that's possible. And what that means is that a community, a nation, a state likes to come in and bring our Green to Gold incubator, our micro manufacturing hub, our whole entire thing that we've been talking about, this ARC, the opportunity in Regen Global to have all these consultants and contractors and innovators and methodologists and technologies and products have that whole array. And we actually build a harm-free emporium for that purpose to reach the consumers. The ultimate goal is to have people make decisions with their pocketbooks and their purses and what they buy and what they do in the world. That makes a big difference to support the companies and nonprofits that are making this kind of difference. So that's a quick summary of what it's all about. We have an app coming very quickly now. A lot of work went into it to make it available on your phones and mobile devices, but it will tell you, and you've heard a little bit today in the presentation about the different levels of membership and opportunities for everyone to engage. And this non-hierarchical opportunity is that we're not competing with ego in silos or against each other. We're trying to collaborate, and where the right solution is available and the right fit to the problem, we want to deploy it. And I think that's the excitement of what we're trying to do here. So thank you for pressurizing me into this situation that I'm not prepared for, but we wish you great success.
I gave up my other career choice. It was a regenerative cat herd rancher in Wyoming. So this is what I do now. So again,
so mahalo to everybody. Rich, thank you, and goodbye for now. But thank you for what you're all doing, contributing to this movement that's so vital to the world.
And I'm glad you got to meet Ari briefly. Ari got to meet you. He's going to be a great technological and support for us in many different areas. And he's doing projects. So many incredible luminaries here. And again, big shout out to
Julia and Greg and I know AJ, and I'm just thrilled about what you're putting together. This is just a small section of the kinds of talent you've heard it, as you said. So goodbye for now.
Thank you.
Join us in the sustainable fashion, which is a big thing that all of you could actually help in that area of sustainable clothing around the world, in the creation of it, the growing of textiles, reducing the pollution. Amazing coming up right after this session.
Yeah, stay tuned for the Sustainable Fashion Show. So in order to move forward, I want to just open it up to everyone about some talking points. Right now we need holistic, full spectrum regenerative solutions. We can't stay myopic and in our silos, even though we do need specialists, but we can't put Band-Aids on cancer anymore because things are collapsing faster than they can regenerate. And things can regenerate if people stop damaging themselves, their own health, and the planet. During the COVID, as bad as it was, we did see nature started to regenerate when we weren't poisoning it and destroying it. And right now, that all of us as individuals need to roll up our sleeves and be part of the solution, not the problem. We can't think the government or some organization is going to come in on a white horse and do all the work. We all have to get involved. So, how we do that right now is we have something called regenerative roundtables, where we can come into bioregions and get people identifying cultural resources and NGOs that need to work together. We have this membership community. ARC can easily take on other appendages and bioregionalism, and also, partnerships with NGOs, civic leaders, nonprofits. And there's a lot of events coming up. If you go to Alliance, the number 4, RegenCom, COMM.com, there's a whole listing there. And we want to invite you, if you have skill sets, to become members. So with that, I'm just going to kind of, as we say in native tradition, put the feather in the circle, and whoever would like to add to our open discussion in the last 10 minutes or so that we have.
Yeah, I'd just like to say I think that ARC is really something special. As someone who, I didn't mention this earlier, but I've also led as a community leader and was the property manager of an intentional community outside of San Diego. And I met many, many different folks doing all sorts of things in the regenerative space over the course of a year and a half there. And what Michael's doing is really, it's something else. And he's been at it for so long, for 40 years now, right, Michael?
I got wrinkles.
He's got the proof right there. But yeah, I think the ARC and the Regenerative Alliance website and the app together that Ari's producing are just so revolutionary, and it really is important to bring people together and stop just sitting in the powwows, and actually grab the feather and get together and actually get the ball rolling, get this movement going.
Absolutely. And I will say, this is definitely a we thing. This is a we thing. We're at that moment. This is part of the regenaissance. The regenerative renaissance is we're going from individuals to collectives to communities to bioregionalism for solutions. So again, all of you and the other 100 people that aren't on the panel today, and the potentiality is incredible. I do want to ask really quick. I know we all talked about the investability in films and health, in technology and stuff. I don't know if AJ wants to share any more insights about, since this is a super green event, about his ideas or methodologies for investment, or the details of how more is moving into impact funding, or give us a little more insight about that.
Yes, for sure. Impact investing the term has been around for, I would say, a decade or two, but it's really evolved with time. And the evolution we've seen in the last 48 months or so has been, dramatic. And one of the ways that it's been so influential is because of this resurgence of what's often referred to as blended finance, right? So when you talk about impact investments, any structures that combine, philanthropic or public capital with private investments in an effort primarily to de-risk projects, but more importantly, make those projects more tenable. A lot of times government sources will come in and say, well, we will give you a grant or we can write you a check, but we will not be your first investor. You have to get a certain amount from private sources, and then we'll either match it or we come in and help you out there. And what that has given rise to is a lot of private institutions are now, that had philanthropic ambitions but were always so ROI focused because of their stakeholders, are now starting to take another look at it and say, you know what, if the philanthropic sources or the government sources are going to come in and help out, and they're just waiting for us to take the first step, we're actually going to do it. And and this goes beyond corporate social responsibility. It's actual passion about making an impact. And so I'm happy to see that trend again picking up and that resurgence happening again. It used to happen a while ago, but we kind of lost that public-private partnership. It's coming back.
Encouraging. Yeah, invest in, that was part of stock. Alan did say a little bit, when we created Earthstock. I actually started it initially as a green alternative to Burning Man. And I'm not saying this like against Burning Man, but 85,000 people in the desert with generators burning a man, great, are amazing. But imagine if 85,000 people got together every year and spent that ticket money on doing a regenerative project. So we did the first one in 2019. 2020, 21, we were doing a big 5,000 person event here in Nevada City, and then the COVID got shut down. And that's when Alan pivoted and said, listen, make this a nonprofit, make it a company, and put all of the values of Earthstock into an organization. So again, I want to emphasize this is a me thing. I kind of say, like, we're not cat herders anymore. We're bringing the lions and lionesses to the round table. So it's all about collaboration. Do you have anything you'd like to share, Ari, on those thoughts? I know you work in many worlds, and again, you help actualize this actual living platform right now, the Alliance for Regenerative Communities. Would you like to share something?
Yeah, and before we got to work on this, I was building out the Lemon Club, and one of those was a turnkey initiative launchpad that moves into an NFT to fundraise and all that. So I think that's really what I'm excited about building out next, because obviously we need to get all the ducks in the row, and then financing is going to have to be creative. If that NFT launch can be paired with some local musicians and artists that feel aligned with that. That's another way we can bring different groups together to get exposure and participation. So I think we just keep moving in that direction of how do we strategically collaborate to create more more view, more audience, and more alignment with the crowd that is going to be the real energy that moves all these positive impact initiatives forward. So
amazing. And I will say, we haven't told everyone, but the surprise is come summer, as we populate the platform, everybody does get a digital token for ARC, for the Alliance for Regenerative Communities. And then probably towards the end of the year, we're going to take a big vote on where do we all want to combine our superpowers in the project. And it's just a way to create, again, kind of a sociocratic model of, like, we can all kind of focus on, even if we can get everyone focused in the same direction once a year, the impact that can make is incredible. So I want to go back to again, our health and wellness guru here, if Greg would like to add anything, because again, for those of you who might be watching, for those of you who are investors and you're looking at, what is it, 200, 400%, what's my ROI? ROI is great, making a profit is great, but if we don't have health of the planet, we don't have our own personal health, like, what is that actually really worth in the big picture? So any thoughts you have, Greg, about the quality of life and the value of health and wellness?
There are a few little points, and I'll just throw it out there. What I've noticed is that ARC is a truly unique place because it's bringing together health, ecology, community, and economics all together. It's not just talking about the future, okay? People like to pontificate, this is possible, we have this product. ARC is taking products, people, places, and performing it in making it happen. It's a prototype, it's a unique prototype, it's a growing community, it's really snowballing. I'm saying it grow exponentially every time I look at it. And it's taking this stuff and it's making real change happen. It's happening, it's aligning capital, health, longevity, resilience, and the land, rebuilding everything, people and the land. Look, we are made from the land, right? We're from the dust of the earth. So our health and the earth's health are intimately intertwined. We've got to look after them at the same time. So I'm here because this work is needed, and it's actually working.
And before we finish, thank you. Again, since it's a we thing, before we finish in about 5 minutes, I want to have everyone just share your website, because again, all of you are available individually as administrative consultants, business consultants, health consultants, media consultants, technological consultants. We also know people, Brian Figueroa, who's been on the SuperGreen event, who's doing map building to scale natural building houses. People who are here who are doing microgrids, solar power, wind power. I mean, it's truly incredible. So I want to make sure everyone just shares their website and also goes to the Alliance for Regenerative Community website, which is now up. But I wanted to just share some of the value again very quickly in 60 seconds. We have about 4 minutes left. So we have a Regen Global magazine that was co-founded with Professor Troutner. It already reaches over 85,000 people quarterly. There's opportunities for articles and advertising. If you want to put an article, we'll give you an ad to promote yourself. We have the Regen Media TV. There's so much. I say we're in the information saturation generation, so we need more regeneration generation, which is transgenerational from baby boomers to Generation Z. So we have a media channel where we have very quick podcast of some of the members of the resource directory so you can know their work. I just interviewed Mark Nelson, one of the founders of Biosphere, a total genius in waste management and gardening. I mean, incredible. But to do this, I wanted to share some of the other value we bring is like a list of events right now. We just did the investor conference in Las Vegas with Ari and Greg. Went to A4M. We were able to get support at that event. We have SuperGreen, which ends today with the fashion show after this. February 21st and 2nd is the Soil Summit, where we're teaching people soil testing and how to remediate soil after natural disasters. Conscious Life Expo, February 20th. The Climate Leaders Luncheon will be out in the cameras with Julia on March 3rd in Anaheim. Expo West, one of the biggest natural health products expos in the country, March 4th and 5th. And then we have the Disaster Expo in March. That's going to be in Miami, showing people like, what do you do if you're a victim of climate change or not related natural disasters? We are going to be doing our first Regenerative Health Alliance Health Clinic in Los Angeles. People are offering us spaces, so it's obviously filling a need. Global Capital Network, March 26th, Newport Beach Marriott. That's another investor event. We're going to be there at tables talking to people that want to spend money and invest in the future and the health of the planet and their children. Of course, Bioneers is coming up in Berkeley. The Biohacker World, March 28th, 29th, Uprising Together in Simi Valley, Soil Summit 2 in Ojai, the Global Earth Repair Convergence up at Port Townsend, Washington. It'll be up there again with Julia and our video team in May. And then we're just announcing the Regenerative World Cup in July. That's what we're producing. So before we finish, if we could just go around in the minute we have, if people can give your website and your email, and that'll about bring us to the end, and we'll go back to Devin. So why don't we start with AJ, and we'll just please share everyone's information.
Yes, hi. I don't really have a website, but you can look up all my information on LinkedIn. A Dugar is my LinkedIn ID. I also have a consultancy which I recently launched called Astro Bridge Advisor. So that does have a website, astrobridge.space.
Excellent. And I know you can reach Ari through ARC, but what's your information, Ari, please?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to get me by email, that's good too, re13@gmail. One of the sites I'll focus on right now as far as mine is growthecongo.com. That is definitely one that I'm pretty passionate about. That's phytoremediation using industrial hemp on contaminated mines in the Congo. So between that and then the Alliance for Regenerative Communities, my services are between website development and some of the other resources that are listed there. So you can definitely request that through the ARC website. And then on growthecongo.com, sign the petition for our tremendous framework that we would like to put forward to solve a lot of these problems of lack of infrastructure and contamination in the Congo. So
amazing, thinking globally. And Julia, I know you have a lot of great administrative skills in media. How would people contact you?
I actually am also just on LinkedIn for now. You can find me at Julia Lentz. There's a lot of us, so I would just type in Los Angeles because I'm a psycho and I've looked at all the other Julia Lentzes in the world. But that's me, and my email is julialentz22@gmail.com.
Excellent. And with the 1 second we have left, and we have our Swami of crowdfunding back here and our host and producer giving us a platform, Devin Thorpe. But really quick, Greg, how would people contact you?
Yes, so it's like my name, Greg Wolf. If you want my email, it's greg@wolfwellness.co. There's no M. Wolf Wellness. I don't know for what it's worth. That's what the website is, wolfwellness.co. And it's also on Instagram. And I don't know if you can scan that, but wolf.wellness on Instagram.
Excellent. Thank you so much, all of you part of the Alliance for Regenerative Communities. What an amazing team of luminaries. And let's back to Devin and Superpowers for Good, SuperGreen, Super Crowd. And this has been such an honor. And we're so thankful for all the work that you and Alan have done just to make this happen. So thank you for your time.
Well, it's been a pleasure. This is just such a joy, and it's been great to collaborate with you, Michael. Great discussion. Great, lots of different perspectives. I love that. Thank you very, very much for your help, and thank you for great discussion. I'm now excited to get started with this, most exciting part of today is the fashion show. This is such a radical thing to do. Let me bring Alan and Patricia on. Let's see, there's Patricia, there's Alan. Please turn your cameras on. But Alan, of course, is the founder of Green to Gold and our co-host at Super Green Live. Patricia has really been the vital resource for organizing a very successful fashion show. We're just so excited. Patricia, thank you for all of your work. I'll turn the time over to you two.
Okay, let's get going with this. Our sustainable fashion show. A long time of putting this together. And let me first say, of course, I'm Professor Alan Tratner of Green to Gold, the incubator, and the co-host of the Super Green Live. And I'm thrilled to introduce our innovative fashion, apparel, textile brands that each follow different strategies to make fashion more sustainable and ethical. I'd like to welcome Patricia Langen, founder of Women for Women's Wear. She's our co-host and moderator of the fashion show. So take it away, Patricia.
Thank you so much, Ellen. It's really thrilling to be next to you on the screen. You're really an icon in the field. Thank you. I am leading a community of women in the U.S. who want to find and buy ethical and sustainable fashion that's designed or made by women more easily. It's called Women for Women's Wear. And I'm really excited to help curate the show. So let's kick off by introducing our first designer. She is Mariana Saxi. She is founder and CEO of Jackalow, America's first circular children's clothing brand. She is a mother of 2 children and a longtime environmentalist. And she holds a master's degree in social work and public health. That inspires her to care about ethical production and who makes Jackalow clothes and how they are treated. She joins us from Washington, D.C. Welcome, Mariana.
Hi, thank you all so much for having me. Let me share my screen, and can you all see that? I just want to make sure that that's working for everyone. Yes, it looks like it is. Great. Okay, just one second. Okay, perfect. So hello, thank you all so much for having me. I'm Mariana Saxi. I'm the founder of Jackalow. Meet my son Elias. When he was 4, we stopped getting hand-me-downs and I had to buy his clothes for the very first time. Whatever I spent on clothes, they weren't lasting long enough. As a mom, I was exhausted from running after him, and the last thing I needed was to buy clothes again. Kids' clothes often don't last long enough to be outgrown. Parents are wasting money, time, and contributing to pollution. 85% of all textiles end up in the landfill, and less than 1% of clothes are recycled. The existing solutions are usually polyester, which is unsustainable, often far too stiff, and ultimately not good for kids' sensitive skin. Altogether, this means that parents always have to compromise on something: durability, comfort, or their values. Jackalow is the no-compromise solution for parents that care for their kids and the planet. We make long-lasting, comfortable, and sustainable clothes, and then we resell them on our platform, making it faster and easier for parents to do something that's right for their family and the planet at the same time. Parents that buy Patagonia for themselves want a brand for their kids that tells the world they care. Our platform allows parents to find our new or pre-loved clothes that meet their and their kids' needs quickly and easily without compromising their values. We design clothes with a focus on sustainability and circularity. We use organic, fair trade fabrics or fabrics that other brands were going to throw away, with a focus on fabrics that can be recycled with today's technology or composted at the end of their usable life. We design for longevity with features I'll share later. We keep our cotton and fabric sourcing as close to our factories as possible, ensuring we can use energy efficient transport. We offset the carbon produced from our farms to our customers' front door, and we offer free repairs on our garments for the first 6 months. And we also teach repair techniques so that families can learn how to keep their kids' clothes in use for longer. And of course, we buy back everything, regardless of condition, to be renewed and resold or responsibly recycled. On an average year, our production saves over 1,000 kilograms of CO2, 11,000 megajoules of electricity, and 45,000 liters of water. And this doesn't even count the savings generated from our resale program. Now, in just a moment, I'm going to walk you through some of our styles. But before I do this, I'd like to share a few ways you can support our sustainable mission. First, you can shop shop on our website for the kids in your life. Find them some great clothes that they will love. Through February 15th, you can invest in our company through our WeFunder campaign, which is very apropos to the earlier conversation. You can follow us on social media, and you can share about us with members of the press or children's boutiques that you think should carry our collection. So now I'll dive into some of our designs. So as I said, we design for longevity, and that includes features like reinforced knees, extra length in the leg, and elasticated drawstring waist. Now, oftentimes kids' clothes are meant to look like little adult clothes, but kids grow out and up a lot. And so they need features that work differently for their changing bodies. And these are two of our styles that our customers love. On the left, you see our Jules jeans, which have a reinforced panel that goes from the upper thigh almost all the way down the leg. And then our Ash pants, which are one of our classic styles, which have a little bit more of a tapered leg and more of a moto-inspired look. As a designer, as well as the founder, I take a lot of inspiration from vintage workwear, and I love to style these pieces for both boys and girls so that families can see how one item can work for multiple children in their lives. Our summer clothes focus on a mix and match wardrobe using items that can be paired together, as well as switched up for a bold contrasting look. Our t-shirts and sweatshirts seen here use a rag style. So raglan, you may remember from the traditional baseball tees, where the seaming goes from your armpit up towards the neck. This style means that there's no spot where the shoulder should specifically hit, which allows this style to work well when it's oversized or as the child grows. So this means that, when you're shopping for your kid, you can size up and it can last for much longer than a traditional t-shirt would last on them from an aesthetic standpoint. Another thing I'd like to point out is the length of our shorts, which I like to call this is not an environmental thing. This is just a personal style thing. I like to call this the Goldilocks of shorts lengths because it's really not too short and it's not too long. And this is something that's really rare in fashion today, particularly with overly gendered clothes. You often see shorts for girls that are very, very short and shorts for boys that extend well past the knee. And that doesn't really look like a short to me. So we design real shorts for real kids. I love to build styles with a focus on layering. This allows basic items to carry through multiple seasons. I choose colors that will survive trends and can be paired with lots of items in their wardrobe. This allows us to help families make essentially a capsule wardrobe for their kid without it being boring. Where possible, We use leftover organic fabric from other brands' production. These pants that are kind of that peachy color are a leftover chambray that we were able to put to use. And when we do make dresses and skirts, we like these to be just as flexible as anything else we produce. So this pinafore skirt has removable and adjustable suspenders, which allow a child to use the item for much longer and get two styles out of it. Plus, all of our skirts and dresses have pockets because we know that little girls like to collect rocks and treasures just as much as little boys. And for kids that wear uniforms or have dress codes at their schools, we're always adding more styles that meet these criteria. So many uniforms these days are made with polyester and laden with forever chemicals. Kids spend at least a third of their lives in school clothes. So, as a parent, it's really important to me that we are providing options that are better for their health. Here we have some more examples of items made from leftover fabric. We chose a color block sweatshirt that allows us to take advantage of two different fabrics. Both of these fabrics were reclaimed. And then the button up is made with a cotton linen blend with this really beautiful subtle blue and green stripe, and it works beautifully for boys or girls. The hat in the middle picture is made from, it's reversible, and it's made from the cutting room floor fabric from our own production. So the outside is the denim that you saw earlier in those Jules jeans, and the inside is the linen stripe. And so both of those can be used depending on the kid's mood for the day. And that's all I have for you today. Thank you all so much for taking the time to learn about Jackalow. I encourage you to scan the codes below to invest, to schedule a call. If you've got partnership ideas or really just want to learn more, I'm always happy to speak. And you can scan the next code to shop and then follow us on Instagram as well. Thank you so much.
Steps that we can take. Okay. We all remember Jackalow and why our kids will love it, as well as the environment. The next amazing designer that we have is Vanessa Barker, and she is calling in from London, England. She is the founder and CEO of Papillon Bleu.
Hi, Patricia. Hello, everyone.
She is the founder and CEO of Papillon Bleu, which promotes natural farming to restore and protect nature through creating natural fibers and opportunities for farmers who grow them. Learning from ancient wisdom and embracing nature through fabrics and clothing. So thank you, Vanessa, for being here from Papillon Bleu. Show us your wonderful creations.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. So my name is Vanessa. I'm CEO and founder of Papillon Bleu, and we are regenerating land through fabrics. And I want to show you a little bit how we do that, because a lot of the time we don't really know where our clothes come from. So our mission at Papillon Bleu is to craft a world where every thread benefits the land, enriches lives, and brings harmony back to nature. We run a fully traceable regenerative organic farm program in southern India with our partners Radis and an NGO called GVK Society. And what that enables us to do is to go right back to the seed, and we can trace our garments that we make and the fabrics that we make right back to the beginning. And the beautiful thing about that is that we work directly with tribal farmers, embracing ancient wisdom and following natural farming, effectively going back to how we used to do things, which is eliminating entirely chemicals from our agriculture and cultivation of cotton. And that's the beautiful sakura there. And we have a real focus on the female farmers in our program. And at the beginning of each season, we give seeds out and non-NGO seeds, of course, non-GMO seeds, of course. And we also give those at zero interest because there's a huge poverty trap in India, which is created by loan sharks effectively taking high rates on providing the money so that farmers can even get going with the seeds. So the beautiful focus on the female farmers is that by giving them the money, we're really uplifting the women and giving them the responsibility to manage the farms and the money and the revenue that comes from that. And this is done there in a food and fiber garden. And what that also enables us to do is to replenish the soil. So there are multiple ways that we can do that, but one of them is by growing the cotton, not just in single mass fields of cotton, but to also grow it along beautiful vegetables and chia seeds and cashew nuts and all wonderful things that also can bring nourishment for the farmers' families. So not only is that traceability also giving us an ability to measure our social impact, which is giving farmers a 35% increase in their income, it's also enabling us to really look at the granularity of our impact on what we measure, which is very highly the community piece because our farmers are the ones who grow our cotton. But also we focus on carbon sequestration and restoring soil, chemicals by eliminating completely the chemicals in the process, and also water, which is by rain-fed only, we can cultivate the cotton. By saving on our 225 acres, we're saving the equivalent of about 225 Olympic swimming pools a year. And that is by planting once a year and working with the rain, which falls in the monsoon season. So grown in a food and fiber garden that replenishes the earth and supports the farmers' livelihoods. And as I say, that food and fiber not only is a part of creating a beautiful ecosystem, because monocropping, growing cotton singularly, is not the way that it was good for the earth. So by having this different multi-crop system, we can also feed the farmers' families, create second revenue streams for them, but also create this beautiful food and fiber ecosystem which replenishes the soil. And there we have some pictures of the different things that are growing alongside the beautiful regenerative rain-fed organic cotton that we grow. And that leads us to the wonderful fabrics that we produce from that, fully traceable back to seed with a crazy social and environmental impact. You know, we're not just doing less harm, we're actively doing good by replenishing soil and also uplifting local communities in Andhra Pradesh in India. And the beautiful range of fabrics that we produce from that are for sale for fashion brands to utilize in their collections. And also we have gone further with our beautiful cotton, which is so soft and so gorgeous because it has no chemicals in it. And I think we forget about the toxicity in clothing and the fact that our skin is our largest organ of our body. It absorbs what it touches. And we have all of these toxic chemicals that are used in the textile processing, which effectively are bad for the workers, but also when we're wearing those clothing, we're absorbing those chemicals into our skin. So it's no surprise that we have such things as skin cancers and allergies on the rise. And the perfect product that we've then moved into is the hospitality range, which we're selling into hotels worldwide, which celebrates here the natural color of the cotton. We don't even use any dyes whatsoever at all. That's just the beautiful natural color of the cotton harness. But we also embrace natural dyes as a way of also using low impact dyeing. And as we know, 20% of the world's water pollution is caused by textile processing. So not only is using low impact, non-chemical, harmful chemical clothing in cultivation and in the dyeing process, it's kinder to our skin and it's kinder to the planet. And that brings me, if I can, very quickly to our small project here in England, which is where I'm based. And that is the beautiful Morpho, which is, let me share the slides. Here we go. So Morpho is a new hemp textile. So we started an R&D project back in 2021 to grow industrial hemp, to recreate a textile value chain here in the UK, and also a beautiful fabric from that, which we've managed to achieve to do. And we know, or I hope we do, what an amazing soil healer hemp is, hence why they planted it in Chernobyl to clean up the radiation there. And as we move through that, we also require really minimal amounts of water to grow hemp, and it's incredibly drought resistant. And in addition to that, it has a massive ability to sequester carbon. So when we talk about net zero goals, then we should all be growing more industrial hemp. And these are the processes that we've had to go through: the spinning, the weaving, the retting, the decortification. And it was all done within 91 miles in Leicestershire, where the hemp is grown, to Huddersfield, where we do all the spinning and weaving, blended with recycled cashmere to give it a softer touch, but also make use of post-consumer waste. And if there's possibly time, I just want to show the last bit of the video and show you it for real, the beautiful hemp and some of the clothing we made.
That was incredible.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you, everyone.
That was incredible, Vanessa. Thank you so much.
Not at all. Thank you all for listening.
I just made a presentation right before you did, where I talked about how dirty the fashion industry is in terms of it's emitting, the water it's using, the land it's taking up. Address for sharing.
We're having just a little bit of trouble hearing you, Patricia. Your internet connection is failing us, I'm afraid. I'm so sorry, but Vanessa, I think we all agree you did a great job. Thank you very, very much. And our next presenter is Vivian Dorado from Mexico and Brazil. Excuse me. What am I talking about? Mexico. It's like I've never traveled outside of my own hometown. Forgive me. Patricia, do you have anything you want to add?
Or addressing.
Go ahead, Vivian. Why don't you get started?
Okay, thank you. Hi, Patricia. Hi, David. Hi, everyone. So my name is Vivian. I am the creative director and international communications lead at Reinventari. And today I will share how our brand turns sustainability into concrete decisions, from materials and testing to design and everyday use. And through this process, why we are here open to investment, connections, and partnership. The word reinventari means to renew yourself from within, For us, renew it's not about constant novelty. It's about cycles, care, and regeneration. These ideas guide our choice and are also part of our visual identity. Reinventari is a growing Brazilian activewear brand created by and for women. The brand was born inside a family atelier where production and responsibility were shared or were learned from the inside. And today, Reinventari is built by a small, focused group of women working across design, communication, and production. This closeness allows decisions to be intentional, consistent, and hands on. Beyond the intellectual process like campaign, design, and communication, these images show how work happens in practice. Fabric cutting, production details, and our presence at fairs. They reflect a brand that stays close to every stage, not only the final product. Activewear today is full of excess production, excess trends, and excess pressure on bodies and on the environment. So when we talk about what we do differently, it all starts here. We don't begin with sustainability as a claim. We begin by carefully thinking through real problems and designing response that makes sense in practice. Our response is consciously crafted activewear, and that means deliberated choice every step. It also means listening to the real needs of our community. We design based on real use, pieces that are no see-through, that don't show visible marks, and that offer real support, for example. And all of this while still creating beautiful pieces with intention and care. To give a concrete example, I still wear a legging from one of our first collections over 3 years ago, and is still not seen through. That's the level of durability and quality we design for. Every top we create is named after a woman who represents strength, movement, and presence. Naming becomes part of the design process. It reinforces that fashion is made from real people, real bodies, and real lives. And that's why that's exactly why sustainability for us doesn't exist in isolation. It works as an ecosystem from material sourcing to testing, to production, to packaging, and how long a piece actually remains in use. Our goal is to make good decisions as early as possible so intention carries through the entire life cycle. In practice, that means selecting certified materials, prioritizing no toxic standards, and testing fabrics that before approving them for active wear use. Longevity is important because a piece that stays in use longer has lower impact over time. And fabric safety and health are non-negotiable for us. Activewear stays in close contact with the body for hours, repeatedly over years. And that's why we work exclusively with fabrics that carry international certifications, such as OAKO Tax Standard 100. And another conscious decision involves our suppliers. In addition to fabric certifications, we work with companies that demonstrate responsible practices. This includes water treatment process, chemical control, and operation commitments, for example. These criteria guide how we choose who we work with. And that same intention shows up in how we communicate. Our campaigns are not about selling. They reflect how our community moves, trains, and lives. I'm Just a Girl was inspired by early 2000s energy in a nostalgic and affectionate way. It's about reconnecting with a lighter side of ourselves without losing strength. Energia Salgada came from a collaboration with a local surfer. It reflects our coastal roots and movement connected to nature. The collection included bikinis and versatile pieces designed to move beyond the beach, from a walk by the ocean to a swim in the sea. I also designed the illustration used on the t-shirt and the back. Self Love Club was created for Valentine's Day. One color represents delicacy and passion, another romance. But the core message was simple. Self-love comes first. And as women, we are good at what we do, and that deserves to be recognized and celebrated. Sustainability also goes beyond the garment. It extends to everything that surrounds the product. Packaging, reuse of materials, and relationships, for example. We choose paper-based packaging, seed tags, and reuse fabric leftovers whenever possible. Some materials become accessories, for example, headbands. Others are redirected to small women-led initiatives. We also believe sustainability is social. That's why we invest in commitment moments that create connection, not consumption pressure. Because building a sustainable brand is also about trust. So we see this work as an ongoing responsibility. Sharing this approach at the COP30 reinforced that responsibility, especially coming from Brazil in a climate conversation centered in the Amazon. This is not a finished solution, it's a continuous process. And if you'd like to learn more about Reinventari or connect with us, reach out us in our channels. And Reinventari represents a way of thinking about fashion grounded in care, responsibility, and real life, where movement meets care. If I still have a little bit of time, I would like to share the clothes that I'm wearing right now. That was our last creation, the founder last creation. So it is like a small dress, but it's not actually a dress because it has a shorts behind and pockets here. So the idea is supposed to be useful and practical, but also beautiful that a woman can wear wherever they want and go to gym and exercise when they have time for that.
You're making life so easy. Can you stand up and turn around a little bit for us again?
Yes, let me try to do it.
That's great. That's fabulous. It looks great on you too. Oh, it's so cute. It's a skirt.
That's part of the pockets here, both sides.
Excellent. Excellent. You could wear it anywhere. Great.
Yeah.
And what is that made of?
So this is polyamide. It's one of the fabrics that it is this recertification for OEKTEC standard 100.
Right. And I'm sorry that my internet was not working very well, but I failed to be able to introduce you. What's so impressive about Vivian is that she is the head of creative direction at this fashion brand. And she's also a postdoctoral fellow at Yale University in human health. So the woman has wearing many hats and has many talents. It's really impressive. And it's really cool. So thank you so much. So our next designer is a creative polymath, a filmmaker, actor, designer, and seamstress. And her name is Samantha Jean Moore. She pioneered circular design without knowing it. because she was raised with the philosophy of making do, which meant reusing and recycling. For her, as a designer, being sustainable is not a business strategy, but a survival tactic that she's turned into an art form. So Samantha Jean is going to tell us about her brand, Makoko. Take it away, Samantha. Welcome. I don't know, maybe she's on mute. Hi, Samantha. Hi, Samantha.
Yeah, I'm not sure why she's not aware that she's on television right now, but she does seem to not be aware. And so I'm going to hide her for a moment and suggest that we invite Bridget on. Bridget, do you have slides you want to share?
I do.
We need to get your slides up quickly, Bridget.
Okay.
We're thrilled to have you.
Hi, Bridget. Can I give you a little introduction?
Sure.
Okay. I am so excited to have Bridget here. She is the founder of Born Again Vintage and also Sustainable Fashion Week US, which I attended last year, and it was in Washington, D.C., and it was like so exciting. She is a leading voice in making sustainable fashion accessible. And she is an FIT professor and Vogue College of Fashion instructor. And she's been recognized by the New York Times as a vintage expert. And that's in capital letters, a vintage expert. And she received the Global Sustainability Award with work featured in the magazines Nylon, Harper's Bazaar, and Teen Vogue. So I will have to say that she is a bit of sustainability in fashion royalty, and we're really lucky to have her here. And she's calling us from, I think, Maryland. You're based in Maryland now, right?
Yes.
Okay. So please tell us about yourself, your Born Again Vintage, and show us your beautiful creations.
Hi, and thank you for having me on today. It's a pleasure to be on today for Super Green Live. As Patricia said, I am Bridget Ortiz, the author, designer, and founder of Born Again Vintage. I am a sustainable pioneer, kind of like Samantha, by default, because I was doing something that nobody else was doing in early 2000s. I started in 2002. So that was definitely before the curve, before there was the term sustainable fashion. So there we go. And so here are my slides. So this is the cover of my book, Born Again Vintage, that was published by Random House in 2008. And the picture next to it is one of the dresses inside the book, one of my favorite pictures, which is an upcycled look. And if you guys don't know what upcycled means, it actually is when you're taking something old that was already created and you're turning it into something different. So, you know, as you can see to the right, that was a blanket that I turned and molded together with the dress to turn into this new piece. And I'm having trouble going to the next slide, so let's see how we do that. Okay, so this is another piece of mine. These are my favorite pieces, basically, that I'm showing you guys today, just to get the range of what is possible with upcycling. So to the left is a vintage navy jacket, authentic navy jacket that I added chinchilla sleeves to and turned into this amazing piece. The piece to the right is an Afghan with recycled t-shirts to the top to make it a romper. This is one of my favorite pieces, one because it's reversible, but it's made from a 1970s maxi velvet dress. that I turned into this jacket. And so, once again, it's just showing the possibilities, because you probably can't even imagine what the skirt was, that now that it's a jacket. But this is what Born Again Vintage does. And the main reason why I'm on here today is because I'm rebranding after 24 years of this. I am rebranding into on 2026. And so I'm looking for support to help with that. Oh, uh-oh. Sorry, guys. And this is just one of the fashion shows that I've had recently in Brooklyn Fashion Week. To your left was a Coach leather jacket that had several holes and was otherwise going to be trashed. And so I turned it into this crop jacket / saddlebag. And your piece to the right was a vintage skirt and jeans that I combined to see the piece that you see now. This is and so I also like to say that my stuff is also wearable art. You can find my QR code in the corner for any type of donations or support for Born Again Vintage Rebrand or Sustainable Fashion Week, because they're both two different platforms that support indie and student sustainable designers, which I've been doing for, like I said, the past 24 years. This piece is a wearable art piece. I love my wearable art because it, of course, is wearable, but it also is such a conversation piece. And once you have that conversation, you're allowed to, connect with different people, and also, educate at the same time and spread awareness when you're showing people that this was something else and you did something to it. So it just starts a conversation, which is extremely important to me. And speaking of wearable art, this was one of my pieces in the museum. So the mural to the right was just all discarded scraps that I had for ages that I just been sitting in the bin waiting to be used. And when I was asked to do two pieces for a museum in New Jersey, I made this mural, Recycle, Reuse, and Rework, from all donated scraps and textile waste. And to the left is also a culmination of textile waste and scraps that made this piece to the left. So, definitely a segue from my last slide, where wearable art is important to me because it does start the conversation and allow people to understand the possibilities of sustainability, but more importantly, with upcycling. And I think right now, as it stands, the statistics are that only 1% of the landfill is being recycled. And there's just, so much better we could do with that. I just don't think people even know that there's an issue there, or that's something that we need to work on. And this is just a slide of a recent fashion shoot that I had in Brooklyn, New York. And it's just, once again, just showing the range of upcycling, from dresses to a two-piece suit to the white piece to the right is just a dress turned sideways. And I just created a neck hole, and I created the bottom part to get through it. So it's, as simple as it is, people looking at it probably wouldn't think it was that easy, but I just think that it's very important for me to show and educate that it is really simple to upcycle and turn the textile waste that we currently have into other, wearable, modern couture pieces. And this is a fashion show that I had in Vancouver a few years back. These two pieces got me, I think, top three in that particular fashion show. To your left is discarded vintage fabric. So those pieces, I think, are 1960s and 1970s fabric that was just discarded, that I was able to turn into that red, white, and blue piece. And the item to your right is, a combination of like four different pieces, like a peplum from a dress, a vintage doily from 1930s. The black and white piece is clearly like a mod fabric from the 60s. And then you have a sequin insert. So it's like four different pieces that I merged into one to create that piece. And this also is a piece that was donated. I got a large donation of pleather or faux leather jackets, and I didn't know what to do with them. They were all damaged and had cuts in them and holes. And so I was able to use at least maybe 6 of the 10 and recreate this piece, which is like a multi-tiered dress with like a corset back. And that was in a show that I had recently as well. And so once again, like I said, it's for me, it's always about really showing the possibilities. And so as a instructor, a professor at FIT, and my class is clothing reconstruction. And I've been teaching there for like 14 years now. And so when you have a class where it's like the students come and they just repeat the class over and over again because they have just so many things in their closet they just want to remake. So it's just a great opportunity to just like shift that mindset and let people understand how easy it is to remake the things that they already have. And this is just a quick before and after. So to the left is, 1980s prom dress, black and white, and I'm sure in the 80s it was probably amazing. Not so much now currently. So to your right is the after, where it was turned into this 2-piece full mini skirt, and then a crop top with like a Chanel center with sweater. And this is just a page of just all the different things that I've done, where I've been in the Guinness Book of World Records because of, upcycling. I've been to Qatar and IFA Paris, all because of upcycling, 2002, when it wasn't something that anybody was really doing as a business, because I feel like we were all doing it, but just, more of like craft and hobby, but not necessarily as a business. So, I'm definitely, and I mentor a lot, which is a couple of pictures of me with students. So I'm happy to lead the charge in regards to sustainable fashion. But like I said, I am on today to get that support for this rebrand, to reintroduce Born Again Vintage, because at this point now there's so many upcyclers, and so I don't think people really understand the origins of the pioneering brands that started sustainable fashion. And so that's why I'm doing this rebrand, just to be reintroduced and to also challenge myself to make some amazing pieces, because as founder of Sustainable Fashion Week, I do keep switching hats back and forth. So I'm really happy to be back in the designer space, and open to, as always, mentoring and continue to mentor students, whether through Sustainable Fashion Week or Vogue College of Fashion or Fashion Institute. So thank you very much. My brand is Born Again Vintage. You can find me on Instagram, Born Again Vintage, or Bridget.Ortiz, or Sustainable Fashion Week US.
Bridget, thank you so much for telling us about the past, but also about your future, because we really do. You are a pioneer brand that brought this incredible elegance and skill to the upcycling area. And I just wanted to throw a few statistics out for the audience that I mentioned in my previous presentation. The reason that upcycling is important is that each one of us as Americans throw away at least 80 pounds of textiles a year.
That's right.
And less than 80% of that is actually recycled in any way, shape, or form. So the types of skills that Bridget is teaching people about how to repurpose their own clothes is really going to be needed as we move forward, until we can reduce the crisis of overproduction in the fashion industry. So,
that is right.
Yeah. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
And I can't wait for Sustainable Fashion Week US coming up soon, right?
Yes. Yes, in LA this year.
All right. It's in LA.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, we're joined by the next designer. It's Samantha Jean of Makoko, who is on the screen right now. Hi, Samantha Jean. You can unmute yourself at the bottom of the screen. At the bottom of the screen's unmute, or maybe your keyboard is muted.
It appears that, Samantha, you're going to need to refresh your browser to reconnect your audio. It looks to me. So go ahead and refresh your browser.
Okay. I'm going to introduce her, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead and introduce her while she gets back in.
Okay, great. So Samantha Jean Moore is a creative polymath. She's a filmmaker, actor, designer, and seamstress. She pioneered circular design without knowing it. Born in Kentucky, she was raised with the philosophy of making do, which meant reusing and recycling. So for her, as a designer, being sustainable is not a business strategy, but it's a survival tactic that she's turned into an art form, really. And her brand is called Makoko. And Samantha Jean is calling in from Kentucky today. Yeah. And she will be our last designer. Oh, it seems like you're not able to show your
Samantha, let's not panic. We'll figure this out. We'll get your audio. Oh, she's gone again. Maybe she figured it out, but we'll get her there.
What I would like to share with the audience, if you don't mind, Devin, is
please,
how these women-led brands are really at the forefront and pioneering a lot of the approaches that we need to help clean up fashion. Fashion is the fourth dirtiest industry in the world after fossil fuels, construction, and agriculture. And I think it's these small and micro-sized businesses that are leading the way for us and that really deserve our support. We got a comment saying these are all womenwear brands. There's no menswear featured this year, but hopefully if we do this again, I hope we do get some menswear brands. I would like to point out, though, in defense of showing women's wear, is that 80% of all the consumer spending in the world is by women. So a lot of the clothes shopping that's happening is by women, and women do tend to buy a larger number of items on average than men do. So if we're going to address the issues around sustainable fashion, the first place we have to start is with women's wear, I believe. So that's one of the reasons we're focusing on women's wear in this fashion show. And I also wanted to encourage you to join us at Women for Women's Wear, which is the community of women living in the US who want to find and buy ethical and sustainable fashion that's designed or made by women more easily. And you can go to at Women for Women's Wear, there's no apostrophe, and join us on Facebook or Instagram. And it's free. It's always free. We curate brands. We run fun events in person and online like this. And we map cities so that when you go to London or Johannesburg or Tokyo or, Atlanta, you know where you can buy ethical and sustainable fashion. So yeah. And also, I did want to mention that earlier today, I made a presentation about what is sustainable about fashion. And that will be made available to anybody who wants it. You can find it at the Women for Women's Wear Instagram link, or I think maybe through SuperCrowd or SuperGreen Live, we can make it available as well, if you want to learn more. Yeah.
Yeah, we're still working on solving Samantha's problem. We're not going to give up. We may need to hurry through her presentation a little bit, but we're not going to give up.
I love that, Devin. You haven't given up on any of us.
Let me add Alan to the conversation.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. While we're waiting for Samantha, this has just been a joy to watch all this. And of course, Patricia adding all the incredible knowledge that she has about this industry. I want to tell a little story about women designing entrepreneurship and an experience I had in our Green to Gold incubator and one of the most amazing sources of upcycling. Okay, here it goes pretty quick. We won a competitive grant in the state of California from the RMDZ, had the recycling and waste and all that for the state of California. And in that grant, we were to create the recycle store for the state of California website. And they allowed anybody that had at least 10 or more percent of packaging or recycled materials or anything, a product, whatever it was, some wide range of things, they would promote it to the world free from the state of California. Pretty exciting. We did it. It was pretty exciting. I traveled around the state of California making lectures about all this stuff and how to invent the future and recycle and using all those materials as a waste stream that became something that was useful. Ultimate upcycling. So one of our women inventor entrepreneurs had a pet product. Do you know those bags that women carry their babies? I had to actually do it with my son, but they carry them on the front and the back, but especially the front. Pretty interesting. So she came up with something called the Pampered Pet Bag, and it had all kinds of pockets and special things and to keep the water. But what was interesting is what we sourced out of this was out of the California prison system, all the denim that was from the uniforms, what the prisoners have to wear, and they were dumping all that stuff and burning it, and we got a hold of that and started to make them, and they were wonderful colors, the deep blue denims and all that, and made a Pampered Pet Bag. It won awards and was cool and being sold everywhere, and it was just the ultimate upcycling from the strangest source you could ever imagine. I don't think we ever told many people that it came from the prison system, but that's the source of it. And I wanted to tell you that story. We're so thrilled about the kinds of products and women that are coming. When I went on Oprah, which was an amazing experience, and she told 20 million Americans, if you have a great idea, get a hold of Alan. My whole life changed in our organization.
Wow.
And made it to the front page of the Wall Street Journal. But the funniest thing is we went from being about 90% inventor entrepreneur men, males, okay, as organizations for decades. And almost overnight, we became 60, 70, 65% female inventor entrepreneurs, innovators. And we've enjoyed that ever since. And again, that power of them making so many decisions in purchasing in the world, but also creating, inventing the products and doing that. And we also always engendered supply stream being the waste and recycling and then sustainable materials. I see Samantha's with us. I will leave.
Welcome, Samantha.
Hello. That was absolutely devastating.
Let's just jump into the presentation because we only have a few minutes, okay? Don't blame the internet. Don't blame let's jump in. This is Makoko and Samantha Jean. So we've got about 3 minutes, okay? Sorry.
Everyone, my brand, Mokoko, which stands for Modern Country Couture, is a circular fashion brand featuring upscale Southern eclectic streetwear and couture for unruly women and femmes. The brand is rooted in themes of classic Americana, the working man, the prom queen, Southern belle or bride, and gives a fresh take on these cultural stereotypes. Think tailored suits turned into cocktail dresses, or custom denim jackets with puff sleeves and rough edges. Charming, classic, a little haughty, and very unapologetic. My mission as an artist is always about giving value to that which has none. So I use vintage and recycled materials, and I create not just one-of-a-kind wearable art, but I create luxurious fashion pieces that speak to the individual. So my entire goal is to infuse people with confidence and self-worth. So if you're interested in watching more, there is a QR code here, and you can find a link to a program on KET, which is Kentucky's PBS website. And that gives you a visual of some of the runway work that I have done. Devastated, so thrown off. I'll just skip right to some of the pieces that I've created. So this is the most recent piece that I made for KMAC Couture. It is actually, there's videos of this on my Instagram. So if you would like to find me on Instagram at Mococo Lex, you can watch some of the videos. This one is really exciting because it's literally just made from the cuttings and removal from another dress. I had an actor who was very petite. We cut the bottom off of this vintage 1970s velvet dress and actually turned it into to this runway piece. So I do this kind of with a chip on my shoulder. You know, I grew up very poor. And so when I wanted to go to prom, my mother made our prom dresses for us. And not only was she taking, you know, we'd go to the sale rack and find, you know, the cheapest fabric we could find, and not just create something that was beautiful, but create, you know, something that was the best. And so, you know, this piece here is it's made from curtains, it's made from scraps. So it's made from discarded, ugly, you know, rugged, stained pieces. And so I use that not just as a philosophy for clothing, but a philosophy for personal life. If you have, you know, we all ourselves are rugged and we have rough edges, but we can transform those pieces within ourselves and create something really beautiful. So I tried to make all of these look like movie posters because I am, you know, I'm an actor, I'm a film creator, and so I just wanted to kind of have fun with these. So this piece was the very first piece that I ever did for KMAC Couture in 2019, and it's all made from burlap and bed sheets. And I labeled it The Birth of Venus, and actually the back of it is it displays a beaded design of the birth of Venus. And I used it creating old beads that my grandmother had gifted to me for Christmas when I was probably 9 or 10 years old, and still had. And so this is my very tongue-in-cheek, my very, you know, the idea that, you know, you could make a burlap bag look good. And so I really wanted to run with that concept and really push it, and not just look good, but look absolutely fabulous and become this couture, this kind of goddess-like entity. But she, you know, she's wearing a dress that's made out of burlap, and the white fabric that you see there is just shredded pieces of bed sheets. It's just old cotton to just create, you know, what is a crown, essentially. And so again, it's how to find value in these things which we perceive as being valueless. So this is one of my personal favorites because it's non-traditional and it's angry. This piece is called Monster, and the theme at KMAC that year was books, and I chose the book Frankenstein. So this piece is about unrequited love. If you're familiar with that book, Frankenstein's monster.
Is that it, Samantha?
Me? Am I connected?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. It said disconnected. We're dealing with a storm here, so I was worried about the power going out. So this piece is called Monster, and it's made from like a 90s prom dress, very basic prom dress, and it's made from a 1970s velvet green, this kind of matronly dress, and also a sari that was gifted to me by my friend Preeti. And all of these pieces just kind of all put together again to create value in a new way, just taking something that was just discarded and old, and then creating something really powerful and fabulous. So this was me as an artist being able to channel some of my feminine rage into something like really powerful. And I'm thrilled with it.
Yeah, you should be. You should be. I really congratulate you on a great presentation. I appreciate you persisting through the technical challenges. I know it's been stressful for you, but we've been thrilled to be able to see what you're doing. It's beautiful. We're grateful, and congratulations on the great work you're doing. I hope people will continue to support and follow your incredible and inspiring work.
Well, I tried to get in. I'm so sorry.
Don't be sorry. You did a great job.
Sorry about the technical difficulties, but please find me at Mokoko Lex on Instagram if you want to follow more and see more and actually see videos and processes of these things being made. It is Mokoko Lex on Instagram.
Fantastic. Thank you very, very much. We're going to pay a little homage to our sponsors. Think about how they can support you. Welcome to SuperGreen Live, the biggest event of the year at the intersection of climate solutions and impact crowdfunding. Upgrade now to VIP for just $25 to get the full experience. VIP tickets include access to and a listing in the VIP directory, a backstage pass during 24 hours of live programming, 3 VIP networking sessions, speaker slides and handouts, and an invitation to the private LinkedIn group. Scan the QR code now.
Raising capital, it's not just marketing, it's securities law. Most deals, they don't fail because of the returns that are offered.
They fail because of compliance mistakes.
And that's what we do
Every day, we help entrepreneurs raise money the right way.
before problems ever start. If you're raising capital,
Talk to crowdfunding lawyers first.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. Book a call today.
Hello, my name is Brian Figueroa. I'm the CEO of Green Tech. We're a renewable energy development company that specializes on cutting edge technologies like graphene batteries. Get back with me at brian@greentech.io, TEK.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gene Massey with Media Shares, an equity crowdfunding marketing agency, and we're happy to be participating in SuperGreen Live.
Green to Gold and the Super Crowd wish to thank our supporting sponsors, Azure Printed Homes and Little Toes, for their financial support. We similarly extend gratitude to our media sponsors, Regenerative Media TV and Community 3.0X. SuperGreen Live is hosted by the 501c3 nonprofit Green to Gold in partnership with the SuperCrowd, Inc., a public benefit corporation. You can make a tax-deductible donation to support our climate-focused collaboration at 4sc.fund/donate or by scanning the QR code. Help us accelerate climate solutions now. Hello, everyone. I am so excited. This just continues. It was so fun to see the growth in the audience that we were able to see during that fashion show. Lots of people tuned in for that. Really exciting to see beautiful designs, brilliant designers, a passionate commitment to genuine sustainability, demonstrable in so many ways. I loved it. I'm now excited to introduce you to our next speaker, Riza Gonzalez, who is the head of Global Couture US. Riza, welcome.
Thank you, Devin. That was amazing, all the presentation that you have. You are doing a great job. Very excited to be here with you today.
Thank you. Do you have slides you wanted to share?
Of course. Let me look for that. 1 second. I have it ready here. Devin.
They're all ready.
I lost you.
That's because it's your turn. Take it away.
Having some trouble with the internet. Perfect. My name is Raiza Gonzalez. I'm from Dominican Republic and I live here in Maryland. I work as a journalist, but also I'm the CEO of Global Couture US. It's it's an event that promotes indigenous community, artisans, and high couture designers from around the world. We create this platform to show that we don't want to lose the handmade work that with antique techniques that so many artisans from different countries have been doing. So the idea is to share a runway stage with those indigenous community that are doing a beautiful work, working with products from the earth, working with the anti-technique from the Amazon of Ecuador, from Colombia, from Panama. I'm so proud to show you some of their work and what we are doing here in Washington, D.C., where is the main stage for Global Couture, where we show that Washington is not only a political capital, but also is a place where we can share culture, art, and fashion. Let me show you the next slide. We are an international fashion and cultural platform based in Washington, D.C., where we celebrate sustainability, culture, global collaboration. Our mission is to use this tool for social impact, cultural preservation, and environmental responsibility. And one of the great things about this event is also that we support nonprofit from around the world, since orphaned in Dominican Republic, women cancer survivor in Panama, and also with support with all the resources that those indigenous community needs to come to showcase their fashion work. What we can promote for an environmental impact: a slow fashion limited collection, upcycling, waste reduction, responsible production materials. When I mentioned before, we are working with the Amazon of Ecuador and also Colombia. They work with the name in Spanish is caña flecha. It's a material made with the fabric of a tree, and they make beautiful dresses with the fabric of the tree, and they even put color with elemental of the earth. So that is amazing. Why we don't take the time to breathe and say, let's slow the fashion and let's use those materials that the earth is giving us so we don't put so much pollution in the world. Like I mentioned before, with our platform, we only not only promote the fashion, we don't only support the indigenous community, but we also help those in need, like women cancer survivors in Panama, children with rare diseases, and we go to visit orphan houses in Dominican Republic. The idea is show that the resources that the people enjoy, a good fashion show, a great platform with art, music, dance, and fashion, and also your support are supporting nonprofit around the world. This is a little bit of the events that we did before with the artisan and indigenous community. We help them with the process to create pieces because sometimes they are limited with the idea of creating small pieces. But like you can see here in this slide, we are preserving ancestral techniques and identities through fashion. These indigenous create everything by their hands for months of working with cocoa and make beautiful accessory with coconut. That is amazing, showing that fashion is more than the classical fabric that all the waste that we put on the street buying so much clothes that sometimes we don't use. But guess what? You can use a beautiful pieces made by hand with plant-based. This is one of the communities that we invite. She is Itaya from the Amazon of Ecuador, and she brought to the house of the ambassador of Peru in Washington, D.C., a beautiful display made with feathers of bird, making those beautiful accessories, and everybody was amazed by that because we can see that fashion is an identity, is culture, and we can show how we feel every day. Why it matters? Fashion is one of the most pollution industry. Change start with conscious platform. If for that, if we create this type of event and I motivate you that if you love fashion, look for ideas where you can implement a clean fashion using things like plant-based accessories, plant-based clothing. I can give you some ideas. You can reach to me and I can present you very personal those ideas that I'm telling you about, so you can be part of this project and we can make a big movement of fashion with sustainability. Our vision is a fashion industry driven by purpose, identity, and responsibility. And one of the great things that are working from us right now is working with embassies. We are working with around 10 embassies in Washington, D.C., who love the idea to support their designers from their country. They get me in contact with them, and we help them with the process of the visa to come into Washington, with ideas how to create their pieces. We make so many ideas for them to come to this big city and make their dream comes true. Shows that not only the high couture from New York Fashion Week, from Paris, from Italy, we also can create conscience through fashion. Thank you so much. This is my presentation. I would like to invite you to take my email that you can see here in the slide, or go to my website and send me an email if you would like to be part of this beautiful platform that is changing the world and showing that Washington, D.C. is more than a political capital. We are culture, art, music, dance, and fashion. So thank you so much, dear Deb.
Raisa, it's just been wonderful to hear your presentation and to see your work. I I really love to celebrate diverse perspectives, and you bring, I think, a great perspective, unique on the platform here. Someone who has roots in the Dominican Republic, as well as being involved in fashion, now living near the nation's capital. How does all of that inform your work?
Let me tell you, I was living when being Dominican, and then I grew up in Panama. In Panama has a diversity of different nine indigenous communities. And you learn about the history and how they preserve and how they take care of the air, because that's the main resource for them. And then when I moved to Bogota, Colombia, I learned that Colombia has a great diversity sharing with Panama indigenous community. And I saw the urgently of those embassy over there to show the world those beautiful designers that need to be showcased. When I moved here, I decided as a journalist, start talking about those topics in my interviews. Start talking, giving those platforms so those indigenous community can talk about the fashion. So I decided, because it's no more a fashion platform like this, I created myself. I said, you know what? Let's start a year of time. Let's start with the different indigenous community, helping with the process of the visa and helping them with the creative. You want to use the air, you want to use the plant-based fibers, that's okay. Bring it to me and we can create design. Putting them to work with Agatha Ruiz de la Prada, the best designer of Spain right now. So that is beautiful, and that you can show that everybody is the same in this platform and everybody has creativity to show to the world.
That is an amazing, amazing idea. And I'm so glad that you've been able to be here to participate with us. Your insights have been really valuable. I love your work. I want to see you succeed. I really, really, truly want to thank you for all that you're doing in the world, and encourage you and hope that you'll continue to be successful as you try to build that movement of more sustainable fashion, and drawing on that, your roots, all that diversity sort of rolled into one amazing human being. I love it. So good luck to you.
The good thing, Devin, that you start the world doing this kind of platform so we can share this message to the world. So thank you for this platform, and good luck to all the people that is being part of this too.
Well, it's an honor to have you. Thank you very, very much, Raisa.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All righty. Bye-bye now. Okay. Wow. I don't know about you, but I am just feeling overwhelmed almost by the amount of great minds working on this place. And I'm reminded that there are two great things that we can all do to support this work, right? All of us can be looking for deliberately for more sustainable clothing, more sustainable practices with the clothing we buy. And of course, we can also look for opportunities to invest in and support founders who are doing sustainable work. We want to see them succeed, and we can participate in that in a more deliberate way with our investments. So I encourage you to think about how you can do that. Now, I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Sharon Fried Buchhalter. She is, one of our sponsors with Little Toes, and she is really an impressive individual. Golly, Dr. Sharon, thank you so much for being here. Your work with the Little Toes diapers is really game changing. Disposable diapers are such an environmental disaster, and the work you're doing to change that game is really meaningful. I'm excited to see your presentation. Have I got the right thing pulled up for you?
That's going to be the second part of our presentation. We're going to start off with the questions and answers with you or Alan moderating, and then we're going to go right into
That's right. Let me bring in Alan for this. Thank you very much for
I
that
almost,
reminder.
I
Hi,
almost,
Alan.
yes, hello, aloha. I almost
Aloha,
I
all the
wasn't
way
going
from Hawaii.
not to get my opportunity here to introduce Dr. Sharon. This is so wild. So let's get right into it. So welcome again, Sharon. Sharon's a clinical psychologist. She has an MBA in industrial psychology, a marketing industrial psychologist, a human engineer, former Fortune 500 CPG product developer, an expert and inventor, a founder and CEO of products on the go. She's the creator of the Little Toes brand, which is a patented award-winning sustainable diapering system. And Devin made it clear that she's one of our sponsors supporting SuperGreen Live, and we're really thrilled to have her come on. And now I'm going to ask Dr. Sharon some questions. So, Doctor, you already had a successful career, an amazing career. Why entrepreneurship?
Well, Alan, thank you for inviting me. I'm excited to be here. I love everything that everyone produced. I want to say that I didn't become an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship founded me. Having worked in marketing and working in Fortune 500 companies in product development, I kept encountering the same problem. We had data, we had insights in entire categories, ignored health and lifestyle and the consequences of environmental influences. And I had the skills to solve it, but I couldn't look away anymore because no one else was solving it in the industry. And that's what was the impetus to help me to make that bridge into Little Toes.
And how did your psychology and marketing and Fortune 500 background shape Little Toes as a company?
Well, as working in Fortune 500 companies in consumer goods, we looked at habits, we looked at consumer behavior, we looked at why people buy and how they buy. And we built our company with performance that connected human engineer behavior and also the performance as well as the sustainability of products. And I, at that point, realized that you can develop products with all three factors. And from working in the industry, I saw that nobody else was doing that.
And what industry problem felt so urgent enough for you to build a whole company around?
Well, the biggest problem was the fact that most people don't realize that there are 10,000 babies born every single year, and 8,700 diapers on average is what they go through. And we shouldn't have to
for something that's worn for a few hours, maybe tops 12 hours, make a difference in the planet because it's taking 500 years to decompose in a landfill versus little toes, which is 147 days or less for the components of bamboo to disintegrate into the earth. So I saw that that was a problem I couldn't avoid. It was unavoidable because it was so profound on what it does to the earth.
Wow. What makes Little Toes different in such a crowded marketplace of all the big players, all the different diaper companies and everything else, Huggies and everybody else? What makes Little Toe different?
Well, we created with the idea that we have patented products in how we formulate, how we manufacture. Everything is responsibly sourced through the FSC certification. We also have all types of organic and as natural certifications from our factories, which we demand. We also create social responsibility in our working environments. But most of all, the fact that we look at sourcing responsibly has made a major difference, and also combining lifestyle, organic or natural products, as well as with sustainability and having patented innovation. And that made a very big difference because there's no one in the industry, except maybe the traditional diapers, Alan, but those, again, are a major problem for the environment. There's no other diaper company that can say that they have patents on all their diapering products.
And what was the hardest part of this journey?
Resiliency. As we know, for those of you who are surfers, you can't fight the waves. You can't go against the current. You have to ride them. You have to recalibrate. You have to paddle back and continue with persistence. And sometimes you don't have certainty. Sometimes you have to build certainty, and sometimes things are very ambiguous. So having not only resiliency, but the ability to be persistent with that resiliency and how you actually handle the resiliency is a key factor, especially in entrepreneurship. And I'm sure those of you that are entrepreneurs could all relate to that.
Yeah. You can't give up. You got to keep going.
Never.
Resilient.
That's right.
Where do you see Little Toes and its products on the go heading in the future of consumer packaged goods then?
Well, I see Little Toes becoming the benchmark. Parents won't ask, is a diaper sustainable? They'll expect it and wonder why a diaper isn't. It'll be the norm. And we're expanding this responsibility with scientific rigor in formulations. We are already in pre manufacturing for diaper rash cream and a whole aromatherapy sunline that's also completely reef and mammal safe as well. So we will continue our mission to make a difference in the earth.
That's, the sunscreen issue for coral around the world, here in Hawaii and everywhere else, is a big deal. And I know you have a breakthrough in there. That's a beautiful addition to your product line. What trends do you believe will shape the category next? Diapers.
Well, sustainability won't be an option. It'll be expected. Also, authenticity, being open and honest about what's in your products and being transparent and showing it. So, accountability and sustainability to know where your products are being disposed of, how they're being disposed of, and also what they're being made of and how your products are being sourced. I think that that's going to be something that the next generation and the generations to come are going to make a big difference, because sustainability, it will take more momentum. And also, when we have happy babies, we have happy families. So
Yeah.
that's a very important issue that I see happening in the future.
My next question you already answered. It was what keeps you going when the ride gets tough, and that's resilience. And you never give up. So before we share your products, what matters most right now?
Changing what we leave behind, how we leave our earth for our children, for our grandchildren, and for everyone else. Keeping the momentum going for green and making sure that we have responsible innovation and product development that's not only healthy, but that looks at people's lifestyle, looks at the pain points, but also definitely looks at how we affect the environment in our product disposal.
Beautiful. Well, now it's going to get really fun for people to see this. Can we all get to see the wonderful products you have developed with R&D of over 8 years? And you know, this is the introduction now to our PowerPoint presentation, and you're ready to go. And let's see these incredible products.
Okay, we're ready to go. Okay, so here was the problem of what we talked about earlier, the toxic legacy. What happens when landfills of diapers are in the earth? We have toxicity. We have expansion of methane gases and other gases that are extremely harmful to our waters and to our land. And so we had to come up with solutions. And one of the major solutions is having product development that is sustainable, such as bamboo. So this was a major problem with the environment and looking at the landfill. And in particular, if you think about this, our country is only 250 years old. Imagine if there were disposable diapers from the beginning of conception of our United States, what would happen now? They'd still have another 250 years to decompose, even though we didn't have them back then. But just imagine the magnitude of this problem. So looking at the how we dispose and why this is such a major problem has to do with toxicity, not only in our environment, but also in our waters. So what happens now? What is the solution? Well, we're choosing solutions that are sustainable. So, what makes bamboo such a great choice? Not only does it grow without pesticides, it's naturally hypoallergenic, it's breathable material, and although people look at bamboo and they think of it as hard and rough, when it's actually spun down for diapers or wipes, it's actually super silky soft and it doesn't cause diaper rashes. And in addition, you have the benefits of being in a landfill for 147 days or less on the bamboo components. So you have a great solution that's not only healthy for babies, eliminates in most cases 99% of diaper rashes, and also will not create any kind of methane gases or other expelled gases into the earth, because it will be in a landfill for a very, very short period of time. 147 days versus 500 years. So let's talk about what bamboo diapers are about in how we do it in each product. We use 100% viscose, which is a spun down version of bamboo. And for our wipes, we use 100% natural bamboo for our fibers. And people don't always realize this, but you may have a natural wipe, but what happens is, Alan, that you have preservatives in there that cause dermatitis. So my patent was to find a natural solution, and we use food grade preservatives because anytime you have water, you have to use some type of preservative. So we did that, and we have the patent for that. On our diaper, our swim diaper, also, we have all natural product. It's not made from bamboo because it would disintegrate if it did, but it is also designed for complete containment. So we're also saving the environment that way as well. And of course, all the products are patented. Now, for those of you who have tried to get a patent or have a patent, you all know how hard it is to get a patent, especially in the United States. We have patents internationally as well as in the United States. And we already have patents in many areas of our formulations, which are still in pre-manufacturing. And in addition, the patents also show our differentiation in the market from any other competitor. And now, what about our rewards? Our rewards have been given to us by Mom's Choice Awards. So moms and dads have chosen our products. And we also have the Green Matters Awards for our wipes. And that was a contest that was done internationally, Alan, where parents had to vote for the best natural wipe in the industry, entire industry that covered not only bamboo, but all natural wipes. And we came out as number one. And then on top of it, we have doctor approval from a world-renowned allergist, Dr. Ira Feingold. And you can see right up on the PowerPoint what he wrote and how he endorsed our products, and from a pediatrician, also approved testimonial for a doctor that has worked with babies all the way up to teenagers, and also gave us a great testimonial having sold our diapers in his own patient's office and saw the results of how many parents were so happy with our products. Here are all our certification. You can see the FSC just shows that we are responsibly sourcing every product, every ingredient in our diapers. And we also have all these certifications, which shows that the factories we work with deal with organic or natural products. So we're addressing sustainability once again and the natural components. And what is the green future here? Well, we sell directly to consumers. We're looking to expand in that market through subscriptions, and we offer it not only in bulk, we have a whole on the go division. That's how we started with products on the go, because we also realized people have busy lifestyles, and we wanted to make sure that we provided products for not only home use, but on the go as well. So that's our direct to consumer. We also are in a unique position because we've moved in, and especially in 2025, into the hospitality industry, an industry that has been untapped in our area. So we're in swim parks, we're in swim schools, we also are in some amusement parks, as well as we are a preferred vendor at Marriott, Hilton, and the Hyatt hotels, because we believe that when you travel, that shouldn't compromise what kind of product you use. So we do rooms that are product ready with sustainable natural diapers, Little Toes, and we also offer them in the retail stores, as well as amenity for anybody that has ordered a crib in the baby's room. So we're all about providing a great addition to lifestyle of busy parents. We also are moving into supermarkets, and we were rated in the top 10% out of 250 brands. We were rated 21 as a brand to see on shelves within the last year. And that dream has come to fruition because we're going to be coming into the ShopRite stores in our test markets within the month, and we're going to be expanding from there. And we also have inroads through the military and some other categories, which is very exciting as we move into distributorship here and around the world. And anyone that wants to copy my QR code right there can find out more about us. Anybody that would love to contact me, I'd love to be able to connect with everyone. I love connecting with people with like-minded perspectives, and contact me anytime. I really appreciate this opportunity, and thank you, Devin and Alan, for doing an amazing job in the last few days of creating this wonderful SuperGreen online program.
Dr. Sharon, if there ever was a green product that from every dimension and every direction actually is represented, it's yours. This is just amazing. And from the farm, to the store shelf, and caring about the planet in every way, shape, or form, and actually having a baby myself. The first time in my life, I learned what diapers were all about, and I never thought it would be ending. And if I would have had that choice, then it would have been incredible. So I think this is a big movement, that has to happen. And I believe that you're going to be hugely successful. So thank you, thank you, thank you so much for your efforts for all these years, the products that you're introducing, and the new lines of products. And I'm proud to be involved with you with Green to Gold and shaping that future. So once again, mahalo to you so much. And thank you for being part of and sponsoring Super Green Live.
And thank you for the opportunity. And thank you for also being a wonderful mentor to me in Green to Gold. I appreciate everything. And I have a lot to be thankful for and grateful for to you, Alan, and your team.
You're welcome.
I wonder if I could jump in and ask a question or two. Dr. Sharon, are you up for that?
Absolutely.
What was it that got you started? What was the kernel of influence? What were the roots that drove your passion for this?
Well, I saw patients on a regular basis, families, couples. I saw a lot of fights because diaper babies were up all night. They were getting diaper rashes. One of the parents forgot the diaper bag, and they were fighting. And you saw it in the session, and it was little things like you would think would be nothing that really caused a lot of friction in their marriage, and the fear about especially new parents that were very scared about their babies having bacteria rashes, running to doctors, to the pediatrician, hearing their babies crying at night. And I saw this over and over and over again. And also, having worked in companies that didn't address the natural market, when I started, there was only one company. I'll say it begins with an H. That's all I'm going to say. But I didn't see everything always honest about it. So I decided, being a trailblazer, having the background in human engineering and seeing how important consumer behavior is, that I was going to build a company that addressed this. And because I work with the target market, I started with On the Go, because I realized that, parents have busy lifestyles. And then as we grew, we got into the bulk market by 2019, because we didn't want somebody else taking the market for the bulk. We wanted to handle the travel, the lifestyle, but we also wanted to address the home use, because you're not going to buy a 2-pack of diapers when you really need 36. You're going to buy another brand. So we said, no, that's not what we're all about. We want to do both. So I would say it's a combination of working in consumer products as an innovator and a human engineer, but also working with the very same population and seeing and hearing firsthand their pain points.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. I find it intriguing that it was the desire for there to be a better product for the baby, and yet you have leaned so far into the natural side of things, right? You've created a product that is so good for the planet compared to what's out there, that it's a complete game changer. People might be motivated by that, but you're saying, I think, that your goal was to just make a better diaper so that you wouldn't have the leaks and the spills and the grossness that disrupts a household when the diaper doesn't work. Am I hearing you all right?
Devin, you're absolutely right. Not only did I really want to create a natural diaper, but of course, performance could not be compromised. Performance and sustainability and natural products are what we're all about. So the manufacturing, the actually, if you bring this, interesting you brought it up. It's a great question, because my patent is all about the performance of the diaper, how it works, how many layers we have so we don't have leaks, and also the component of no diaper rashes, because we're using bamboo, and bamboo is also naturally hypoallergenic. So we address performance. We also wanted, again, natural components, and we address sustainability. So we covered all three. And one of the problems I saw working in consumer product goods in developing products is that they usually address one or maybe two issues, but they don't address all three. So I think that bringing up performance is extremely important and can be very stressful for a parent.
Oh yeah, yeah. I really commend you for that. I join Alan in commending you for the great work that you're doing in this space. Because I mean, I'm just trying to picture a landfill and trying to guess what percentage is messy diapers. And boy, addressing the biodegradable and oh my gosh, that is a huge component of trying to address the crazy consumer oriented world we're living in. So kudos to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Devin. And I wish we had these diapers when my kids were little because I actually had a preemie. And when I took my son home from the hospital, I was very scared because he had very thin skin. He was born 10 weeks premature. And it wasn't easy when we got home. And I was scared as a new parent, especially having a preemie, because their skin is even more sensitive. And there were always issues with, bacterial rashes. And even if you use a diaper rash cream, the diaper can cause rashes. So it was also being a mom and going through the experience of using traditional diapers, because back then that's all we had. And all the chemicals that were going against my baby's skin, I didn't want that for other parents. So it was also a personal journey as well.
The mother of invention. She fits
The
that.
mother of
There you
invention.
go.
Well, fantastic. Dr. Sharon, thank you so much for being with us. We're thrilled that you would be a part of Super Green Live. And we, again, thank you for your financial support as a sponsor.
Well, thank you. And I always like to support the things that have to do with green, because obviously it's close to my heart and I believe in it. And the Super Green is doing everything from green energy to sustainable products and making a difference in the world. So I commend you for putting something like this together. And I hope I can always be a part of it.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. All righty. Well, Alan, this is a little opportunity for the two of us to reflect on the last couple of days. And I want to warn folks, Alan and I are going to reflect, but we're not done. We've got some great content coming up. Don't worry. This Super Green Live is still going for another 74 minutes. But Alan, Alan and I will pause for a few minutes to reflect. Alan, what was the highlight of Super Green Live so far for you?
Wow. One highlight. Ooh, put me on the spot. I can't do it. I can't do one highlight. but I will tell you, this issue of what we've done in these 3 days, to my mind, as someone that's been in this for so long and pioneering it and helping all these inventor entrepreneurs and trying to make a difference on the planet itself and the transition to sustainability, green economy, I will tell you that I was very impressed about, and maybe you'll echo this, how many true game changing situations we've encountered here. Even with what Paul did, which was totally unexpected and blew me away, in a way that the crowdfunding industry, you're the oracle of that, could make a big change to make it easier for this to scale up and make a difference in climate change and other kinds of needed areas. I thought that was pretty remarkable. He thought it out. He played the game. He went through it. He understood the solution, came up with it. And I think that was remarkable. Again, a game changer, just like Sharon's diaper, and a whole bunch of other raft of products that we saw and methodologies and processes. I think we were wonderfully riddled with game changing things, truly, and incredible moments of inspiration and education that came not only from the funder teams and panels, but also obviously from our demo day and then the incredibleness of people watching. Many people don't know what happens when you do pitches, how an entrepreneur, inventor, an innovator, puts it all together, a company, and gets in front. Most people would be a nervous wreck to do that and get in front of people that will make the difference about whether you survive and are successful, the funders. And watching that happen in a live way, having judges that are investors and know the industry talking about it, that I think that was a game-changing moment for our audiences. The vast public, I don't think they see that. They understand that. Maybe Shark Tank gave them a little feel for that, but even that is not the reality of how that works. Okay, that's live entertainment. The whole point of what they do, it's real, but it's not what happens in the real world. And all that changed, by the way, with COVID. If you remember, we were doing live pitches all the time. 10 minutes you'd get. If you were lucky, you got 10 minutes of extra questions. We did the Clean Business Investment Summit for several years, sponsoring it and doing it at UCSB in California with the California Coast Venture Forum and all kinds of groups and everything else. And to get up there and work on your template, what we do in our incubator and everything, your sponsorship and your pitch deck and licensing and everything else, it is a very interesting process. And to take a good person that knows the actual product, the technology, the venture, they're passionate, that makes a whole bit of difference up there. But to get in front of an audience of people that have the money that will change your life and get you out into the marketplace is a very daunting task. So I think those game-changing moments throughout these days have struck me and been so remarkable. So not one individual single thing. I'm giving you a raft of what I think is a slew of game-changing moments in SuperGreen Live.
Yeah, I think there was a lot. There was a lot that I loved about it too. One of the real treats for me was discovering that one of the co-CEOs, one of the people in demo day, was coincidentally a musician, and so Omashar Sanjaya participated in demo day and then performed for us today. And he did a great job. It was such a little bit of serendipity. You suggested months ago that we do a fashion show. I was nervous about how we might pull that off, and that turned out to be, I think, really a truly brilliant experience. And I was thrilled with the outcomes there. We had great designers with real, genuine commitments to sustainability, and I saw compelling cases for new products, and to some extent there was some technology there, and of course, Dr. Sharon's work, which is fashion adjacent, really important work. That was great to see. So we just saw throughout the event, I think, some really compelling, exciting things.
And globally, the very thing we wanted to see happen, other than Antarctica. You mentioned there were no penguins, but listen, we got all the continents represented, which is exactly what this was supposed to be, a global event, and have that opportunity to be represented and with designers, and even from the farms, the idea of regenerative ag and soil preservation and remediation, and so that we could start there. It's so important. All these aspects fit into the green economy and producing new products that are truly sustainable and regenerative. That dimension that was just exciting to me, let alone what you brought with the entire crowdfunding industry. And when it happened, and I remember Obama Jobs Act and all that, and how they called me from the SEC and said, you run a large incubator. What do you think about this? If everyone could invest, accredited and unaccredited, from around the world into American company, I just was in joy. I said, wait a minute. You mean you don't have to be wealthy or be nobility or stole the money or whatever, inherited? Anyone could be someone that could support an enterprise, an invention, a new product. And I've watched that happen. And it surged during COVID, as you know, when everybody was locked down and you couldn't go anywhere and do anything, and everybody was on the internet, and the surge of equity crowdfunding happened. You never look back from that, and it's just it is an interesting proposition to watch this happen, and for us to be a part of that in directing our ventures in Green to Gold from around the world into equity crowdfunding as a way to source this. It doesn't have to be the only thing or the only way you do it, but wow, I'm telling you, sure went beyond friends, family, and fools, the three F's that we used to talk about.
Yeah.
You know, it just allows everyone to participate. And we made that clear today, and yesterday and the day before, about the impact that you can have as an individual, not only as the consumer of sustainable in demanding those products, but actually investing. Even $10 that you pointed out, can get you started. And I'm just knocked out about, again, the game changing nature of so many of the presentations and the things we discussed.
Yeah, it really is inspiring to see, and I'm so grateful that we were able to pull this off. With your help and leadership, this has been great. But we've had some great performances, not only uh, Omashar but Omashar and Izzy. We had Izzy Francis the other day, and Izzy was, one of our British participants. She did a great job, and her music is just beautiful. And it was fun to connect the arts a little bit, I thought, to this movement of trying to be climate active. So that was certainly a highlight for me as well. I love.
Bringing that up for a second, Devin, don't go away from there. Another game changer, the Prince, and his new platform that is for an area that's been very difficult. We've had all kinds of films and documentary and creative and animation and games and everything else you can imagine in Green to Gold. The most tough thing in theatrical performances, movies and everything else, in TV productions. Just think about a platform that's a crowdfunding platform devoted to this creative industry. I think that's another game changer. I'm so excited that you introduced me to the Prince, and I'm calling the Prince to Prince, and those are one of the. I also want to mention. Just think about what has happened to us during these 3 days. Uh, Talking about climate and capital while this country, the United States, I hear the statistic, more than half of the people in the United States right now are going through horrible storms, blizzards, unprecedented amounts of snow and wind and closing down things. And look at what it affected some of our presenters, not even be able to get on the internet or broken and all that. And we did it. And the example of climate change affecting everybody's lives, more than half of the United States population this week. And I'm just thrilled that we didn't get one of our storms like what happened with Lahaina, and we lost power and communications and food and everything and water, you name it. And I think what we're doing is so incredible with Super Crowd and Super Green Live. I'm so thrilled to be a part of this and help you get this accomplished. It is so important for all these dreamers and creative people and inventors, entrepreneurs, innovators, scientists, researchers to have that opportunity, a hopeful opportunity that their ideas can become fruitful and make a difference in this world.
Yeah, it was fun for me to see some of the businesses that we were able to feature that are scaling up. Like we had World Tree on. They've raised $18 million, and they've estimated the value of the lumber that they is now growing as trees at this minute is worth like $300 million. So they've converted 18 million into 300 million. That's a remarkable thing. Great growth. We had Gene Edelman on. You know Gene, and Gene was able to talk about his Azure printed homes, and that's an amazing. They're taking recycled plastic and printing homes with it. I mean, it's just amazing what you can do with a 3D printer now. I mean, literally building homes out of recycled plastic. Just an amazing thing. And beautiful luxury homes, as well as shelters for people who are unhoused. I mean, it runs the full gamut. So exciting to see that. You talked about the crowdfunders. We've had a whole range of experts and leaders in the industry, from Johnny Price to Kendall Almarico and Richard Robinette and Cameron Neal. I mean, just so many real successes. And one of the favorite themes of mine that we saw at the conference was reviewing the the nature of the ability to be profitable with a green business. And I think that's a really challenging thing. Doug from World Tree talked about the cognitive dissonance of believing that something could be good for the world and good for me, because we tend to make the world binary. Our brains tend to divide. Either this is good for humanity, good for the community, or it's good for me, not both. And yet, investing in climate solutions can be both. So it was a great panel discussion to build the evidence that these things are possible. I loved that. And the live pitch, I just love our live pitches. That is just such a fun thing to see people pitch in competition. It's sometimes painful. I always feel bad for those that don't win, but we had 3 out of 4 winners, and the one that didn't win was fabulous too. So they're all great. We had 4 great entrepreneurs pitch with remarkable judges, Paulia and Jackie. That was great. So it's just been, I think, a fabulous couple of days. Alan, you've really helped, I think, to frame something great here with Super Green Live, and I appreciate your role in making this happen.
It was my super pleasure for Super Green Live. I'm going to tell you something. Look at back in Earth Day, when we looked at all this was the problem of pollution and having teach-ins and we were poisoning the planet and ourselves. And that's why I said, God, we could reinvent all this and have a sustainable future, a green economy. And I'm watching it grow and be fostered by what we're doing with Super Green Live. And I'm just knocked out about it. The reality of green being investable and being successful is here. And it's already been happening, just most people don't know about that. And it's just pretty incredible to watch this. And I hope it really literally snowballs, no climate pun intended, but I hope this goes where we're hoping it will go. It will change the trajectory for climate change disasters and build good green jobs and new careers. A lot of the young people that come to us want to be in this field. They want to make a difference in the world. They want to have a sustainable world and make a product or technology or a nonprofit mission in this field. And it just is exciting to watch it happen. And it is, I think, what happened with equity crowdfunding changed the game there. Truly forever, that anyone could be an investor into a project. Look, we were even talking about the gentleman that was I remember in the back room in the VIP meeting, one of our presenters and speakers in joining us. I knew him from Santa Barbara when we had our incubator there. And what I knew about him is that he wanted to do vegan platform crowdfunding to support the companies that grow regenerative, sustainable, organic, vegan foods, and that you're going to buy them, and that means you could invest in them. And now that with Prince and what he's doing about the entertainment, all these special platforms that people can get excited about in their passion. And I think that what's going to happen soon is we're going to have a pet products. We have that featured here, but something about pets and animals, a platform for the products and the technologies and the medicines and everything else. I think that will be a platform that will be happening. And I welcome all of those. They're incredible.
Oh, yeah, it's just been absolutely phenomenal. Well, Alan, you and I are going to have an opportunity to say a few closing remarks in a little bit, but thank you very much for partnering with me. I think this has been a remarkable 3 days that I'm proud to have been a part of, and grateful for your leadership in helping us put this together.
Thank you very much. They call it ditto, There you go. Did you see that Amazon, I think it was Amazon commercial during Christmas, where it shows the whole house that's fully lit up and everything and all these things thrown at it, and the neighbor next door says ditto and points the arrow at that house. I think that was a cute commercial.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, thank you, Alan. Next on the program is my colleague Chandan Saha, and Chandan is the producer of this event. He he is based in Dhaka, Bangladesh. And so I believe right now it's 6 a.m., which, as you might be able to put together, means he's been up all night producing this event for us. And he just does a tremendous job. He also is the editor of our newsletter. Uh, you may have noticed, if you're a subscriber to the newsletter, you may have noticed that the content is still coming out while we're doing the show, which means Chandon is doing like double, triple duty. He's, is like a juggler with 13 razor, 13 chainsaws being juggled all at once. He's really remarkable. I'm thrilled to be able to introduce him to you now as a speaker. He has really genuinely developed some tremendous expertise in this area of crowdfunding as we have worked together now for a dozen years. And so he's been shoulder to shoulder with me, and so many of our successes I can attribute to Chandon. I'm grateful for his leadership and support. So, Chandon, I'm excited to give you the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for. Can you hear me? Is it okay?
Yes, we hear you. Take it away.
Okay. Hello everyone. I am Chandan Shah from Dhaka, Bangladesh. I am the producer and event technology manager at the SuperCloud Incorporated and editor of the Super Power for Goods, a newsletter. And I am deeply grateful to Devin and Alan for this opportunity. Being part of the Super Green Live is a truly an honor and a major milestone for me. Today, I want to talk about Capital for Good, how community investing is helping accelerate climate action and social equity. Around the world, we are seeing everyday people step into the role of impact investor, directing capital towards solutions that protect our planet and strengthen our communities. And this presentation is about how that shift is happening and how each of us can be a part of it. Community investing is powerful because it creates direct impact. Instead of money moving through distant institutions, capital goes straight into the projects addressing real climate and social challenges. It also empowers local communities and diverse founders, helping build more equitable growth. Most importantly, it aligns financial goals with a sustainable future where profit and positive impact move together. Each week, Superpower for Good helps make sense of the growing impact investing landscape. We curate list of new impact-related offerings from FINRA-registered crowdfunding portals and broker-dealers. Our goal is simple: help investors quickly identify opportunities that are doing real good for people and the planet. Our team employs a rigorous proprietary analysis to identify offerings with verifiable social and environmental impact. With the help of Devin, who uses AI to surface the newest deals each week, we are able to discover and evaluate opportunities before anyone else. Delving into each company's mission, operations, and projected outcomes. Our work results in three key lists. First, impact offerings that directly address climate solutions and social equity. Second, offerings led by minority founders supporting inclusion and economic opportunity. And third, women-funded companies helping close long-standing funding gaps. Together, these lists show how diversity and impact go hand in hand. Our discovery process is ongoing. we monitor new offerings weekly, conduct initial reviews, and then dive deeper to confirm impact and founder background. Sometimes this takes time, and that's intentional. Once verified, qualifying companies are added to our list, even if they are not recognized right away. Impact does not expire just because an offering is not brand new. If we discover a company meets our criteria later, we still include it. This approach expands access to meaningful investment, prioritizes quality of impact over timing, and keeps our list dynamic as new insights emerge. Whether you are an experienced investor or just exploring crowdfunding, Superpower for Good connects you to vetted opportunities that align money with values. When communities invest together, we accelerate climate solution, strengthen equity, and build a resilient future. Capital for Good is not a trend, it's a movement, and it's growing. And explore the latest and climate investment opportunities by checking our weekly list at s4g.biz or superpowerforgoods.com, or scan the QR code here to discover the newest deals as soon as they are released. Thank you.
Chandan, thank you so much. Chandan has kind of given us an overview of a lot of the work that he does, and he refused to take more of the credit than as much of the credit as he should have. Each week he does a deep dive on sometimes 24 new offerings to identify which ones have minority founders, women founders, and social impact. And wow, that's a lot of work. He does it over the weekend so that it can be ready on Monday morning and you can find all the new offerings. He did note, and I'm proud of his great work, that his list oftentimes features offerings that are not listed on any other third-party platform. We're the first to get them, which means you can get them every Monday morning and see what's up, what's new, and get that right fresh. So, Chandan, thank you very, very much. I really appreciate your great work. And I am really excited for our next guest. Our next guest is one of our musical performers, and she is here from Down Under. We're just thrilled to have her represent the Teeny Tiny Stevies. And she's done, she and her colleague have done a lot of music around climate solutions. And so I'm just thrilled to have her here. Bill, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, we're just delighted. You have made some really fun. I mean, your music is just fun.
Oh, thanks.
Wouldn't people describe? Would that be the word that most commonly describes your music? It's just fun.
I guess so. Hopefully, it's also described as good.
Oh yeah,
but very fun. Saying. Yeah, very fun. My sister and I. My colleague is my sister, and we started a band when we were teenagers, and as young adults, we have always had our band, and then. As we grew a little bit older, and I had my first children, we sort of thought, how can we keep being musicians and live this life? And so we thought, let's try a little bit of what people describe as kids music. Kids music has such a bad rap, and we did, and so our original band was called the Little Stevies, and then we started an offshoot called Teeny Tiny Stevies.
Well, it's brilliant, and. One of your really fun music videos is the Baby Chino one.
Yes.
You mind if I play that one for us?
Please do. I would love for you to play that.
Okay, hang on.
Teeny Tiny Stevies!
Good morning, baby. Mommy didn't get much sleep, did she? Let's cruise the local streets to find that critical drink Mom and Dad need. I'll pack our cups from home if we decide we want to take it to go. Cause there's no point in throw. We not cups we only use for 10 minutes. If it's a cappuccino, macchiato, piccolo, activity. Let's cruise the local streets, uncover the best cafe for that milky treat. Take a seat, we'll have it there. Mom says it's nice for someone to serve her for once, and there's no point in throw. Wing our cups we only use for 10 minutes. If it's a cappuccino, macchiato, piccolo, cordial, espresso, avocado, mocha latte, it's hard to go. Let's go get a vivicino. Let's go with a fluffy marshmallow. Let's go get a vivicino. Let's go with a fluffy marshmallow. Let's go get a vivicino. Let's go with a fluffy marshmallow. Let's go get a vivicino with a fluffy and a dusty and a lovely marshmallow with my vivicino. A Texas match avocado with a side of prosciutto, mozzarella and tomato. A few jalapenos, pickies and formaggio. Bruise it with some oleo, season with some oregano. Finish with a little bit of mango gelato. In our reusable stuff or in an edible cup, all the incredible things that impressive people think up. In our reusable stuff or in an edible cup, all the incredible things that impressive people think up. In our reusable stuff or in an edible cup, all the incredible things that impressive people think up. If it's a cappuccino, macchiato, piccolo, cordial, espresso, avocado, latte, it's hot to go. Let's go get a vivicino. Let's go with a fluffy marshmallow. Let's go get a vivicino. Let's go with a fluffy marshmallow. Let's go get a vivicino. Let's go with a fluffy marshmallow. Let's go get a vivicino with a fluffy and a dusty and a lovely marshmallow.
Oh my gosh, where did you go? Bill, I'll find you, Bill. Sorry. Bill, so as you think about the amazing work that you're doing with kind of a climate focus, what do you see as being the, what triggered that? Was it your being a mother and your view of wanting the future to be safe and good for your children? Did that influence it, or is it something else that drove that? Oh no. We appear to have had a technical problem with Bill. I'm so sorry. I'm going to hope that she's going to come right back, but she has done just a whole bunch of great videos. And so I'm going to play another one and hope that we can get her connection restored. But one of her great videos is about climate change. Let me play that for you.
Teeny tiny Stamies!
I've heard of climate change, people changing their ways. I've heard the whole world's involved. I'd like to lend a hand, I'd like to understand what I can do on my own. Just count my significance. You've underestimated, even though I'm just a kid. Me and my friends care about this. We've got an outdoor space somewhere I can create a landscape to make my own. Yeah, we'll pot some plants and seeds. I'll help by planting trees. A garden I can watch grow. They'll help to clean up the air. I'll learn what grows well and where. We can eat some of the food, so what we buy is reduced. Yeah. We find me listening, you'll find me leaning in, hands in the dirt, mind open. Habits can be retaught, ideas can be rethought, just takes a little effort. None of this is my fault, I'm still showing support.
Isn't that great? I just love that. Just love that. So I was asking, was it being a mother? Did that influence your decision? I mean, you've kind of leaned into that. I feel a little uncomfortable being an old white man asking a young woman about being a mother, but at the same time, you kind of leaned into that.
Of course, yeah, that's fine. Yes, gosh, that song makes me teary. Yes, we'd done a few albums as Teeny Tiny Stevies, and a lot of those albums and the themes for the songs on those albums were crowdsourced. You've been talking a lot about that today. And, we'd ask parents, what are the challenges you're going through? We'd write about things like toilet training or eating lots of vegetables and things like that. These are the issues that they were sort of having, or the little challenges that they were having in their households. And by the third or fourth album, we realized that parents were saying a lot about, how do we explain climate change? How do we talk about this huge, giant issue with our children? And Beth and I were feeling that ourselves as parents. It's just, it's like really full on to where are we in the world? What can we do? And I'm no climate scientist, but we are songwriters. So we thought, let's dedicate a whole album to these topics. And we wrote an album called The Green Album, which all of these songs come from. And so we just we tried to approach it in a really positive way, even though it's a giant behemoth of a topic that can feel so all-encompassing and overwhelming. And I think that is one of the worst places to start, because you kind of stop before you even started, because you're like, well, what can I do? There's nothing. So we really tried to break it down song by song. And yeah, there are some of the songs on this album that just literally go through tiny things that a child can do, and yeah, I hope that answered your question.
Well, absolutely. I want to get to another song just because I love all these songs. They're so good. We just did the fashion show a few minutes ago. In fact, I think you joined the studio in time to see some of that. Thank you for being prepared, ready to go. I really appreciate that. But you did a pre-loved song. Mind if I play that?
I love this song. I would love for you to play it. Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Teeny Tiny Stevies.
I found my perfect pants, a soft pastel blue. They made me feel incredible. The right size for me. The legs don't itch your knee, not too tight so I can still do my dance moves. The best part of these pants is not the shape or color or how good they look on me. Pre-loved, second-hand, used, one hand-me-down, vintage, not brand new. The selfish dress I could reclaim, recovered, discovered by someone new. The unique and treasure to me, the newest addition to my wardrobe. Imagine if someone didn't hear them on and they didn't find their way home to me. I found a pair of shoes, perfect for running fast. They even light up when I stamp the heels down. Shoe shoelaces and Velcro. They've got both, you know, so I can put them on fast or slow. The best part of these shoes is not the shape or color or how good they look on me. The pre-loved second-hand used, worn, hand-me-down, vintage, not brand new. The salvaged, recycled, reclaimed, recovered, discovered by someone new. The unique and treasure to me, the newest addition to my wardrobe. Imagine someone didn't have them on and they didn't find their way home to me. I found an old t-shirt, it says love your band. Can't wait to show it off on the weekend. The color's faded in, it feels worn and thin, and no scratchy bits to annoy my skin. The best part of this shirt is not the shape or color or how good it looks on me. It's pre-loved, second-hand, used, worn, hand-me-down, vintage, not brand new. It's salvaged, recycled, reclaimed, recovered, discovered by someone new. It's unique and treasure to me, the newest addition to my wardrobe. Imagine someone didn't have them on and they didn't find their way home to me. Pre-loved, second-hand. Everybody showing twice the love. Pre-loved, second-hand. Everybody showing twice the love now. Pre-loved, second-hand. Everybody showing twice the love. Pre-loved, second-hand. Everybody showing twice the love.
Teeny tiny Stavies!
That is so good. That is so good. You clearly have so much fun as you make these videos, but I imagine it's days of work to create one of these videos, isn't it?
Yeah, it depends. It depends. By the Green album, we were, it is days of work. You're absolutely right. Full stop. It's days of work. But we're all, you know, as a small business that's trying to do everything on a shoestring budget, we're always trying to come up with creative ideas and how to make them the most cost-effective and time-effective way. And so sitting on two chairs in a you know, abandoned warehouse was a good idea.
Yeah, yeah. But, you know, that was the perfect theme song for today's, you know, emphasis. We just we've been talking about fashion for the last 4 hours. That was such a good way to wrap this up. But I think that perhaps my favorite song from your album, your Green album, was the Compost song. Oh. Where did that idea come from?
Well, in researching the giant world that is, I don't know, like, how are we going to fix this mess? I came across the fact that compost is, like the song says, I think the words go, it's one of the ways in our control as individuals where we can actually make a difference. Is if everybody actually composted all the food waste that they have in their house, it would make a considerable difference. And I found that fascinating and amazing. And I thought that, well, compost deserves a whole song. So yeah.
Yeah. Let's play it here.
I used to feel like, what's the point of doing anything? 'Cause a little I do won't amount to much. But I found a thing, and it's not that big. It's something you can do from home. A spot outdoors, a balcony corner. You don't need that much space. This is a song about compost. This is a song about wiggly worms. This is a song about dirt. When scraps go back to the earth. This is a song about compost. This is a song about wiggly worms. This is a song about dirt. Fertilizer made from your food you don't want anymore. One of the ways in our control as individuals, where the impact is not insignificant. lubricant. Yeah, did you know food waste alone contributes a big ratio of methane gas when it just sits on the stack with all the other trash? This is a song about compost. This is a song about wiggly worms. This is a song about dirt when food scraps go back to the earth. This is a song about compost. This is a song about wiggly worms. This is a song about dirt. Fertilizer made from your food you don't want anymore. No, this is not a song about a sticky pile. Yeah, this is not a song about a moldy giant. These are things you might make when you first try one. That's a pile you can repair by adding green, brown water and air. Reducing what goes out on your street every week. Cause you are the boss of your garbage bins. You're also the boss of your garbage Microorganisms will chomp on your things, their own recycling system. Hear me, friends, I recommend. It feels a bit magic. This is a song about compost. This is a song about wiggly worms. This is a song about dirt. The food scraps go back to the earth. This is a song about compost. This is a song about wiggly worms. This is a song about dirt. Fertilizer made from your food you don't want anymore. Food you don't want anymore. I said food you don't want anymore.
Teeny tiny Stavies.
Yeah, it was just great. I just loved that. Loved that. You obviously have so much fun making these, but I imagine it's a profession, right?
Oh, yes,
It's a
yes.
business. You call it a business. It's art. It's
Yes.
fun.
Yes.
It's work, and it's business too. Bill, thank you so much for being here. I think we've got time to play you out with one last song. This is your energy song. But Bill, let me thank you so much for being here. It's just been a delight to have you. Thanks for making time, being ready. I know it's difficult to coordinate with 15 different time zones between here and there, but thank you for joining us tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm in tomorrow. Yeah,
That's
no
right.
worries. That's a pleasure. And good on you for doing good things for the world.
Thank you very, very much. And here's a perfect way to say farewell to you. Thank you.
Teeny tiny Stavies.
You can find energy in any object, power that we can gather from using things that have it when we want and when we need. Did you know the sun was the first way we used energy? It provided heat and light. We'd get up when it was bright and sleep when it went down. Like a person needs food, a car needs fuel to go. What keeps the fridge cold, light bulbs glow. Well, here goes. When you get home, turn on the lights and crank the heat up. It requires energy, there's electricity that we know how to control. We take it from the sun, from the wind and rushing water. We've been really old fossils, power plants, and then we drop it down power lines into our homes. Like a person needs food, a car needs fuel to go. What keeps the fridge cold, the light bulbs glow. Here goes some of the ways that we collect our energy. Take only what you need, leave it better than you found it. So we get good air to breathe and land to grow tomorrow.
Teeny Tiny Stairways.
Well, wasn't that just delightful, everybody? Bill just couldn't be more amazing. Teeny Tiny Stevies, you can find them on YouTube and Spotify. Enjoy their music. It's just wonderful. Bill, I hope you'll pop into that backstage area for a few minutes. There's a group in there that I know would love to meet you and be able to get a Zoom selfie with you. So I hope you'll do that. It's now my opportunity to reintroduce my co-host, Alan Tratner. Professor Alan Tratner helped organize the original Earth Day in 1970, now 56 years ago. And it was a life-altering, life-defining experience for him. He's devoted his life to fighting climate change and finding solutions. He brings his positive energy to taking a path toward the solutions rather than dwelling on the challenges and the problems. I admire that tremendously. I'm thrilled to be able to bring Alan back to the stage to make some final concluding remarks for the event. Alan, take it away.
Well, what can I say? Just aloha to everybody, fellow Earthlings. This is the conclusion. Not exactly, we still have the VIP session that will conclude this, but what a thrill to work so hard for a long time with your crew, Devin, and you, and put this event together that truly is a remarkable intersection of climate related solutions and capital, the two things that have to come together to make a difference. I was thinking about closing this, and I wanted to tell, if you don't mind, I'm going to read a quote that caught me deeply when I was in high school. And it changed my feelings about where I was going in life. I wanted to be an inventor, an entrepreneur. I had won all kinds of awards, scholastic art awards and science and everything else, a scholarship, all kinds of cool stuff. But when I heard this presentation, and it just stuck with me. It's been part of my letterhead and everything else. I probably could do it in my sleep, but I don't want to blow it because we're on global television. But I do want to, if you don't mind, I want to read you something that kind of captures what we're all about on what Buckminster Fuller called Spaceship Earth, and how incredible it's important to believe, just like here's the original flag, the most important photo most people believe that we've ever made, showing our home, the planet Earth, from space, coming from the moon and going around the moon, 25,000 miles in diameter. All the millions of species of life, this thin layer of the biosphere, the life support system, all the ecosystem that keeps us all alive. And that's our life support system. It is Spaceship Earth. And if we would be the dumbest crew and passengers to screw that up, but we've been doing it. And sometimes it's been out of pure ignorance. It's also been out of greed. It's been out of terrible mistakes. And now we have the solutions to change what's happening with climate change disasters and raising the temperature of the Earth, and what it's starting to do to all the ecosystems at an unprecedented rate. But we have the solutions to make a utopia out of this planet for everyone and raise all the hopefulness and people out of poverty, and have a global economy run by natural renewable energy, and replacing, I've always been about, from Green to Gold's creation on Earth Day was about transition. We don't have to put jobs in industries, throw them away, discard them. we can ultimately, in a way, upcycle and recycle them. You retrain, you give them a chance to be in a transitional business, go from bad pollution to something that's sustainable and green. It makes more green jobs. I was always believing that, and that's why I was an advocate for all these years about a global, inclusive green economy, from the small grassroots community all the way up to nations doing it. And we're watching a lot of that start to happen. But if you will indulge me, I want to read you this thing that inspired me. It kind of sums this all up about what we're doing, why we're here on this planet, why we have to make a difference. And it goes like this. And again, one of the greatest statesmen that we've ever created in the United States, he was our UN ambassador in 1964. And in front of the entire United Nations, at a time when we were really concerned about, atomic war, nuclear war, destroying the whole planet, and the most incredible climate change that would come from that, the greenhouse effect and everything being wiped out, and we would be like the dinosaurs, and the strife that was happening on the planet at that time. And I think it just summarized what this was all about. And it's called Spaceship Earth. We travel together, passengers on a little spaceship, dependent upon its vulnerable reserves of air and oil, soil and water, all committed for our safety, to its security and peace, preserved from annihilation only by the care, the work, and I will say the love we give our fragile craft. We cannot maintain it half fortunate, half miserable, half confident, half despairing, half slave to the ancient enemies of man, half free in a liberation of resources undreamed of until this day. No craft, no crew can travel safely with such vast contradictions. On their resolution depends the survival of us all. And it touched me so deeply, the intelligence of it, the summary of what we were doing, and how we're sailing through space around the great sun that powers us up with light and radiation and warmth, and what we had to do. We have to end the biggest pollution of all, and that's warfare on ourselves, our own species, and all the other species, and the environment that produces our life support. But it's more about coming together in harmony and balance. And one of the great things about climate change problems is coming together in a harmony and solution oriented way, in which we do have the answers. We prove that in Super Green Live. We do this every day for all these years in Green to Gold, helping the entrepreneurs and the nonprofits and the inventors and scientists and researchers and innovators about making new products, new technologies, new energies, new ways to clean up the water, and better ways to do regenerative ag. Everything that's possible, the possibilities are here. They're unlimited. We can change this trajectory that we're on right now and have an incredible utopic planet. And I think this is part of this, bringing capital together in the way we've done it in Super Green Live, with the solutions all focused and showcased, and entertaining. The entertainment side of that touches our heart and our mind, and motivates us. We just saw that, and throughout the whole couple of days, 3 days, we've had these great performances. And I think all of this comes together in that harmony and balance that we have to restore to the planet. And what we're doing in Super Green Live, with Devin and Super Crowd and Super Crowd for Good and Green to Gold and all the other institutions that we've been showcasing in the nonprofit, for-profit, community-based, state governments. It doesn't matter. We got to come together. This is one planet. There is no planet B or plan B. We have to pull this off. And it's such an opportunity for us to do this, because we have solutions in technology. We have will. There's a growing momentum. I'm so proud that Earth Day itself has become the largest civic event every year on the planet. And and we'll be celebrating that again. But to me, Earth Day is every day.
And that's what's happening. And the kids of the world, the younger audiences know that, they understand it, they capture it as their future. They don't want to live in pollution. They don't want to see this, all the refugees running away from the seawater rises on our coast, and they don't want to be polluted. They don't want to have these remarkable, unprecedented disasters that are happening around the world. We can change that if we all band together in harmony and balance and work on the solutions and have capital from government, philanthropic agencies, the private sector. Crowdfunding is a miracle. It's the every person's democratization of investing, that you, accredited, unaccredited, anywhere, literally can support these solutions. And that's what part of what we are doing in Super Green Live was showing you all the platforms and the abilities to do this and how easy it could be to make a difference, and consumers making a difference every day that you buy something in the store, to look at the packaging and see if it's recycled and 100% and whether it's sustainable and whether it's good for you and green. That's a whole part of all of this. And I think that's part of what I wanted to extend as a closing remark, how deeply I feel, and I think it's important. I have a son that's 12 years old. And when I had him, I finally realized why I was doing all this, even though we had done lots of programs in children's young eco inventors contests and national events, but having your own child, and I know all parents are going to feel this, you have a responsibility to them. And we have a responsibility to the planet for all of us. And the chance to make the difference is here. And we have the solutions, and we just get political willpower, manage and get energy into all the systems by renewable energy, have a whole new manufacturing concept that's sustainable and pollution free, and good green jobs, whole new careers for everybody, upcycling what we normally would waste into things that would be valuable. All that is happening, and we saw a showcase about that in Super Green Live. So I'm thrilled. I'm emotional about this at the end. It's been very exhausting, but so exciting. It's and just the emotions are flowing. But I can't thank you enough, Devin, for bringing that concept, wanting to adopt us into this, working together with you and your team, and all the people that were part of these 3 days. A remarkable, remarkable event. Let's do this again and again and again, and bigger than ever before.
Well, Alan, thank you so much. I really appreciate your partnership on this event. That I think about the legacy you created by helping to organize the original Earth Day. Here, 56 years later, it is a big global event and something that is marked, commemorated, and observed almost like a religious holiday, which is remarkable in just 56 years' time. I hope Green to Gold has that same kind of, or that Super Green Live has that same kind of potential as for an annual event and scale. It would be great to see this on more networks, bigger networks, and more people watching. It could be a billion people watching someday.
Let's make it so, as our pitcher did.
That's right.
With his wonderful technology about Star Trek. He was right about science fiction. Every time science fiction, everything's coming true. What we dream, what we invent, what an incredible creature we are around the world. When I've traveled and lectured, we are an invention. We continue to invent, while some other creatures we've learned in the biosphere use tools and all that, and that was supposed to separate us from all the other species, but it isn't true. It's just that we have this propensity for creativity in all the arts and culture, but also in invention and new products and new technology. I mean, without that, where would we be right now? And the damage that was done by the Industrial Revolution out of ignorance and sometimes by wastefulness, we can cure all that. The standards of living of the world that people have been aspiring to. If you travel, you and I've traveled all over the planet, and I'm going to tell you, it was funny. It looked like every time where I went to was a major city, depending on their culture and everything, they still had, the same kinds of stores and shops and factories and everything that the United States have. We were the democracy to the world, the liberty, the freedom, and we were the innovators. of the planet, and that's why we saved everybody during World War II, the arsenal of democracy. And so in all the technology, look what space did for us. Most people don't realize that so many products and technologies that are green and sustainable and healthy for us came out of going to the moon,
fuel cells and solar panels. Yeah, it's been huge.
Well, Alan, you and I created this moonshot segment that we did. We were talking about what's next beyond solar, and we did cover that. It's remarkable, and I'm so thrilled about being a part of this.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to share a few thoughts too as we wrap up now. Thank you, Alan. It's been for me a huge opportunity. I'm grateful for the opportunity to work with Alan, but I want to just recap a few themes as we wrap up the day. First off, climate change is real and human caused. That also means that climate change can be human cured, right? We can address this. Now, it's going to take more than a weekend to do this. It's going to take us coming together and make it a global effort to address and restabilize the climate. But we all have an opportunity to do this. And Nicole Whalen, who spoke yesterday, called it our economic ballot. I loved that message, right? There are so many ways so many financial levers that we can pull and changes we can make in our lifestyle that will have an impact on climate. So certainly shopping and the fashion we buy, that we've talked about fashion most of the afternoon today into the evening. That really is a huge opportunity for us to address climate. The energy we use, right? We can be deliberate about that. Many of us are in a position where we can put solar panels on our roof. I'm so excited because the solar guy is coming to my house on Monday. And some of us, you have an opportunity to manage driving, maybe drive less or drive an electric vehicle, take public transit more often. All of those are options available to us, part of our economic leverage in this economy as we switch to a green, clean economy. And as one who's been driving electric cars for a decade, I can tell you there's no sacrifice in driving an electric car. There are trade-offs, but there are huge benefits, personal benefits, not just planetary benefits from driving an EV. Look at your diet. Things like beef. Make that a treat. Don't eat beef as a staple in your home. It's incredibly environmentally taxing. Give some thought to those kinds of things that you can do, changes you can make in your lifestyle. But a lot of the key themes we've touched on over the last 3 days have involved investment, capitalizing the solutions that can really make a difference in the climate change battle, right? And I think that crowdfunding gives us an extraordinary opportunity because we can all participate as investors. We can all participate as owners. And that can start with as little as $10. Visit climatetize.earth. Climatize didn't sponsor us. Climatize doesn't give me a spiff. I'm telling you this because it's just legitimately true. You can go to climatetize.earth and invest as little as $10. That's pretty remarkable. You can invest, of course, you can invest $5,000, $50,000, but you can invest as little as $10, which means that if you've never made an impact investment before, you can make an impact investment now, today. Before you go to bed tonight, you can become an impact investor for climate solutions. That is a remarkable thing. And for many of you, I think that would be something new. So I want to emphasize that point. Talking about the cars we drive, the food we eat, the clothes we wear, the energy we use, all of those are more familiar topics, frankly. But investing for so many people is not something that they've been able to do yet and weren't even aware they could. So if you're in that group of people who didn't know you could do that amazing thing of investing in a climate solution, I encourage you to lean into that opportunity. Visit climatize.earth today. I also want to encourage you to join us in a formal way. It's easy to subscribe to the Superpowers for Good newsletter, where we talk about this stuff. We shared this event the last 3 days in the newsletter. It would be easy. If you are a subscriber, it's easy to get this content. Visit superpowersforgood.com and you can subscribe. It's very easy. Superpowers, number 4, good.com. And Green to Gold is a nonprofit, 501c3 nonprofit. You can visit Green to Gold if you're an innovator, an entrepreneur, an aspiring change maker, including nonprofit. You can visit greentogold.org and click on the Join tab, and you can see how they can help you build your business, your enterprise, your nonprofit, and make it successful. I encourage you to check that out. With that, I want to thank all of you for watching. This, a global event like this only makes sense because there are people watching, and we're so grateful that you are. Thank you for devoting the time and attention to this that you have. We invite you to reflect on this, come back, watch the replays. The replays are going to be coming out in chunks and pieces, but the long replays of the 3 days are available on YouTube, on Superpowers for Good, and elsewhere. Check it out. We look forward to having you continue to be a part of our community going forward. Now, here's to climate solutions. Welcome to SuperGreen Live. Welcome to SuperGreen Live, the biggest event of the year at the intersection of climate solutions and impact crowdfunding. Upgrade now to VIP for just $25 to get the full experience. VIP tickets include access to and a listing in the VIP directory, a backstage pass during 24 hours of live programming, 3 VIP networking sessions, speaker slides and handouts, and an invitation to the private LinkedIn group. Scan the QR code now.
Raising capital, it's not just marketing, it's securities law. Most deals, they don't fail because of the returns that are offered.
They fail because of compliance mistakes.
And that's what we do
Every day, we help entrepreneurs raise money the right way.
before problems ever start. If you're raising capital,
Talk to crowdfunding lawyers first.
Digital Niche Agency is the top investor acquisition agency. DNA has helped founders raise over 9 figures via regulated investment crowdfunding with a 3-pronged strategy using digital advertising, content marketing, and strategic outreach. Book a call today.
Hello, my name is Brian Figueroa. I'm the CEO of Green Tech. We're a renewable energy development company that specializes on cutting-edge technologies like graphene batteries. Get back with me at brian@greentech.io, TEK.
Hello, everyone. I'm Gene Massey with Media Shares, an equity crowdfunding marketing agency, and we're happy to be participating in SuperGreen Live.
Green to Gold and the Super Crowd wish to thank our supporting sponsors, Azure Printed Homes and Little Toes, for their financial support. We similarly extend gratitude to our media sponsors, Regenerative Media TV and Community 3.0X. SuperGreen Live is hosted by the 501c3 nonprofit Green to Gold in partnership with the Super Crowd, Inc., a public benefit corporation. You can make a tax-deductible donation to support our climate-focused collaboration at 4sc.fund/donate or by scanning the QR code. Help us accelerate climate solutions now.